The story begins at the very top of a tower, the 5th floor to be exact. The higher you climb, the harder the trials become, yet humanity remains so fragile. The hunters who have perished here number in the hundreds of thousands. Everyone erected their spines and faced these hardships together. I was no different. I had comrades who followed me, and like the others, they all died. Only one remains. The last S-rank hunter. Just me, Kim Yong. A man struggled to sit up. Eong, he rasped. Eong's eyes were cold. Don't call my name with that body, she spat. You're nothing but a pathetic wretch stealing someone else's form. This man was the tower's master. He immediately unleashed the skill embodiment of fear. 33rd floor, summoning colossal serpents to strike at Eong. As the monstrous snakes lunged, Eong countered with her own skill, Dawn Wave. With a single fluid stroke of her blade, she cleaved the giant serpent in two. I can't keep doing this, Eong thought. Dying, reviving, climbing this tower. It's an endless cycle, ascending, only to begin again. I'm sick of it. I've endured this damn thing 58 times. The memories are etched into my very being. The tower's master invoked another skill, embodiment of fear, 66th floor. Eong braced herself, utilizing Asmodeus's ropes to defend. The tower's master escalated his assault with embodiment of fear, 99th floor. Eong retaliated with the easy gear sword skill. I've memorized it all so perfectly, it haunts my dreams. So please, let me, Kim Eong, go home. Eong bound the tower's master with chains, then plunged her weapon into his chest. She's already dead, Eong declared. So get out of my life. Now, finally, she delivered the finishing blow. A system notification appeared. The final ruler, the tower's master, has been vanquished. The conditions for the epic quest have been fulfilled. Eong's eyes shone. Completed. It's finally over. The tower's master, his form dissolving into something grotesque, choked out. I can't believe I lost to a human. Impossible. My plan's unfinished, he gurgled. Eong scoffed. What, you wanted humanity extinct? Grand scheme, real impressive. The world would have been in a right mess if that had worked. A voice, the healing wave, echoed with regret. Will you return to your original world? The blood-soaked cult leader is weeping. Eong asked, why the tears? That was my goal. Haven't we been together long enough? I think it's time to part ways. The Lord of Temptation cursed her actions. Eong leaned on her hand. Dream on. We're old news. What this lady needs is to go home. My puppy's waiting. Oh, my sweet Cerberus must be waiting for me. The healing wave's voice returned. After the journey ends, everything will revert to its original state. Your dog won't perceive the time you were gone. Eong frowned. Seriously? So I'm the only one who remembers. I can't wait to see my pup. The tower's master rasped. I will have my revenge on humanity. Eong stared down at him. Not bad. You're persistent. Forget revenge. Go find your hack writer. The tower's master retorted. You destroyed my dream. I will destroy yours. Another blow cleaved him in two. Eong stepped forward, grinding him under her heel. Want a quick death? Fine. I'll grant it. Do you know how many lives you've chewed through? Don't talk about your disgusting dream. Don't other people have dreams too? Just die, damn you. The master's voice was a ragged whisper. In the next life, my dream will come true. You'll be trapped here forever. The bloody cult leader was cursing the tower's master with language too colorful to transcribe. The healing wave king was condemning his actions. The Lord of Temptation was furious that she'd merely killed him, not burned him with hellfire. These three sticker-like figures were how Eong interacted with something. They'd been popping up throughout her ordeal. Eong sighed. Enough. All I need to do is complete the mission. Whatever you say, I'm the winner here. The healing wave king praised her wisdom. The Lord of Temptation tempted her with 100 more dreams of her dog. Don't tempt me. Eong snapped. The bloody cult leader offered to turn himself into a dog. Can you even do that? Eong retorted. How old are you anyway? Right? No more delays. Eternal return. Mission window. Clear. All rewards. A notification window popped up. Emergency system announcement. An error has occurred in the system, and it is undergoing emergency maintenance. We would appreciate your understanding. Eong yelled. Mission window. Where are my rewards? Am I getting compensated for this? The system is currently under maintenance. Please try again later. What kind of garbage is this? Eong raged. Compensate me now. Check out Diggo's next dream. What if an S-rank hunter became the daughter of the villainous Duke right now? Eong, gave a hollow laugh. Is that the cheesy title of their next project? System update complete. The reward content will be changed due to a system error. Epic quest complete. Previous completion reward. Return to original world. Changed reward after maintenance. End role-playing. Reincarnate as the main character in another novel. System announcement. We apologize, Kim Eon. Due to a system error, your compensation request is difficult to process as promised. Instead, we will give you another, better reward. We will once again let you become the main character in Diggo's novel. What if an S-rank hunter became the daughter of the villainous duke? This novel is very interesting, so we are sure you'll be satisfied. Eong's fury exploded. Bring me the author. Bring me that author. System announcement. Role-playing initiated. S-rank hunter Kim Eong, conqueror of the final floor, slayer of the tower's master. I was actually a captivated reader of the fantasy novel. The more you flinch, the stronger the S-rank hunter becomes. I was studying to become a civil servant at Hankou University, just like any other ordinary person. Then I died after 4 years and 7 months of study, right as I was celebrating passing the exam. And I entered the world of a novel I'd been reading for 4 years and 7 months. At first, I was thrilled. An S-rank hunter and the main character. What more could I ask for? Thanks to being reborn with all my memories intact, I could defeat every monster, even the ones no one else could touch. All the top-ranked spirits of the 3 continents signed contracts with me, one after another. Just a quick note, those 3 sticker-like things communicating with me are the spirits, by the way. But even with those ridiculous stats, I could never defeat the final boss, the tower's master. He was like the ultimate evil of the novel, too powerful. No weaknesses, and his attacks were so varied, it was impossible to strategize. The novel was unfinished, so I didn't know how to beat him. But somehow I did it. 58 revivals later, I finally took down the tower's master. Back to the present, what am I even doing here? The bloody cult leader asked, where on earth are we? Healing Wave looked bewildered. The Lord of Temptation, however, seemed delighted. This place, it feels familiar. I tried to return to my original world, to reclaim my own life, but the game told me it couldn't give me a reward since I'd already died and been reborn into another novel, one I hadn't even read. Then I called up the quest window. It appeared, displaying main quest adaptation. You have been reborn as Renee Marcus, the great warrior of the Randisa Empire and the ultimate villainess. Please prepare for the next storyline. Completion condition, reach 500 fame. Error compensation, role-playing in what happens when an S-rank hunter becomes the daughter of a villainous duke. Subquest, escape. You are imprisoned, accused of murdering Saint Lillian Caris and hiding the body. Escape at all costs. Completion condition, escape from the dungeon. I can at least grasp the situation through the quest window, Renee thought. The system's the same. It's just the world that's changed. Judging by the title and the summary, it looked like I'd been reborn into a romance novel. What am I supposed to do? I hate romance. Renee called up the status window again. Is this for game balance? I've never encountered this before. Each world the system creates has a perfect structure. It's so detailed, it feels like everything has been arranged for me. It was as if the system was enjoying her confusion, as if this role-playing was all part of a prearranged plan. Could the tower's master be behind this? Is his curse causing a system error? There's no point dwelling on it. I'm stuck here. I might as well complete the quest. If I get out of here, maybe I can return to my old world. First, I need to test my abilities. Can I still fly? We should destroy everything. The bloody cult leader roared. Hold on. Healing Wave cautioned, restraining him. Wait, why are they so excited? Renee wondered. Old man, Renee called out. You dare speak to me like that in this place? The Lord of Temptation snapped. Don't call me that. Huh? You know about this place? Renee asked. Explain yourself. This place, it's connected to my homeland, the demon realm, he said. The place where I was born. So it's just a typical fantasy world, right? Is the author out of ideas? All right, everyone, let's quickly check our abilities. Are all the adjustments done? The bloody cult leader grumbled. His Continental Divide skill had been modified to Mountain Range Division. The Lord of Temptation remarked that it was worse than the Demon Realm, but better than that other world. The Healing Wave King worriedly noted that his power had significantly decreased. Healing Wave King here. I can't use my healing skills in this place, he reported. Renee spoke up. Oh dear, has the state of the nation deteriorated so much? Well, it doesn't matter. I didn't use them in my previous life anyway. So everything's fine, right? So aside from a slight decrease in power, All I need to do is level up in this world, right? Renee mused, a little dazed. Perhaps I don't even need to try that hard. The greatest warrior of the Randisa Empire, Macius Mossat, the only duke in the empire who built his status through swordsmanship. The Macius family followed suit, consistently producing countless sword masters over the past 100 years, but it's now on the verge of collapse. The empire's only saintess and the crown prince's fiancée, Countess Reincarnated, has gone missing outside the Duke Macius's territory. Thus, the most likely suspect is someone from the Macius family, a forgotten young lady and the Empire's most notorious villainess, Renee Macius, the infamous daughter of Duke Macius. Back in the present, incoming attack. Someone has raided the dungeon in the basement. All hands prepare to attack. This is Macius, the eldest son of the Macius family. No matter how talented he is, I can only attack through one entrance. This is the second son, Kiryu Macius. We'll attack on the count of 3. Wait, someone's coming out. Kiryu exclaimed, "Brother, what's going on?" From within, Renee emerged, saying, "Oh my, quite the crowd out here. Good morning, everyone." Later, they had moved to a different location. Annie, the eldest son, stood up and demanded, more importantly, who got you out of the dungeon? Renee replied, "I told you, the place was just too flimsy." Now dressed in clean clothes brought by a maid, Renee thought to herself, honestly, he's asked me that same question so many times. I need to get on with my mission. This is such a waste of time. Andy roared, "Who was it? Tell me the names of those who helped you. They're the ones who killed Countess Karis. Did you order them to do it?" Renee felt a flicker of unease as her status window glitched out again. Annie continued, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" The second son, Kiryu, remarked, "It's obvious she isn't hearing a word." Renee thought, "Damn it, I know it's broken, but both of their affection levels are in the negative. I need to be the pampered youngest sibling here." Then, a new subquest appeared, develop relationships. Looks like I need to build a good relationship with these two if I want a peaceful future. Completion requirements. Annie's affection, 800. Kiryu's affection, 600. Reward, status window restoration. Side quest, explanation. You are currently being falsely accused of murdering Sainus Reincarnated. Clear your name and prove your innocence. Completion requirements. Everyone must believe in your innocence. Reward, reputation plus 30. Renee said aloud, "I have to worry about the reputation and affection of these two brats." Annie questioned, "What do you mean by that?" Renee replied, "None of your business. But thanks for your concern." She thought, right affection. Maintain your persona, Renee. Make them like you. Auntie's face crumpled with worry. If you collapse, I'll truly lose my mind. Kiryu, at his side, added, "Didn't you say the underwater dungeon was safe? Why didn't you use it?" Renee spoke up, "By the way, I'm still trying to grasp the current situation, but why do you think I murdered the Saintess?" Auntie slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. "You dare ask that now? Didn't you scream that you would kill Countess Karis? You even vanished from your own territory. I, and everyone else, are certain you're the culprit. Even if you confess, there's no guarantee our family's honor can be salvaged. You were imprisoned, and you even used some trickery to escape." Kiryu intervened, his tone placating. "Brother, please calm down. If she gets hurt, father will." Auntie ignored him, his voice a low growl. "Just how far do you intend to drag our family name through the mud, Renee?" Renee cut him off. "Yes, I understand what you're saying, but where's the proof? Where's the body?" Annie's voice hardened. "Isn't it obvious you hid it? That's the only reason you're so confident." "So that means nothing has been officially announced yet," Renee observed. Auntie, momentarily speechless, clamped his mouth shut. Kiryu spoke up. "Well, even though there's no proof, you're the only suspect. The greatest warrior of the Randisa Empire, the iron-blooded Macius." Annie interjected, "Enough. The fact that you had a grudge against Countess Karis is proof enough. If it wasn't you, who else would kill such a kind person? It's not too late to confess and reveal the location of the body. His Highness the Crown Prince will lessen your sentence. Isn't the reason father locked you up to protect the family's honor? Please, if you have any conscience left, confess." The Crown Prince. Renee thought, why would the Crown Prince be involved in the punishment and not the Emperor? Kiryu, the second son, approached her. "What's with that look?" "His Highness the Crown Prince is overseeing this case. Your hair is coming loose." Renee replied, "It's nothing. But why is the Crown Prince so involved? Normally, these matters are handled by—" Auntie interrupted. "Don't tell me you still harbor delusions that the Crown Prince has feelings for you. The Crown Prince and Countess Karis have been engaged for over 3 years. Give up your fantasies." Kiryu added, exactly. Stop disgracing the family. Aren't you tired of this bizarre, unrequited love? Right, so that's what happened. Renee mused. Renee was deeply in love with the crown prince, and therefore tried to kill his fiancée multiple times. It's so obvious, I don't even need to deduce it. But something still doesn't feel right. The quest window indicated I was falsely accused, meaning Renee didn't kill her. Even if the system lacks a conscience or emotions, it surely wouldn't lie, because the novel can't deceive the readers. But perhaps it's a deliberate omission. So, who is the real killer? Renee raised a hand. All right, I have a basic understanding of the situation. Now listen up. Annie responded, are you finally confessing? Renee retorted, not at all. Lady Karis, was it? Perhaps she left the house of her own volition, but there's no body and she hasn't returned. So, she's probably missing. Kiryu scoffed. Renee, use your brain. She and the crown prince are to be married in a month. How could someone like that just disappear? Renee lowered her head slightly. Ah, the wedding. If that's the case, it increases the possibility. Haven't you considered that she ran away because she didn't want to get married? Annie snapped back. You think a saint would make such a rash decision? Don't put Karis in the same boat as yourself. Renee replied with confidence. Such a narrow perspective. How do you even function? With such a limited worldview, how can you achieve anything great, young master? Seeing Kiryu's reaction, Renee thought to herself, he's reacting better than I expected. Should I push it a little further? Aloud, she said, but even the saintess must have hesitated. Auntie looked bewildered, unsure of what Renee meant. Renee explained, didn't you say yourself that the saintess was a very kind person? She must have run away because she didn't like the crown prince. Too kind-hearted to refuse him directly, she simply fled. That's how it is. First of all, what kind of person is the crown prince? Kiryu, hearing this, chuckled with amusement. Renee continued, my point is, don't wrongly accuse me. Even if everyone else does, you're still my brother, Annie. So, can you trust me just this once? Annie replied, are you emphasizing that we're blood relatives? Renee calmly responded, isn't that a fundamental fact? Why does it need emphasizing? You should trust and protect your family, even just once. Annie thought for a moment, then replied, I'll believe you if you do something to earn my trust. Everyone has given you chances, hoping you'd come to your senses one day. But look at the result. Given your extensive history, how about this? 1 month. Give me 1 month, and I'll prove my innocence. Annie scowled. Renee, what can you possibly do? Renee retorted, don't be like that. Trust me, just this once. Hey, big brother, are you afraid that what I'm saying is actually true? Annie crossed his arms. Fine. If you can prove your innocence, you can do whatever you want under my name. Renee pointed at Kiryu. Deal. Let's make it official. Kiryu, you're our witness. A quest notification appeared. You have made an agreement with Annie Macius to prove your innocence within 1 month. Prove that you did not kill the saintess. Completion condition. Prove your innocence. Reward. 1 request granted by Annie, regardless of what it is. Kiryu Macius' Algando, plus 100. Renee was surprised. Wow. Kiryu's favorability will increase too. But what about Annie? Even if his own sister is innocent, his favorability doesn't increase. What is he hiding? Seeing Renee extend her hand, Auntie defensively drew his sword. Renee said, please take care of me for the next month. Any question, what are you asking? Confessing now would still be a wise decision. Renee took his hand. Thank you for your concern. Kiryu scratched his head. It seems like she's changed. Annie looked at his hand, thinking to himself, I didn't intend to shake her hand, but I couldn't pull away. As a master swordsman, I couldn't even evade the hand of someone who doesn't even know how to hold a sword. This is different. I seem to have lost the feeling in my hand. A strange sense of goodwill. I almost drew my sword without realizing Renee was just offering her hand. What is going on? The scene shifted to another location. What should I do? There's so little information. Even if I investigate, it won't get much better, right? I need to gather more information first. In such a large mansion, there must be at least one person who likes this character. Okay, first, I need to get more information from those people. When Renee approached, the maid said, yes, while you're wondering about such strange things, why don't you go change your dress? This attempt of failure, Renee hurried to find someone else. Another maid retorted, don't further soil the Duke's name. Another failure. This time, a short-haired maid snapped, don't bother me with such nonsense, Mississippi. I'm very busy. Even the ants dislike her. Ha ha. Renee thought, fuming. No, I can't possibly live in this kind of environment. How dare they treat me like a commoner? Moreover, everyone she met had a negative Halgan-do likability rating. There's no other way. I'll have to give up on gathering information for now. But I have to ask this. Renee grabbed a maid's arm. Hey, can you show me my room? A short while later, Renee was led to her quarters. Upon arrival, her jaw dropped at the sheer opulence. The maid beside her gestured. I'll place your things here. Esteemed Mississippi Renee breathed. Holy moly, I'll try them on right away. The room is even more beautiful than I imagined. Fantastic. First, I need to get out of these uncomfortable clothes and get started. Expensive items filled Renee's vision. High heels and glittering jewelry sparkled and shone. I knew the Duke's family was wealthy, but I never imagined a young lady would spend so much. With this fortune, I could even hire an intelligence agent to gather information. Actually, finding the right person is quite simple for me. The blood-soaked cult leader I befriended by skillfully resolving a curse. The Lord of Temptation because of my exceptional talent. But currently, all my stats are being recalibrated. In my past life, I died once due to a lack of a single skill, so now I must gather as many as possible. If I regain them, I'll destroy everything like I did back then, but that's only if I can restore my skills. I must act cautiously. First, I need to verify whether the Saintess is truly dead. This is a cold case with no evidence or witnesses. No one knows if the Saintess ran away or was murdered. If she's alive, I need her testimony. If she's truly dead, I must find the culprit and complete the mission. If I proceed step by step like this, I'm sure I'll escape this place someday. Hey, Water Witch, have you found the Saintess's location? The Healing Wave King said if there are any related belongings, she can find her. The blood-soaked cult leader chimed in. Can we frame someone else? The Lord of Temptation added, gleefully, I'm thrilled this is your problem. Renee replied, easy for you to say, but it's incredibly dangerous. The people here are devout. If you act rashly, you'll be caught. I think I should leave this place. Even with all this wealth, I might not get any information. The Healing Wave King worried you could be in danger. Renee scoffed. No way. Who, me? Huh. The one with the title of last place as rank hunter. The blood-soaked cult leader suggested we should visit the scene of the disappearance first. Renee responded, oh, good idea. Do you know where it is? But it's too early to give up. This is a world where even dog poop can be used for medicine. Come on, let's make some dog poop medicine. Renee then went to see Annie. He said, so, you're here for a summary report on the case. Renee replied, precisely. If you don't want to be the family of the Saintess murderer, then cooperate calmly. How dare you? Give her the report. However, she must have my men escort her. Renee looked at the group and said, I don't need them. They'll just be a burden. Andy retorted, don't you know how to meet conditions? Renee looked at a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Huh, well, I'm rather interested in him. I need someone to watch and report to me anyway. Wouldn't one of your close aides be the most suitable? And lend me a carriage as well. With that, Renee quickly departed for another location. Stepping down from the carriage, Renee murmured, this is where the Saintess was last seen. Correct. The outskirts of the Marcus territory. According to the report, the Saintess disappeared over a fortnight ago while providing treatment in this slum. It's still unknown whether it was a kidnapping or simply a disappearance. Suddenly, a man approached from afar, calling out, my lady. What has happened here, my lady? The man was Priest Melson. Observing his appearance, Renee thought to herself, this is a high-ranking priest, but he seems a bit too extravagant. He looks like the type who accepts bribes. And what's with that book? Why is it glowing? Aloud, she said, I've come to find the true culprit, so cooperate. A brown-haired man behind the priest spoke up, the true culprit. A black-haired man beside him added, isn't the Duke's daughter the culprit? The priest chimed in, are you suggesting there's another culprit now? Renee smiled. Not another, but the real one. Because I didn't kill the Saintess. You have no evidence or witnesses that point to me as the perpetrator. It's only because you're incompetent that you haven't found the Saintess. You all know I want to cooperate to make things better, right? Renee planned to gather information from these men and investigate on her own. The two men behind the priest seemed to agree. What she says is true. If we could find the Saintess. The priest barked, How can you believe the lady is innocent? Renee brought a hand to her chin, thinking, oh ho, look at him. Seems he's at a loss for words. Renee produced a jeweled mirror. Tell you what, I suppose my sincerity is being doubted. For those experiencing hardship, I'd like to donate these to you. Priest Melson's eyes widened at the sight of the jeweled mirror, like headlights on a carriage. He He suddenly became aware of the scrutinizing gazes directed at him due to his previous attitude. Clearing his throat, he said, "I apologize for not recognizing your kind heart. What can I do to help you, my lady?" Renee crossed her arms. "First, do you have any belongings of Reincarnated? The more, the better." The priest presented the book in his hands. "Oh my, well then, there's nothing better than this holy book. It belonged to the saintess. Do you need anything else?" Observing his change in demeanor, Renee thought, that's why it looked so holy. Money certainly talks. She continued, "I like to look around the tent where Lady Kara stayed." "Where is it?" After arriving at the saintess's tent, Renee surveyed the surroundings. How tidy and simple. A place like this for the saintess. The middle-aged man approached and said, "Miss, about the donation you made earlier," the man began, trailing off. Renee raised an eyebrow. "Yes. Is there a problem? I did receive the scripture thanks to it." He quickly corrected himself. "No, not that. I just thought you didn't like the church, given what happened with the archbishop." Renee feigned confusion. "What happened?" The man flustered. "Oh, I apologize. You probably don't want to be reminded of it." Renee pressed. "No, go on. I've caused so much trouble, I don't quite recall." He recounted the incident, his voice tinged with awkwardness. "When the archbishop declared Lady Karis a saintess, you poured champagne on him." Mortified, Renee dramatically exclaimed, "Oh, please stop." The man continued, "Yes, and then you said, 'How dare he? It's not because of a saintess. The archbishop had harassed you. Sexually, it was rumored, but people didn't believe it, given what the archbishop had done. They dismissed it." He hesitated. "It was a misunderstanding, wasn't it?" Renee responded with a cool indifference. "Think what you like. People still think that way, even now. They'll believe what they want, do what they want. No one listens to someone with a bad reputation. Not in my past life, not the one before that, and not in this one either. It's a pattern I've experienced countless times, and I'm sure I'll experience it again. In situations like this, the truth is useless. What they want to hear becomes the truth, and anything else is a lie. I can't trust anyone's words but my own. And since coming here, this body is me. Who in this world could possibly trust themselves as much as I do? Even if there are suspicions and accusations, I will believe in Renee. So what if I'm a spoiled brat? If the world sees me as a villain, then a villain I shall be. So, Renee, I will listen to you. From now on, Renee Maxius will never doubt Renee Maxius." A notification appeared. Side quest unlocked. Expansion. Completion condition. Create believers in your innocence. Reward, 30 reputation points. The scene shifted. "The Duke Maxius's daughter is here to see you," someone announced. A priest responded, "Yes, she's conducting her own investigation to prove her innocence." The priest watched the newcomer, his thoughts racing. To think the crown prince would send him. Sidin Ansitat, the man who earned the title of mercenary king at the age of 20. The leader of Cyrage, the continent's most formidable mercenary group. One of only 2 origin masters in the empire. A man with countless accolades, the shining light of the Ramdeza Empire. Yes, it would take someone like him to handle this. Sidin placed a document on the table, proving her innocence. "Do you believe it?" The priest stammered, "Not entirely, but if we don't give her a chance, she'll protest vehemently." Sidin's thoughts were sharp. Clearly, he's been bribed. Nothing surprising there. But I am surprised Renee Maxius herself came to investigate. She seems rather eager. I've heard plenty of rumors about Renee Maxius. Chopping off Viscount Kaisai's hair, spiking the crown prince's carriage with drugs, and claiming she'd take care of it, tripping the saintess and causing her to fall. Of course, there are some unclear details, but that's none of my concern. Aloud, he instructed, "Don't provide her with any information, especially if there are witnesses. Keep them hidden." The priest's surprised question, "But why?" Sidin's reply was simple. "The crown prince's orders." Suddenly, a sibilant whisper slithered into priest Melson's ear. Sidin continued, "Instead, go and meet the duke's daughter now." As Sidin spoke, Melson slumped forward onto the table. Something hovered near him, yet remained unseen by Sidin. Sleeping draft, Sidin thought. No, he collapsed without any external force. I didn't even detect any magic. The whispering voice returned, insinuating itself into Sidin's own ear. Sidin lashed out with his sword, a silver arc slicing through the air. He staggered back. This is the power of a dream devil. Even I, a master swordsman, would struggle to survive this. This thing possesses the strength of a high-ranking devil. Who in the human realm could summon such a creature? And there are more. I have a feeling whoever it is might be even stronger than the Crown Prince. In this chaotic, shifting world, only one thing sustained Sidin Ansitat, the thing that had snatched him from the jaws of death as a war orphan: power. He craved pure, unadulterated power, worshipping it like a devout follower. Even the renown he'd gained as the mercenary king, having built the continent's largest mercenary guild, even the wealth, authority, and honor bestowed upon him by the emperor couldn't quench his burning thirst. Like glimpsing sunlight from the bottom of a deep well, nothing could satiate his endless yearning. It could be stronger than even the Crown Prince, the one hailed as the strongest on the continent. But the longer this desire stretched, the emptier Sidin felt. Back in the present, Sidin walked on, his mind racing. This entire place is asleep. This is definitely not a dream. The source of this terrifying energy, it's coming from the Sainus' tent. He felt a sharp, scrutinizing gaze upon him. A shiver ran down his spine. Strange. I've never encountered anything like this. My skills are useless against it. It's beyond human comprehension. This is a force of nature. Unlike the Crown Prince, I can't even compare myself to this. This is something I can't touch. I can't miss this golden opportunity. I must find out who this is. Everything I've achieved so far isn't enough. Only greater power will satisfy me. Only then will I feel worthy of this life. Sidin flung open the tent flap. Identify. He began, but the unseen spirits plunged him into unconsciousness. Renee looked down at him. "Oh my, what's with this little kitten?" she murmured. Rewinding to a few moments prior, the system announced, "We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Data synchronization and system adjustments are complete." Renee frowned. "Ha, Henri, and those guys got their power halved. And this other stuff, I guess I'll have to deal with it through new quests, huh? It's so annoying. Whatever. This is enough to satisfy me. I don't have to go smashing any towers. Not really necessary." Renee addressed the spirit within the book. "Sister Water, can you help me find the saintess who used this scripture?" The Healing Wave King said it would take about a day. Then she spoke to another entity. "Old Man Temptation, can I summon a dream devil? Will there be any problems if it encounters a priest?" The Lord of Temptation bristled at her casual tone. Renee leaned back. "All right then, let's give those priests a nice little nap." And so, at this moment, Sidin was still fast asleep. Renee looked at him and mused, "He's handsome, isn't he? Black cat. He reminds me of the neighbor's black cat." The Healing Wave King seems quite taken with Sidin Ansirat's appearance. Renee gently pried open Sidin's eyes. "Why am I so fascinated by these eyes?" The bloody cult leader remarked. "You simply appreciate beauty." "Well, perhaps," Renee replied. "I wonder why." The Lord of Temptation teased. "I, too, appreciate beauty, and I find him quite appealing." Hearing this, Renee immediately muted the Lord of Temptation. Undeterred, the Lord of Temptation traded 100 years of his immortal life to send a message. "I said I find him handsome. Why did you mute me?" Renee covered her ears. "So noisy." "Relax, old man. You're crazy, trading 100 years just for a private message. Focus. I need to decide what to do with this guy. His stats are incredibly high. The dream demons must have worked hard to put him to sleep. Ultimately, skill reigns supreme." The Lord of Temptation inquired, "Should we kill him now?" Renee smiled. "Let him be. I'm rather intrigued by him. He's the first person whose favorability rating with me isn't negative. Yes, with such a pretty and charming face. He must be a good person. He doesn't seem like the type to judge a book by its cover. Judging by his titles, he's quite talented, not the type to run at the first sign of trouble. I've decided. From now on, he's mine. Literally. I'll make him my subordinate. A perfect pet, like a human companion." The bloody cult leader threatened. "If you don't kill him now, I will." Renee responded calmly. "Go ahead. Make my day. Anything new from you, Old Man Temptation?" The Lord of Temptation then sent Renee a report from the idol demon. Renee glanced over the report. Nothing special. Oh, there's a witness. The Lord of Temptation will provide you with information from the witness. Look at this. They had a witness and hid it. Clearly, they've taken my bribe. This is infuriating. This must be a conspiracy between the Crown Prince and this guy. Oh dear, what have I done? Then the spirits began to complain, one after another. Renee snapped, "Shut up, all of you. I need the water spirit for healing. So she's an exception. The mark on his nose was my fault. I'll fix it. I'll scold you later. See you later, Black Cat." After saying this, she left. From within Sidin's consciousness, a voice echoed, "Hey, Black Cat, wake up. You've angered Master, and it's time for your punishment." Sidin looked around in confusion. "Black Cat, Master, what is this voice? The voice echoed again. From today onwards, I am your master. If you don't wake up now, I'll kick your ass. Sidin still didn't understand what was happening. Kick my ass? What are you talking about? Who are you? Sidin slowly started to wake up. Why does my nose hurt? He began to recall what had happened to his abilities. Renee spoke from nearby. Are you awake? Sidin looked up in surprise. The daughter of Duke Maxius. Renee approached Sidin, inquiring, You seem to know me. Have we met before? Sidin replied, This is the first time. He thought to himself, the atmosphere around her is completely different from what I'd heard in the rumors. My lady, please step back a bit. Observing the energy swirling around Renee, Sidin thought, when she know, compared to that, this feeling, this energy, were you the one earlier? Renee responded, Yes, I am the one you seek. So, you are the one who summoned that high-ranking devil. Sidin asked. Renee feigned ignorance. What? My intelligence stat is high, but my memory is like a goldfish. Sidin didn't understand what she meant by intelligence stat. She continued, So, will you follow the Crown Prince's orders, Black Cat? There was a witness, but why didn't you reveal them? Sidin feigned ignorance. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Renee stepped closer. Let's not waste each other's time. I just met the witness directly and heard everything. What was the Saintess's last action? Who asked you to cover it up? What truly irritates me is that you all hid it and pretended to know nothing. The Saintess wasn't kidnapped. She left of her own volition, which means there's no reason for me to be imprisoned. Sidin countered. The Crown Prince speculated that you threatened and forced the Saintess to leave. Renee thought to herself, he's more docile than I expected. He flinches like I'm about to eat him alive. We look like a master and her pet. Aloud, she said me, What? Because I have a history. It's a reasonable assumption, but it's not the truth. Sidin raised a hand. The Crown Prince thinks differently. Renee continued, I suppose so. The bride vanished right before her wedding. Hiding the only witness in such a situation could be due to the people's faith in the Saintess, his affection for his fiancée, or the importance of her reputation. Could be either. Looking at Renee, Sidin remarked, My lady, you seem different from the rumors. I heard you secretly admired the Crown Prince for a long time. Meeting you, it doesn't seem like admiration. Renee replied, I did before, but not now. No, it's closer to hatred. No matter how many times I replay it, I wonder if I could ever like someone who put me in this situation. On the contrary, I think I've lost all affection. Sidin was silent for a moment before speaking. There's something I want to say. The Crown Prince and the Saintess within the Empire, they were known as the lovers of the century, but the reality is different. Their engagement was nothing more than a partnership, formed for mutual benefit. Renee exclaimed, I knew it. They weren't in love. Wait, why are you suddenly telling me this? Regardless, if what you say is true, then I understand. They were engaged for their own interests. It's all because he wants to eliminate any suspicion that he was the one who kidnapped and murdered his fiancée. Getting rid of me would also remove a thorn in his side. I found my answer, so I'll be going. Sidin quickly called out to her. Hey, wait, my lady, are you a member of the Dark Guild? Renee retorted, what are you talking about? Of course, I'm just a human. Sidin pressed further. Then how can a human body travel to a place like that? That's an impossible power. No matter how I think about it, a human can't possess that kind of strength. Not just powerful, but profoundly dark. It's like that strength is fueled by pure resentment. A human life is so short. What could someone possibly go through to acquire such power? Renee was silent for a moment before replying, Try dying 58 times. Or, you could try saving the world. Sidin stared blankly. But, I heard you never grasped the core issues. How could you conceal such strength? With that kind of power, you could unify the entire continent under the Empire. Unify for what? Renee asked. I have absolutely no interest in that. Sidin's next words stopped Renee in her tracks. I see. So, you've truly dedicated yourself solely to the path of the sword. I've decided. I will serve you, my lady. A series of caws echoed in the air. Renee was momentarily speechless at this declaration. Sidin Answerat. Who was he? A man who had achieved so much that he was hailed as the light of the Empire. Yet his common birth, shrouded in mystery, earned him both scorn and admiration. His sole focus was the way of the sword. The path Sidin walked wasn't for the sake of garnering disdain or praise, but a relentless pursuit of surpassing his own limitations. However, even the crown prince, the strongest in the empire, couldn't satisfy his thirst for challenge. When one loses their purpose, a crushing sense of ennui descends. I lost interest in everything, he confessed. But then, one day, the will to live, something I'd long forgotten, was rekindled. I met the hope of my life. He paused, his voice thick with emotion. And that was Rene Maxius. Sedin placed a hand over his heart. Please, he implored, teach me your invaluable lessons. Rene was utterly shocked. What? Is he asking me to be his master? I haven't done anything like this in a long time, let alone taken a disciple. No matter how many years pass, it always ends the same way. Living alone is hard enough, but I hate being responsible for someone else's life. Is this guy seriously making me reconsider? After a moment of contemplation, Rene made her choice. The answer is no. Do you dislike me, my lady? Sedin asked. Not at all, Rene replied. I'm quite intrigued by you. I just don't like being responsible for anyone. So you should go. Sedin pleaded, wait, my lady. He then put on an incredibly endearing expression. Rene, looking at him, thought, damn, what is this? He's like the cutest Cerberus in the solar system. The healing wave king, finding Sedin quite handsome, advised Rene to reconsider. Fine, she conceded to the healing wave king. But this is the last time. Turning back to Sedin, she said, all right, speak. Sedin seized the opportunity. My progress has plateaued despite rigorous training. Even crossing blades with the crown prince didn't ignite anything within me. But since meeting you, I feel something awakening inside. Seeing his expression, Rene felt a flicker of alarm. Wait, no way. That baby-like face, have I lived too long and finally gone soft? Sedin continued, a competitive spirit. It's a burning desire to surpass you. For the first time, I feel this urge to defeat someone. Rene grimaced at the three spirits. Which one of you told me to reconsider? She sighed. Well, thank you for your concern. Truly. Sedin placed his hand on his chest. I don't want you to simply accept it. If you take me as your disciple, Sedin pleaded, his voice earnest, I will serve you with both body and soul. I will bring you whatever you desire, Lady Rene. Any command you give, I will obey. Rene considered this for a moment. He had the potential to be a valuable source of information. What to do? Very well, Rene decided. I will accept you as my disciple. The moment she agreed, a special quest notification appeared. Loyal disciple, you have acquired your first disciple. Deepen this bond. Quest completion requirement. Reach 500 affinity points with Sedin Answerat. Reward. Reputation plus 50. Change in relationship between Sedin and Rene. Thank you, Master, Sedin responded. Please, Rene corrected, a little flustered. Just call me Lady Rene, as usual. Understood, Lady Rene, Sedin replied obediently. You said you would serve me body and soul, didn't you? Rene pressed. Then let me ask you something. Sedin sat up straight, his gaze fixed on Rene. I will answer anything you ask, Lady Rene. Seeing his earnest demeanor, Rene thought to herself, he's so obedient, it's making me nervous. Are all virtual world characters like this? Aloud, she said, regarding the Crown Prince and the Saintess, tell me everything you know. Ah, you're currently serving under the Crown Prince, isn't that right? Will this be difficult for you? Not at all, Sedin assured her. I won't hide anything from my master. I haven't even sworn an oath of loyalty to the Crown Prince yet. This was good news, but it also made Rene feel a pang of guilt. Sedin continued, as I told you before, it's best not to make an enemy of the Crown Prince. He holds considerable power and influence. Rene ruffled Sedin's hair. Are you worried about me now? She asked, a small smile playing on her lips. You're just like Cerberus. This isn't something you can take lightly, Lady Rene, Sedin insisted. Rene waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I'll handle it. Just answer my question. Sedin's answer then mirrored Rene's own deductions. Saintess Reincarnated received the blessing of Belus and is considered the embodiment of the god. Thanks to her abilities and kind nature, she is beloved by all the people of the empire. The Crown Prince was to marry the Saintess and thus gain the unwavering trust of the people. He put considerable effort into ensuring the marriage would proceed without incident. However, the Crown Prince is not one to tolerate even the smallest flicker of opposition. He snuffs it out. And so, the Saintess disappeared, Rene concluded. Furthermore, witness testimony suggests she left intentionally. That is what the witness said, Sedin confirmed. Even hearing the account secondhand fills one with pity. The witness was the youngest priest Sidin explained. He attended to the saintess and claimed she always seemed burdened by some worry. He said he often heard her murmuring in her sleep about needing to leave. Then the saintess vanished while the priest slept, and he reported it to the crown prince, Renee summarized. But what could be so dangerous that she had to flee in the night? Sidin spoke, his voice low. If a bride disappears before the wedding, claiming danger, suspicion naturally falls upon the groom. The crown prince is deeply concerned about this, especially given the potential for it to empower his enemies. Renee, unsure what Sidin meant by enemies, prompted him to explain. The saintess enjoyed significant support from the queen and the Idinvan Ramdesan nobles, Sidin elaborated. In truth, she was the crown prince's only rival, even in political matters. Currently, the only remaining members of the imperial family are the queen and the crown prince, not counting the emperor. This puts him in a precarious position. Sidin tilted his head, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Why do you say that, Lady Renee? So, to clear the murder charge, we have to find the saintess and bring her back. But it seems strange to expect someone who intentionally ran away from some kind of danger to return, doesn't it? I've been pondering that quite a bit. Sidin looked at Renee and said, my lady. Renee covered Sidin's eyes. Don't look at me like that. I'm not as virtuous as you think. Sidin replied. I feel like such a fool for believing those rumors. I'll go and set them straight immediately. Renee protested. No, stay put. After all, I came here to prove my innocence. Since the problem seems to stem from the crown prince, I think we should handle this carefully. Sidin took Renee's hand. I don't understand how you plan to resolve this. Could you teach me? Seeing Sidin like this, Renee found him endearing. It's not difficult. We just need to meet with him and negotiate. Sidin said, but the crown prince won't listen to you, my lady. Renee tweaked his nose. Who says? I prefer communication through words, Sidin. Communication through words. You're clearly planning to use force. I think that's a good idea, too, since the crown prince is no match for you. Damn it, you little devil. What do you take me for? If you're thinking threaten, you're not entirely wrong, but not a threat to his life. To negotiate, we first have to meet the crown prince. Like you said, he might ignore my request, but it's still better than storming the imperial palace. That would be far too troublesome. Sidin, do you know how to make a man leave his house? You burn it down. With that, the two of them got into a carriage and left. Sidin, curious, asked, my lady, may I ask you a question? Why did you bring me to stay at the Duke's mansion? Renee thought to herself, why indeed? It's all because of that blasted relationship. Having him there might increase his favorability. Aloud, she said, because I want us to become friends. You mean, to become even closer? My lady, you don't need to be so formal when you're teaching me. I'm also learning from you just by being around you. Do you think I'll become a burden to you? That's what I was thinking. Because if you're with me, the plan will progress much faster. Sidin said dejectedly, is that the reason? But perhaps it would be better if I didn't accompany you. Renee asked, puzzled why. Sidin's face fell. You are the lady of a ducal house, and compared to you, I'm just a commoner. Just by bringing me along, you'll be subjected to scrutiny. Renee crossed her arms. Is your brain addled? Sidin continued, noble families don't look kindly on a swordsman of common birth. Because I didn't want to associate with them, I refused the offer to become a marquis and remain a knight. No matter what, they still see me as a commoner. Hearing these words, Renee thought to herself, it's no coincidence a dragon was born in a hot spring. They're afraid of the danger Sidin represents if he gains power, so they want to belittle him and exploit his weaknesses. Everyone's the same. That's all too familiar to me. Many people fear and respect my power, but at the same time, they hope I'll fall. Sometimes they try to use me with flattery, but what they really want is to betray me and steal my reputation. In this world, that role belongs to Sidin, not me. But he seems quite determined. Don't you think the priests are rather reluctant around me? On the contrary, if he accompanies someone with a reputation like mine, his own reputation will plummet. Sidin's reputation is so high that it makes my worry seem like a joke. Renee watched Sidin sigh and thought, that's not right. Why would someone so easygoing and accepting sigh like that? He wouldn't think he's bothering me, would he? Isn't that usually the case? Renee asked, Sidin, you're called the light of the empire, aren't you? Sidin replied, yes, although it's a bit embarrassing, that's true. Renee was contemplating whether to tell him or not, but since she had to act like a proper master, she felt she should say something to him, having experienced a similar life herself. Even I, a noble, am a disgrace to Maxius, Renee said. You, a commoner, are the light of the empire. You must know, if they don't badmouth you, they can't stand it. Even when you're discouraged or tired of it, don't try to avoid it. Be confident. You don't need to care about anyone's opinion. Only small-minded people are so arrogant. And stop frowning like that. Aren't you afraid of wrinkles? Anyway, you'll have to help me later, so you won't have time to care about the people you hate and the people who hate you, right? Just be confident in the reputation you've earned and live comfortably with it. Sedin's expression shifted as he thought. So that's it. I feel my boredom and discomfort lessening. By the way, you're my guest now. If you're not bold and confident, you'll get into trouble. My mansion is full of nitpickers, so don't mind them. Seeing Renee's attitude, Sedin thought that inviting her to be his master was indeed the right choice, and his hagangdu towards her increased by 50. By this time, they had arrived back at the mansion. Renee had been lecturing Sedin in a condescending manner, but they ran into them as soon as they returned. Let's get this straight, Renee announced. Aside from our master-disciple relationship, Sedin has decided to help me for a while, so don't cause unnecessary trouble. Andy barked. Renee Maxius, do you even realize you're a lady? Why are you dragging a man into the house so late at night? What followed was a verbal sparring match. Hey, are your ears clogged? What do you mean? You need to fix that rude way of talking. So noisy. Worry about yourself first, you little young master, chirping all day long. Are you a chicken or something? A chicken. A lady with such a vulgar way of speaking. Anyone listening would think I'm actually treated like a lady. Just put on the clothes, and that's it, huh? They disregard my words like it's an everyday occurrence. And you guys can't even control your only sister. Lady my foot. Just treat me like a normal person. Andy said, Renee Maxius, no matter how stubborn you are, you're still a duke's daughter. Even if he's an investigator and the crown prince's swordsmanship master, a commoner will always be a commoner. So if you know your place, go back to your room. Renee grabbed Sedin's hand and retorted, oh, that sounds nice. Keep going. My Sedin is the only swordsmanship master in this empire. And status is so important, huh? Instead of wasting time on this nonsense, why don't you scurry back to your study and do something useful? Bringing a guest here and not even knowing how to welcome them properly. Honestly, all those named Annie have mush for brains. Hearing this, Annie was stunned for a full 5 seconds. Even so, do you think you're in any position to be bringing people here? I gave you the freedom to go out because you said you'd prove your innocence, and you dare bring a man back with you. What's the meaning of this? This man is here to help me prove my innocence. If you're not going to do that, then shut your mouth and stay put. Renee looked at him, thinking, take that, you little punk. This is what experience gets you. Done now. Can I go? She turned to follow Sedin. As Renee walked away, Auntie called after her frantically, you can't just leave. Wait. Oh, yes, I can. I have a guest, and I'm very busy, so don't bother me. Read the papers tomorrow morning. If you've read them, I'll happily answer your questions then. Read the papers. Is she looking down on us? Curio, standing beside Annie, muttered, I think we're doomed. That's the first time I've ever seen her so confident. Annie replied, Curio, do you actually believe her now? Curio said, even if she is crazy, having the king of mercenaries on her side makes her pretty credible, doesn't it? And if she's proven innocent, it's good for the family too. Andy remained silent. I know that. That's why I'm so uneasy. If what Renee says is true, if even the only suspect is innocent. Rian, how am I supposed to find you? I have a feeling this mercenary has something to do with the Saintus. The next morning, the sun's so bright. It's actually warm. No sunlight ever reached me. I couldn't feel any warmth in that monster-filled tower. Those days are truly over. Sedin must be awake by now. The people in this mansion probably won't look after my guest, so I'll have to do it myself. Even though I gave him a pep talk, he's probably still feeling awkward. Oh, it's been a while. I didn't realize someone was there. Though surprising, I do have a convenient, if uncomfortable, passive skill, superhuman senses. I heightened all my senses to the point I could instinctively perceive my surroundings. With the constant barrage of attacks from the tower, I always had this skill active. But true to its name, it prevented deep sleep and proper meals. I called it the Destroyer of Peace. But after coming here, I deactivated it. That's why I only knew Sedin arrived through the Nightmares report. The reason is simple. In this world, it seems no one can lay a finger on me. I had to turn it off to give them a chance. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. A maid named Irene entered. What is it? Renee asked. The maid, arms crossed, said they told you to come down. Who? Go where? The maid gave a scornful smile. Do you really not know? How many people would be summoning you in the Duke's mansion? Besides the young master, Who else would it be? Renee thought, honestly, these people are impossible to like. The maid continued her taunts. Do you still not understand your place? You're not Lady Maxius. You're the disgrace of the Maxius family. Unable to even wield a sword. They expect good character and reputation from me. All I'm good for is looking pretty, right? Renee leaned back in her chair, thinking, the casual way they insult me to my face, this clearly isn't the first time. She looked at them and said, you lot, obsessed with numbers. You're all the same, no matter where you crawl. I've been racking my brain, trying to figure out what to do with you all. Should I buy you off with money or possessions? But perhaps, here, ability reigns supreme. Oh, really? A servant retorted. That's absurd. The young master has ability, not you. You don't even have any power, do you? Renee unleashed a wave of oppressive aura. That's because you failed to recognize it. Instantly, the servant struggled to breathe, gasping, help me. Terror gripped the servant. Renee then deployed the breath of the stars technique, its effect inducing sleep. As the technique settled, the servant collapsed unconscious. The others panicked. Is she dead? Renee replied calmly, not dead, just sleeping. Another servant, trembling, stammered, I was wrong, Lady Renee. Please, spare me. Yesterday, after reprimanding Sedin, the truth is, I've been looked down upon just like him. When you're weaker, you're always underestimated. When you're strong, you're the first one thrown into the jaws of death. But whether weak or strong, I've never felt at peace. Renee folded her arms. Why are people so foolish? They're all weak themselves, yet they bully those even weaker. And in the end, I resorted to overwhelming force against them. The Tide King of Healing said I shouldn't concern myself with it. The blood-soaked cult leader shook his head, saying I should reflect on what troubles me. The Lord of Temptation, he advised me to simply destroy everything that bothers me. Well, all right then. I'm fine now. Just a momentary melancholy. Thanks to you all, I feel much better. Renee turned to the remaining servant. Oh, right. You said Annie summoned me. The servant stammered. Why, yes, my lady. He requested your presence downstairs for dinner. Ah, but first to prepare yourself. All right, I'll be going then. You can deal with her. As Renee walked, she thought, if word of this gets out, at least the maids won't bother me anymore, right? Compared to my past life, I'm being far more lenient. Exiting the room, she bumped into Sedin. So, the lone wolf has arrived. I can sense that brutal aura of yours. Hard to miss. Oh, you sense that? Sedin asked. Are you all right? Is there any reason I shouldn't be? What's more, are you blaming me? Being harsh with those who deserve it is perfectly normal. Why would Lady Renee do such a thing? Renee sighed. Let's see, everyone who comes to me ends up blaming me for something. Has anyone treated you that way since we met? I told you. What? I'm fine now. And he called for us, so let's go see what he wants. They both proceeded to where Auntie was waiting. He slammed a knife down onto a piece of paper and barked, Explain yourself, Renee Maxius. The newspaper on the table reads as follows. Sedin began, tapping the paper with a blue pen. The 23-year-old priest, Babathane, stated, We couldn't stop the saintess from escaping at dawn. Before that, we heard the saintess murmuring in her sleep that she had to run away from the crown prince. As a witness, he pointed out that something was hidden. He is the saintess's last witness, and at the same time, a victim forced by the crown prince to be a false suspect. An investigation is currently being conducted impartially. Renee Maxius, who is currently under heavy criticism as a suspect, hid this witness and raised suspicions against His Highness. Sedin paused, looking at Renee. This is so noisy. Would I have to explain again? I mean this article, Auntie retorted, gesturing sharply at the paper. What is there left for me to explain? I haven't even read the article about myself yet. Or do you need me to read it again? He turned to another person in the room. You just keep going, huh? And he slumped back, exasperated, daring to raise suspicions against the crown prince. Have you even considered the trouble our family will face with an article like this coming out? Father is still in the imperial palace. Renee calmly picked up a piece of food and gestured towards Annie with it. Your stomach seems empty, so you're being sensitive. Eat something first. Annie snapped. I'm not eating. I told you, I'll prove my innocence. Renee insisted, her voice firm. Don't you see? The priest. Maybe I played around a bit with that pen name, but I'm not lying. Annie challenged her. Is this testimony even reliable? Sedin stood up, interjecting. Although we can't be certain, if the crown prince wanted to hide it personally, it must be credible. Annie looked incredulous. That's strange. Didn't the crown prince say that your order, Sedin, was to investigate the case? Hearing you talk, it feels like you're turning your back on His Highness. Sedin replied calmly. I can't be loyal to the crown prince. I am conducting an investigation as a knight of the Empire and uncovering the truth. Auntie glared at him, revealing case information to the suspect is investigating. Sidin countered, "That's a strange thing to say. Are you uncomfortable helping your sister? Or are you inconvenienced by your sister being cleared of suspicion?" Renee, observing Sidin's sharp retorts, felt a surge of satisfaction. Auntie sputtered, "I don't know what kind of close relationship you have with my sister." "Of course you wouldn't know," Sidin interrupted, "because I don't have one." Auntie, flustered, demanded, "Then why?" Sidin looked directly at Renee. "So, for now on, I will start to build one." Renee thought to herself, "He really means what he says. I'm so embarrassed." Pointing at Auntie, Renee declared, "Right, now it's your turn." "My turn." Annie questioned. For an apology, Renee clarified, "Did you forget you were rude to my guest yesterday? Even if that person is the king's tax collector and the crown prince's swordsmanship master, common courtesy still applies." Auntie, finally relenting, bowed his head slightly. "My apologies, Sir Anciras. My behavior yesterday was a mistake." Sidin responded, "You don't need to apologize to me. There's someone else who deserves a sincere apology." Renee seized the opportunity. "Exactly, me too. Why you and her?" Auntie protested. "You were rude to me too. Why did you yell at me?" "Renee," he continued, his voice rising again, "you were just as rude. Isn't it because of you that our family is being accused of murdering the saintess?" "No, I was framed," Renee retorted. "Even the witness came to me. You were just as rude as I was." And he pointed at Renee. "Being suspected is a consequence of your usual behavior. There's still no concrete evidence to prove the article's claims. If more definitive proof emerges, then I'll apologize." He paused, a grim smile playing on his lips. The blood-soaked cult leader said he'd turn that writer into a ghoul. The Tide King of Healing has a cauldron of boiling water simmering quietly, and the Lord of Temptation has prepared a ritual to summon a demon lord. Renee seethed inwardly. He's right, though his words are infuriating. When will this ridiculous charade end? Renee set down her spoon and dabbed her mouth. "I'm finished. Are you? We should prepare to receive our guest. Someone is about to arrive." An unseen communication reached her. The Tide King of Healing reports a guest approaching the manor. "A guest? You invited someone else?" Annie asked, bewildered. "No," Renee replied, a hint of amusement in her voice. "He came on his own accord. He's an uninvited guest." Annie frowned. "Came on his own? What do you mean?" Just then, the door swung open and a servant rushed in. "Forgive the interruption, young master, but I have urgent news." He whispered something in Auntie's ear, draining the color from the young man's face. Auntie bolted towards the door. "You, what have you done?" Sidin, walking beside Renee, asked, "Did you invite someone else besides me?" Renee crossed her arms. "Yes, someone you know very well." Elsewhere, in the Maxius Gardens, unseen observers reacted to the unfolding events. The blood-soaked cult leader lamented the sheer number of handsome men in the world. The Tide King of Healing smiled blissfully. The Lord of Temptation munched on popcorn, delighted that Sidin's lover had finally appeared. "Wait, Sidin's lover. Old man, you've got the wrong word. Regardless, it's time to proceed. The moment of truth has arrived." Lady Renee Maxius, a figure, entered the scene. This is the crown prince of the Randesian Empire, Renee's unrequited admirer. "Greetings, Your Highness." As Renee spoke, the crown prince's status information materialized, available for all to see. Everyone can pause to review it. Renee had a sinking feeling. "I have a feeling I'm about to be dragged into another mess." Renee's simple greeting caused the crown prince's affection rating to drop by 10 points. "If you don't like me, just say it. Don't make me feel so awkward." Auntie stepped forward to ease the tension. "Your Highness, to what do we owe the pleasure of this unannounced visit?" The crown prince approached Renee, his gaze intense. He's not even trying to hide his hostility. "Who are you?" Renee brushed the crown prince's hand away. "Please refrain from touching me, Your Highness." The crown prince's voice hardened. "Don't provoke me. Hand it over and I'll leave. I'm sure you have something to say." Renee looked at the crown prince, her thoughts racing. "He's the strongest in the empire. He's still not on my level." The crown prince spoke with conviction. "That doesn't matter now. I'm certain you're the culprit." Renee sensed a surge of magical energy. A powerful magical force is emanating from him. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand this. "What should I do?" Annie recalled his sister's words. "It's not that difficult. Just emphasize it. Trust and protect your family, even if it's just this once." He stepped in front of Renee, shielding her. "Your Highness, I believe this is an impossibility for someone who doesn't even know how to wield a sword." Renee noticed Auntie's trembling hands. "He's protecting me. Honestly, he's shaking like a leaf." The crown prince drew his sword. You've never learned swordsmanship, yet you stand so firmly. When Rian disappeared, the reports suggested the culprit possessed extraordinary abilities. It didn't match your profile, so the true perpetrator remains unidentified. But someone with such power. Speak, where is Rian? Renee, bewildered, stammered what? I have absolutely nothing to do with it. The crown prince remained unconvinced. Renee, bracing herself with a hand, retorted, it's true. And furthermore, I have a question for you, your highness. What did you do to the saintess? How dare you question me? He spat. So you chose that tactic, did you? What to do? Perhaps the empire's sword should tremble before commoner. The crown prince, enraged, lunged to attack, but Sidin darted forward, intercepting him. Step aside, Sidin. I can't. I don't believe she's the culprit. You're taking her side now. I'm not taking anyone's side. In this empire, no one hated Rian more than her. With Rian missing and her suddenly possessing this power, what more do I need to say? I understand, but please calm down, your highness. Logically, if someone with such power were responsible, wouldn't they have used a safer method? If you truly want to find the culprit, then please, let's cooperate. Renee thought to herself, look at that. If Sidin hadn't stopped him, I would have decked him. The crown prince turned to Renee. But you raised my suspicions. How do you explain that? You're the one who hid the witness, which led to me being accused. Thanks to that, I ended up in a cell. So these actions are born of desperation. But I'm not apologizing. Auntie and the crown prince fell silent. Well, this is a rather long story. Let's move this conversation elsewhere. The four of them moved to a different location. Annie took his sister's hand and whispered, Renee, do you have magic? What's that supposed to mean? Renee told the other two to go ahead. She looked at Annie and thought, I even held my own against the crown prince, but my favorability rating hasn't improved. He definitely won't believe anything I say with it this low. That's none of your business, she replied. I'm your brother. As your brother, I deserve to know. Deserve to know. Fine. Since when are we so close? Renee then used the skill breath of the constellations, causing Andy to fall unconscious. Sorry, Andy, but I don't think you're worthy. You should have defended the real Renee like this. Seeing Andy collapse, the crown prince asked, is he really a swordsmanship expert? Sidin thought, I can't believe it. I've witnessed Lady Renee's magic again. Renee helped Annie into a chair. That's hardly relevant. Didn't you come here to retract the article? This situation is important too, the crown prince replied. Then answer truthfully. Was that power? Did you truly sell your soul to a demon? Yeah, sold it, whatever. But that happened after I died and came back to life 58 times. Are you playing word games with me? Renee thought, no, dude. I'd love to explain, but it's ridiculously complicated. The crown prince stared into Renee's eyes. How many spells can you use? To withstand my magic like that, your swordsmanship must also be considerable. But to this extent, Renee interrupted, why should I explain my magic to you? I think you're misunderstanding something. I have no intention of working for you, even if we share the same goal of finding the saintess. He conceded, fine, I won't ask any more questions about it. But why did you hide it? If you were recognized as a magic swordsman, you would be treated well. You could succeed the duke or receive a title and establish a new family, instead of living as the shame of Maxius like now. Renee thought silently, this guy calling me the shame just because I didn't have power. The principle of the law of the jungle is that the strong prey on the weak and rule them. According to the Lord of Temptation, this world is going mad because of the law for the strong. The original masters of this continent were actually monsters. Those monsters reproduced much faster and stronger than humans. But humans are very intelligent. They joined forces to defeat the monsters, built cities, and established empires. Monsters were driven out of the boundaries drawn by humans, and humans became the rulers of the continent. From then on, the era of humankind began and the Renaissance unfolded. Because the resource-rich areas were no longer dangerous, humans turned their swords on each other to compete, subjugating the weak, battling the strong. The Randisan Empire has continuously developed by pursuing the law of the strongest. An empire where conflict and competition are constant. This family is famous for its swordsmanship. The crown prince prioritizes a newly emerged strong individual over proper marriage. A young lady considered the family's disgrace because she is weak. It's all due to the strangeness of this continent. Renee slammed her hand on the table. Really, just by revealing it, I could aim for the position of Maxius' successor, become a new noble, or not have to face this ridicule anymore. But I don't care about the benefits you offer. What will you do when you become the successor? Establish another generation destined for trouble. D. Power or honor, but now I just find it really annoying. And for those who don't know how to measure a person's worth beyond strength, I don't need to be treated well. They always ignored me and didn't even treat me like a human being. I seem to have gained more use thanks to this power, and it's disgusting to receive such fake, waiting on hand and foot treatment. The Crown Prince said, just for that reason, my lady. It sounds like you know nothing about this world. This world, I feel sorry for it. So what if I say that? Would you get engaged to me instead of the saintess and use me? What? Angry already? Don't you understand? I'm just stating the truth. The Crown Prince turned to Sidin, but he had turned away. Don't blame Sidin, because from the beginning, he couldn't even be loyal to your highness. I don't care about the relationship between you and the saintess, because I just need to prove my innocence. Renee wanted to quickly return to see her beloved puppy. So, can we hurry up? Come on, focus. Whether I have magic or not isn't important. I just want to say that I'm not the real culprit, and I need you to announce a correction. Renee thought to herself, the only way to clear the suspicion is to borrow the words of someone more credible than me, such as this Crown Prince. The Crown Prince asked, are you truly innocent? Renee retorted, it's more like I want to ask your highness that very question. The Crown Prince clutched his head. Am I mad? Why would I kill Rian? She's my fiancée. Why would I kill the future empress of the empire? There's a reason to kill, a saintess who wishes to leave you. I understand your highness suspects me because of my recent actions. It would be strange not to, but if you're trying to frame me after committing the deed yourself, I absolutely won't stand for it. That article was my counterattack. Instead of proving my innocence, I'll present a new suspect. You, your highness. From now on, I'll be watching your every move to see if you're the culprit. How will I make you reveal your true feelings, your highness? The Crown Prince, enraged, spat back. I don't know where you heard that story, but it's utter nonsense. Oh, but what if it's the truth? You threatened the saintess to prevent her from leaving, but it wasn't entirely successful. Everything you gained from your engagement to her would vanish like a midsummer night's dream. So you killed her. Slamming his fist on the table, the Crown Prince roared, Rian never once wanted to leave me. Can your highness provide proof of that claim? I, on the other hand, can prove I'm not the murderer. Listen well, lady. If there's anyone on this continent unconditionally innocent, it's me. Renee gazed at the Crown Prince, her thoughts churning. His magic is as turbulent as his emotions. If he were truly the culprit, he couldn't feign this much grief. What do you all think? Should we believe him? What's with you, old man? Abstaining. That's just lazy. Sigh, this is going nowhere. Let's call a truce. Please, both of you, take a step back. I'll write an article. Please retract the accusations against me. The Crown Prince scowled. I don't have the authority to do that. But your highness is in charge of the saintess's disappearance investigation. Even if I am, you need compelling evidence to prove your innocence. Renee produced a piece of paper. Will this suffice as evidence? I found this where the saintess was last seen. It suggests the saintess may still be alive. What could be more certain? I became a suspect because the saintess disappeared within Duke Maxius's territory. But I was imprisoned in the mansion's basement at the time, and the saintess was reportedly outside the mansion grounds. That means I'm innocent, unless the saintess is now undead. The Crown Prince took the paper. Where did you get this? Why should I tell you? The Wave King, healing, dejected, berates herself for not finding it sooner. Sobi, 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 Sobi. Did I do something wrong? The Crown Prince stared at the paper. If I can actually find Rian with this, I'll clear your name. Fine. If you confirm that, then it's settled. So, wait until then. What are you talking about? I may seem like I don't understand the situation, but no matter how much you suspect me, you're still the most likely suspect. Suddenly, the paper began to disintegrate before the Crown Prince's eyes. Your Highness, you truly don't seem to grasp the situation. I still believe you the suspect, and that was the proof I found. I'll concede if you allow me to accompany you. Since we're both suspicious of each other, you should be grateful, shouldn't you? The Crown Prince, startled, thought to himself, she crushed it with magic, didn't she? Aloud, he said, what guarantee is there that you won't go there and kill Rian? Renee retorted, and what about your Highness? Honestly, if I were going to kill this saintess, I would have done a proper job of it. You know what I'm capable of now. So, we have a truce then. Feeling ignored, Renee cursed inwardly, ignore my ass. I'll consider it a truce. We'll depart together in 2 hours. If you act on your own by then, I'll hand over all this information to the Empress. Sidin approached and took Renee's hand. My lady, wait a moment. Renee questioned, what are you doing? You just touched the Crown Prince's hand. So, I just want to help you clean it. Seeing this, the crown prince angrily asked, You, since when did you become Rene, Maxius's loyal dog? Sidin glared. A dog. Please be careful with your words. The crown prince retorted, I don't know what promises she made to change her mind, but I bet you'll regret it soon. Well, I regret working for the royal family even more. My lady is nothing like you, your highness. It's almost a pity to even compare the two of you. That sounds rather rude, answer your ass. Yes, it is. If it were my lady, she wouldn't behave like this. The crown prince crossed his arms dismissively. Seems your words have teeth, don't they? Sidin replied, only to the ears of the listener. You should prepare for our departure. They quickly set off together. The crown prince asked, Are you all right, my lady? Renee questioned, Why? We've left Maxius territory. So, what does that have to do with whether I'm all right or not? Aren't you famous for never leaving your territory except for banquets? Renee was unaware of this reputation. She tried to cover up, I can't imprison myself in the family estate forever. The crown prince, upon hearing this, remarked, Unexpected. First time I've heard you say that. Nothing unexpected about it. You know nothing about me. Renee thought to herself, It seems I'm the one who knows nothing about Renee. Why does she keep surprising me? I thought she was just a villainess with childish thoughts, but the more I understand, the more I realize she's a much more complex person. Looking at Renee's attire, the crown prince asked, As far as I know, you don't usually dress like this. Not wearing anything but dresses and skirts. Renee replied, No, I prefer clothes like these. Renee thought, I feel guilty towards Renee for changing her preferences. After all, I've been wearing dresses everywhere lately. These clothes I'm wearing are Andy's. The crown prince turned and asked, Then why did you dress like that before? Renee questioned, So, because I've changed, should I inform you beforehand? I'm not in love with you anymore. It's good that fewer people are bothered now, isn't it? Did you think I'd pursue you forever? Don't worry, after this is over, you won't see me again. No, I suppose I had to. I had to tell myself I'd never love you again. Despite her words, Renee felt a pang of guilt for her other self, Renee Rill. From now on, she would treat this phantom love as if it had never existed. The crown prince stared blankly for a moment before asking, So, what do you plan to do now? Renee, bewildered, replied, What do you mean? The crown prince retorted, Are you planning to latch onto someone else, just like you did with me? Don't tell me Sidin is next. Anger flared in Renee. What in the world are you talking about? The crown prince continued, Sidin is a skilled swordsman, but he's naive. Yesterday, I saw how he seemed captivated by you. You feigned vulnerability to stir his compassion. Why else would you flaunt that contrived helplessness to attract his attention? I'm losing my patience, Renee snapped. Look, I don't know what's going on in that head of yours, but mind your own business. She mentally willed herself to teleport away. Seeing Renee's fury, Sidin rushed to her side. My lady, he said, we should be there in a few more hours. A few more hours, Renee exclaimed. That's far too slow. This is ridiculous. My apologies, my lady. That lot should be the ones apologizing. If that idiot had any sense, he wouldn't have dragged the entire nightly order along, wasting everyone's time. The longer this takes, the angrier I get. Why did I ever like that jerk? Now I need to stay as far away from him as possible. Sidin's gaze hardened. Just give the word, my lady, and I will take care of him. Renee grimaced. Please, if I wanted him dead, I would have done it myself long ago. Besides, how can you even suggest such a thing? It sounds like treason. My loyalty lies with you, my lady, not with the crown prince. Right, Renee sighed. I appreciate the sentiment. Looking into Renee's eyes, Sidin sensed her anxiety. My lady, he asked gently, are you all right? Perhaps I'm being presumptuous, but you seem troubled. You're right, Renee admitted, forcing a smile. I shouldn't worry so much. I'll be fine. As she spoke, she channeled the divine power of the blessing of the waters, dispelling her fatigue and invigorating her body. Then, she spurred her horse forward, taking the lead. I tried to hide it, but Sidin was right. I am worried. It had been a while since the main quest had appeared, and the special quest was nearing completion, but the epic quest reward was still nowhere in sight. The epic quest in her previous life. Prevent the tower's master from enacting his world-destroying plot. The master resided on the highest floor of the tower. Completion requirement, the tower's master's death. Reward, the end. Return to the original world. That was the quest that was supposed to send me home. Perhaps the requirements were different due to the different genres, or maybe she needed to complete other tasks first. She had been deliberately more proactive to avoid any loopholes, but the quest with the reward of returning home was still missing. Even when she complained, the system remained unresponsive. Times like these amplified her anxiety. First, I need to focus on proving my innocence. But I can't stop thinking about it. Am I stuck here? Will I never be able to go back? A short while later, they arrived at their destination. The note indicated the place where the saintess, Rien, was last seen, a small, unremarkable territory, easily found. A soldier apprehended a man and brought him before the crown prince. Your Highness, the soldier announced, we have captured the saintess's kidnapper. Renee thought to herself, this guy. If the crown prince hadn't shown up because of that article, I would have found him ages ago. What a waste of time. The captured man stammered, I am Derek, Your Highness. The crown prince pressed the tip of his sword closer. Unless you want that name etched on your tombstone, tell me what you know about Rien. Derek whimpered, Hick, I only knew the saint stayed at my residence. If not for the coachman's words, I truly wouldn't have known she was the saintess. The crown prince questioned, why would Rien come here? Did you have someone who needed help? Derek trembled, why yes, no, Your Highness. Could you perhaps enter the residence and take a look? Renee stepped forward abruptly. Take me there first. Derek, with a disdainful glance that bypassed Renee and landed on the crown prince, replied, you mean to my residence. Renee, impatient, declared enough. Lead the way. I'll investigate myself. Derek's face fell. Yes, please allow me to guide you. After some time, they arrived at the residence. Renee stared at the opulent structure in disbelief. The saintess had fled to this place of splendor and luxury. Suddenly, a scent caught Renee's attention. Wait, there's something strange. A suspicious, yet familiar smell. Sedin offered, perhaps it's from me. Renee leaned in to sniff him. No, you smell like lavender. There's a coppery tang in the air. Could it be? Renee broke into a run, rushing into the residence. The scent intensified as Renee searched frantically, room by room. She quickly located the source. Slowly, she pushed the door open. My lady, did you find something? Sedin called out. The crown prince followed, close behind. It's dangerous to go alone. I have a bad feeling about this, Renee replied. Sedin at her side whispered, my lady, I believe it's a body. Soldiers quickly moved in to secure the scene. Sedin observed, I can still feel the warmth emanating from the remains. It takes 2 to 3 hours to completely incinerate a body. If it's still this warm, the deed must have been done within the last 20 minutes. That's when we were circling the residence. Renee thought, despair creeping into her heart. We were so close. Even though Anciras didn't bring the knights. No, if I had acted alone, I might have saved her. I don't care about the mission, but it shouldn't have come to this. Alive. Sedin looked at the remains. Is this the saintess? Renee responded, I don't know, but I can sense divine power within it. Those with divine power are rare. If it's strong enough, it can linger even after death, sometimes even amplify. It's twisted, horrific, as if burned alive. How long ago? I was riding from the Phi territory. This proves the saintess was alive until recently. The crown prince picked up a ring from the ashes. Why? Why would they do this? What did Rien ever do? This is the engagement ring I gave her. It can't be anything else. It was enchanted with the highest protection magic. Nothing could destroy it. I knew it would be all that remained. The notification popped up, special mission, explanation complete, mission successful, but with a casualty. I've witnessed countless people burn to death. The Tower Master has a penchant for immolation. If my comrade had been captured, that night I would have witnessed only one thing. The image of my comrade burning atop the tower, the frenzied cheers of the monsters below. So I'm used to this smell. In my past life, I grew sick of it. Derek, beside himself with terror, pleaded, it's a terrible misunderstanding, Your Highness. The saintess left early this morning. The crown prince roared, then explained that body. Derek stammered, I truly don't know. Sedin stepped forward, attempting to placate the crown prince. Your Highness, please calm yourself. We haven't identified the perpetrator yet. The crown prince, releasing Derek, demanded, what time did the saintess leave yesterday? Clutching his throat, Derek choked out, early yesterday morning. She left without a word, I swear. Renee approached, placing a hand on Sedin's shoulder. Sedin, could you step aside? I'll question him directly. Milady will conduct the interrogation herself. Yes. In the meantime, make sure no one enters, not even the crown prince. Now, alone in the room with Derek, Renee stated from now on, you will answer truthfully. Everything. Renee then invoked her skill, Whisper of the Bee Swarm, hypnotizing her subject. Its effectiveness is inversely proportional to the target's mental resistance. If interrupted, the effects become unstable. It's a reliable skill, but choosing the wrong target carries significant risk. That's why I can't use it on the Crown Prince. Now, recall your last memories with the Saintess. Derek responded, darkness. I saw darkness and a lingering hatred. It seems he's already been subjected to a similar skill. Derek continued, I couldn't feel the Saintess's divine power. Rian wasn't divine. She was a demon. Renee was shocked. The Lord of Temptation. I'm shocked, but I disagree that this is the work of a demon. I know that much. Even with the Saintess's cooperation, a demon couldn't achieve this alone. If I use a skill related to suggestion or prompting, will I encounter difficulties? Clearly, someone with similar abilities has interfered. Who is behind this? And what are they aiming for? The King of Healing Waves raised a hand, indicating a desire to speak. Sister Water, Renee inquired. What is it? The King of Healing Waves communicated that the Crown Prince was attempting to destroy evidence. Renee quickly ran to find Crown Prince. Your Highness, is there something you wish to tell me? The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow. And what would that be? Renee hurried closer. The Saintess's will has been found. The Crown Prince sat calmly. You planted a spy among my subordinates. Renee countered, no. Let's just say I have good intuition. The Crown Prince continued, but your actions, milady, suggest more than mere intuition. You clearly have someone within my ranks. Are you watching me? I'm not pleased with that. Renee maintained a calm smile. So, what if I am? If your Highness were in my position, you'd do the same. The Crown Prince sheathed his sword. I've never considered myself in your position. Keeping you from the will was for your own protection. Renee scoffed. Me? I'm sure you're incredibly proud of yourself. The Crown Prince handed the will to Renee. I'm curious if you'll be able to maintain your composure after reading this. Renee snatched the will. It read, My life has been stained by countless tragedies because of the tasks the Empire assigned me, and because of those who place their trust in me. For so long, I haven't been able to speak of this to anyone. I can't bear it any longer. The charade of a false engagement with someone who doesn't love me, someone who, in fact, wants me dead because of that very charade. These two incidents have gnawed at my soul. Even so, I truly wanted to forgive them both. No matter how much they hurt me, I was still willing to love them unconditionally. But they cannot be forgiven for dragging me into this mess. Renee crumpled the paper. Damn all. Now I've jumped onto another sinking ship. It's going down fast. The Crown Prince said, I don't know what you're talking about. Renee gestured at the will. What now? If the entire Empire learns about this will, both you and I are finished. And what about the mission I was given? Failing one or two basic missions wouldn't be a big deal. But the consequences of failing the main mission, those I can't predict. Besides, it's clear that the reward is exactly what I need right now. I was so careful to get the original novel. I'm the type to dismantle things, not rush and headlong like this. If I'm right, something big is going to happen. I have to act, no matter what. The Crown Prince shook his head. As long as you keep your mouth shut, there's no way it'll leak out. This isn't something Rian would do. She's far too naive. Renee frowned, right? Someone intervened and manipulated this. And yet, you still don't sense the danger. The Crown Prince snatched the will back. I've ordered all my subordinates to keep this quiet. There will be no announcement about the body until we confirm whether it truly is Rian. Renee thought, is this guy's head full of fluff? Pointing directly at the Crown Prince, Renee said, if you're so confident, let's make a bet. A bet on whether or not the contents of this will become public. The Crown Prince replied, you want to make a wager in this situation. Renee retorted, do you even understand what's happening? What are you so smugly confident about? This is a trap designed to frame both of us as accomplices. Just because you hid the will and trust your subordinates, you think it will all go your way. I bet you that soon the entire Empire will know the contents of this will. The Crown Prince watched Renee. You seem convinced this will is going to be leaked. What do you take my subordinates for? Then let's bet. You place your faith in your subordinates, and I'll trust my experience. The Crown Prince stepped closer to Renee. Fine, I accept this wager. If I win, you do as I say, unconditionally. I hope it doesn't come to that, but if you win, Renee cut him off. You'll listen to me. It won't take long, I think. Look, your beloved knights have arrived. At that moment, the Crown Prince's knights approached. Your Highness, one said, the Saintess's will is circulating throughout the Empire. Renee now received a side quest, despite sharing the same boat with the Crown Prince. And even though he'd cleared her of the Saints' murder, she was quickly embroiled in another misunderstanding. She was now known as an accomplice of his hero Von Gandisa, the one who drove the Saintess, Rien, to her death. She had to cooperate with the Crown Prince to overcome this crisis and earn his trust. The reward, a certificate of his trust. Renee lay listlessly on the sofa. Why do these kind of quests keep popping up? She muttered. Rien's will was made public, and I'm back to being a runaway Duchess's daughter. I wanted to stay and investigate further, but his hero and Sedinje are like demons, constantly hovering. And why should I have to endure these looks, be blamed for something I didn't do? Sedin and the Crown Prince, his hero, are going to the Imperial Palace to deal with this anyway. I'd rather have a conquest or assassination mission. A quest to resolve a misunderstanding like this is truly annoying. A voice called from the doorway. Renee, may I come in? Renee, recognizing the voice, replied, Is that you, Kiryu? Come in. Kiryu entered, looking bewildered. Huh, what are you doing? You come into my room and sprawl out like you own the place. Renee said casually, Well, is there a problem? Just say what you need to say. Kiryu complained, I heard all the murder accusations were cleared. Father just relayed the message. Renee replied, What good does it do? Another suspicion has already sprung up. Kiryu sat down. Also, everyone in the family is saying they want you to come to the capital. It seems they're trying to force you to overcome this. You should prepare yourself. Renee sat up, thinking to herself, Force me. How kind of them. But you don't seem angry at all. Kiryu asked, puzzled, angry about what? Renee said, No, I mean like Annie. Kiryu stammered, That's because he liked Rien. That's why he was like that. Renee was utterly astonished. Annie, the Saintess. Kiryu replied, You know, he's had a one-sided love for her for 10 years. There's no way you could forget. That's why he got so angry with you. Don't pick fights with Rien anymore. Renee pondered this. So that's how it is. Does he not think I committed the perfect crime? Honestly, he's so magnanimous. Renee asked, Wait, but the Saintess was engaged to the Crown Prince, wasn't she? Kiryu explained, That's why he couldn't act so freely. This was turning into another complicated situation. Renee looked up at the ceiling, thinking, So how will this misunderstanding be resolved? According to the system, this accusation was also a misunderstanding. All this time, it had been a misunderstanding about Renee being a nuisance, and now it was a misunderstanding about the Saintess's death. Renee spoke up, But Kiryu, do you also think I'm the one who killed the Saintess? Kiryu replied, Let's see, at least you weren't directly involved in the murder. Renee said dejectedly, Even so, she wrote in her will that I made her suffer, saying because of you I died is the same thing. In the end, I still caused her death. Kiryu looked at Renee. You've been strange lately. Or maybe my memory isn't good. I don't know. I wonder if it's because I've matured, but my personality seems more subdued these days. Renee continued, Doesn't a person's personality become more subdued as they grow older? That's right. That's exactly what I mean. This is truly bizarre. And more importantly, I never intended to kill Saintess Rien. Renee's eyes widened. What do you mean? Explain yourself. Quickly, tell me what you just said. Kiryu replied, Those assassins weren't sent by you, were they? I know you didn't send them. Renee thought to herself, bewildered, the person who sent the assassins to kill Saintess Rien wasn't me. Kiryu looked surprised. Why are you pretending not to know? Renee immediately asked, All right, if it wasn't me, then who sent them? You know, don't you? Kiryu explained, The Saintess is like the protector of the Empire. Anyone who has a grudge against the Empire or the Crown Prince would want to kill her, right? Among them, there are also those who fanatically support the Saintess, desiring the Empire's downfall more than the Crown Prince's ascension. Renee covered her face with her hands. What is this? Are you sure it wasn't me? Kiryu interrupted. Hey, if you're a Maxius, everyone knows you're not foolish enough to send such a diverse group of assassins. Anything related to Rien makes him lose his mind. That's why he locked you up and threatened you. Then why are you so certain the assassins weren't sent by me? What if I had sent them? Would I have announced it at the banquet like that? I sent assassins. I'm terrifying, so be careful. Why would I say something like that? How do you know? You and Auntie are brothers. Why aren't your words the same? If I can't mature, then shouldn't you two put in more effort? Just as Kiryu said, Renee had taken on someone else's guilt. I'm always left behind because my body is so weak. They must be afraid I'll be looked down upon by outsiders because I'm so terrifying that I could kill the beloved Saintess. Don't treat me carelessly. I'm a powerful person. Is that what he wanted to say? It's as if I'm isolating myself herself, like a child whose body has grown, but nothing else. A child who's gotten bigger, but hasn't even learned how to protect herself. Kiryu clutched his head. Ow, that hurts. I thought you were going to use a wooden sword instead of your fist. Renee sighed. Kiryu, let's start over. Kiryu looked bewildered. Us, including me. Renee flicked Kiryu on the head. You're at fault too, you know. Kiryu rubbed his head, wincing. What did I do? You're the one who's been causing a scene this whole time. Renee declared, neglect and improper upbringing. You know how I'm being treated in this family. She looked at Kiryu, thinking, it seems he knows what he's done. That's right. That's why he came here directly to tell me. Good job. At least you can see my resilience. This isn't a small mistake. Kiryu, annoyed at being patted on the head, grumbled, What's this? Why are you suddenly treating me like a child? Well, you just did something very commendable. Even so, you have to take responsibility. We have to take responsibility for resolving this, to set things right. So from now on, you have to help me as my older brother. Kiryu looked dumbfounded. As your older brother. Exactly. We're family. Even if this relationship isn't like others, it's not too late to change, right? Even if we fail, we have to try. That's right. Renee will return to this body someday. I want to make sure that whenever she leaves this place, she won't have any regrets. Cut to the Arias Ducal Mansion in Ramas, the capital of Randa. An incredibly splendid, luxurious, and elegant room. Wow, this room is probably bigger than a normal mansion. Well, that's not important. Let's just leave it at that. The Healing Wave King gave Renee what she was looking for. A few ideas came to me after talking with Kiryu. Someone like Renee must need a place to vent, but there's no one around her. So, wouldn't a diary be the most logical choice? Normally, everyone around Renee considers her a villainess, so I completely forgot about the possibility that she didn't send the assassins. Well, why didn't I think of this sooner? But where did you find it? The Healing Wave King replied that it was under the mattress. Renee was surprised. Under there. I'm a little surprised no one discovered it. Could it be that no one ever cleans here? Damn it, Renee. I'll make sure you walk on a path of flowers. First, I have to read the most recent entry. Why won't anyone believe me? I haven't even touched Rian. Even Father, who only believes in rumors, feels that something isn't right. It seems this was before she was imprisoned. Let's see what the older pages say. Lady Talia keeps trying to talk to me, but she keeps ignoring me, which makes me so angry. What should I do? Talia this, Talia that, Talia this way, Talia that way. I refuse to do it. Why would I send poison to the Saintess? But if I don't, Talia will just mock me. Talia, what the hell has she been doing? Constantly provoking and instigating Renee. Wait, first I need to try and find entries about Rian. Looking at Rian makes me so uncomfortable. She always pretends to be so kind. Yesterday, she invited me for tea. I only had 1 cup. I only went because I hoped to see the Crown Prince, but I felt incredibly uncomfortable. Rian brought out a cake. She made herself from a newly bought oven. She said she knew I wasn't the one who sent the assassins. I replied that I was too busy to send them. Rian laughed. Why does the Crown Prince like this girl? It's so stupid. In the end, I couldn't refuse Rian's request to meet. However, I knew I would be scolded if Annie or the Crown Prince caught me, so I secretly went to see Rian. I doubt anyone knows about us. It was a formidable shrine. The last time I stepped inside, I felt so strange. It was old and decaying. So I got angry with Rian, but I couldn't stop her. I was so sad when she said she would stay there. Why couldn't I convince her? I suggested Rian confess to Izira, but she refused. Izira doesn't truly love her. Rian said that Izira wouldn't build a shrine for her. What should I do? What is going on? If this diary is true, the situation is completely different. Rian knew that Renee had no intention of assassinating her. In fact, Rian and Renee were each other's only friends. I can't believe it, but Renee really is just an immature child. Everyone only believes that she's a villainess. Is that why she brought me here? Because none of them could help her. Even Rian and you. I know neither of you could stop those malicious words. Rian, where have you gone? Someone, please help me. Who would want to hurt these children? Just sitting here and thinking won't help me find them. Right now, I still don't know anything about this world. There are many ways to gather information, but more importantly, I need to know where to dig deeper. Therefore, the most important thing now is to complete the mission and obtain the original work. Showing Kiryu the diary was a risky move. I was going to chew him out if he didn't believe me after reading it, but it seems like there's no need. Kiryu said, "Why are you only telling me this now?" I asked, "Let's see, do you believe me or not?" He probably doesn't believe me yet. Oops, is he feeling guilty? He still can't fully believe it, but for now he does. Don't misunderstand. I still haven't forgiven you for sullying the family's honor. My only goal is to clear our family name. Kiryu, you're lying, aren't you? Come on, calm down and sit down. And thank you for trusting me now. Renee thought to herself, if he had believed me sooner, things might have been different. Since I'm not the one who needs an apology, I'll accept this for now. Renee said, I know it's hard to believe, so let's throw a party to prove it. Kiryu replied, only father or auntie can organize something like that. I can only manage small parties or tea parties. Renee asked, puzzled why. You're the Duke's son, after all. Kiryu stammered, anyway, you can't organize one even if you say you want to. Father hates wasting money, so I wouldn't dare risk it. You can only have one on your birthday. You know that, so I ask. The scale of the party Renee requested from Kiryu was as follows. From local nobles and lords, even influential nobles must participate. In other words, a party with a large number of attendees because Renee is the center of attention. That's the only way the rumors will die down. Renee put her hand to her chin and said, how should it be organized to achieve that? Kiryu spoke up, if I reach the highest rank of swordsmanship specialist, then maybe father will agree. Renee asked, why don't you do it? Kiryu snapped, I'm just a mediator. Brother Kiryu, you hate Annie a lot, don't you? I'll punish that bastard for you. Kiryu stammered, okay, but how? Leave it to me. Just make you reach the highest rank of swordsmanship specialist, right? Those present took turns gossiping. Even if they go bankrupt, they've still lasted for more than 3 generations. They're really rich, aren't they? Since it's the Maxius family, of course they're rich. Wait a minute, someone's dancing over there. Is it the Crown Prince and Miss Maxius? Ridiculous, them together. Haven't they heard about the rumors in the capital? Yeah, they probably think they're the stars of the party. Clearly, this is a party to celebrate the second young master Maxius achieving the highest rank of swordsmanship specialist. Didn't the second young master defeat the vice captain of the Royal Knights? I heard he's a master swordsman too. I asked the captain, who witnessed it, and he said it was due to the vice captain's carelessness. When I questioned the second young master, he also said no. How did I gain such strength? You'll have to ask my little sister about that. That was the only answer Kiryu gave when asked about his secret. Really? Can we really believe it just based on the second young master's words? What if it's true? He said it himself. Is that why we're here? Perhaps they're afraid that no matter how much fame they bring, I'll still look down on Miss Renee. I wonder if they've heard the rumors yet. At that moment, Kiryu walked over to Sidin. I saw everything, Sidin. You've got your eye on my little sister, don't you? Sidin glared at him, and Kiryu gave a forced laugh. Hey, I'm just kidding, haha, just kidding. Sidin said, congratulations on becoming a swordsmanship specialist. Kiryu replied with a smile. Ha, I didn't achieve it through effort alone. Thank you. Sidin asked, surprised, what do you mean? Hasn't Renee told you yet? The thing is, before Kiryu could finish, a crowd of people approached. Master Kiryu, please tell me a few things. Hey, what are you saying? I was here first. It's truly astonishing that you've become a swordsmanship specialist. Is Miss Renee truly the one who holds a secret? Kiryu, having never encountered such a situation, decided to slip away. Sidin thought to himself, all thanks to Miss Renee. Could it really be true? A secret to achieving such a breakthrough in such a short time. Even I've never heard of such a thing. Miss Renee, what are you thinking? If only you would tell me. Renee approached. Are you enjoying the party, Sidin? Sidin replied. It seems the rumors have spread. Almost all the prominent nobles are here. Everyone is paying attention to you, Miss Renee, so every word you say will draw attention. However, just attracting attention isn't enough. A supposed murderer, a braggart, a villainous woman possessing valuable information, and a grand show to capture everyone's gaze. Now, I'm going to use it to its full potential. Sidin asked curiously, use it. What are you planning? At that moment, the crown prince arrived. There you are, Renee. I was wondering where my beautiful companion had wandered off to, so I can't find you. Renee frowned. Cut the nonsense. Sidin chuckled. I'll be right here, Miss Renee. Please come back when you're done. All right, I'll be back. That hand, wanting to cut it off. It's for our plan. Don't be ridiculous. Let go of me, or I'll break your arm. Sidin watched them go, recalling Renee's words. Live on the honor you've earned and live comfortably, even if your actions make them hate you. Just as Miss Renee said, I felt more comfortable, but now I feel uneasy. I've never regretted refusing the title. Renee, having arrived at the party, raised her glass. Thank you all for being here. Let's raise a glass to Kiryu Maxius, the pride of the Maxius family. I can clearly sense the atmosphere in this party. Among them, they're criticizing me, or rather, mocking Renee. Let's see how long that laughter lasts. Renee continued. Before that, let me answer some of your questions. Yes, I am the one behind Kiryu Maxius' success. The people below murmured, is that true? No way. Then tell us the secret. Renee smiled. Why should I? It becomes a secret if I don't tell, doesn't it? The fewer people who know, the more valuable it becomes. Renee mused to herself. According to what Kiryu had told her, swordsmanship specialist was the highest rank attainable by night. It was enough to elevate a commoner to nobility, so she couldn't possibly reveal such valuable information. Someone from the crowd called out, if that's true, then I understand why you can't share it publicly, Miss Maxius. But how can we believe you? Renee swirled the wine in her glass. I didn't say I would hoard this secret. Everything has its price. A hush fell over the ballroom. What price? Someone whispered. Renee's voice rang out, clear and confident. The truth. That is my price. A young woman in the crowd spoke up. Oh my, Miss Maxius, what sort of truth do you desire? A sly smile played on Renee's lips. You see, the very person I was aiming for at this party. Countess Talia. Talia responded, her voice laced with arrogance. Such a condition is far too abstract and broad, wouldn't you say? Renee thought to herself, I didn't expect her to be this haughty so soon. Talia, the woman who appeared frequently in Renee's diary, and even those entries didn't tell the whole story. Talia, you're the one who turned Renee into the Empire's most notorious villainess. Renee asked aloud, what exactly are you implying, Countess? Talia replied, what I mean is, contrary to what you claim, it seems you're unwilling to share the secret. If I were to reveal the truth, that you, Renee Maxius, attempted to assassinate the Saintess, would you accept that? Renee's expression remained unchanged. Now you're trying to tarnish the Maxius family name. Talia scoffed. Oh my, how surprising. You care about the family name. You, the disgrace of the Maxius family. I suppose you won't accept this truth, will you? Renee's face remained a mask of confidence. The original Renee constantly faced this kind of situation. But I'm different. I've never lost an argument since the day I was born. Renee countered smoothly. Your words have a certain logic, Countess. Truth can be so ambiguous that it becomes a lie, depending on how the listener perceives it. However, I have no intention of changing my condition. If I made it too simple, where would the fun be? Talia sensed something different about Renee. Someone from the sidelines spoke up. Miss Maxius, this matter doesn't concern you, does it? Renee replied, I suppose it doesn't. What's a little notoriety? Things are more interesting with a bit of spice. The rumors I've heard about myself don't bother me because they aren't true. I simply ignore them. So I suppose I'll just have to try harder. Talia felt a bead of sweat trickle down her temple. Is this really Renee? The whispers in the crowd continued. Isn't it true, though? But is she really not the disgrace of the Maxius family? No, if the crux of the matter is truth, then everything could be the opposite, couldn't it? She must be a skilled liar. That's right. The truth is that the Maxius girl pushed the Saintess to her death. They found the Saintess's body in her will, didn't they? The crown prince clapped his hands, his voice booming across the room. Now, everyone please calm down. As this is the Maxius family's party, I wasn't planning to intervene, but you've been quite rude. Unprompted, Talia spoke. Forgive me, Your Highness. I didn't mean to interrupt your pleasant mood, but shouldn't you also be suspicious of Lady Maxius? As one of the Saintess's devotees, I find it difficult to watch her deceive everyone again. Wasn't it Lady Maxius who assassinated the Saintess, claiming she was your Highness's fiancée? Doesn't anyone find that suspicious? Could it be that the will pointing to the lady and your Highness is just another one of Lady Maxius's deceitful schemes? Indeed, someone murmured. After all, her past is filled with such deeds. This will could also be a forgery. People don't change so easily. Observing the situation, Renee thought to herself, those who just heard about the will are already swayed by a few words. Well, it seems my reputation has truly hit rock bottom. But the crown prince spoke again, his voice cutting through the murmurs. I will hear no more of this. The body discovered a few days ago was not that of Saint Isrian. It was all a fabrication. I hadn't intended to reveal this here, but these baseless rumors are spreading with alarming speed. I wish to quell them. Everyone, be mindful of your words. Someone asked, Your Highness, are you saying it was all a setup? Indeed, the crown prince confirmed. The royal mages examined the body, and the hair was black. However, as everyone knows, Rian's hair was brown. The forged will was intended to tarnish my honor, and mine alone, by using a missing person to spread these lies. Talia pressed, then who orchestrated this elaborate scheme? scheme. Renee responded, "Unfortunately, we have yet to apprehend the true mastermind. However, as they burned and murdered an innocent person, I believe it's likely they are connected to Saintess Rian's disappearance." Someone questioned, but why? The Saintess was beloved by all. Renee replied, "I don't know the reason. Perhaps someone intended to kill Rian." Talia, her voice laced with anger, exclaimed, "Oh, but wasn't that Lady Maxius?" Renee, unflinching, countered, "Talia, weren't you the one sending assassins after Rian all this time?" Talia had always envied Rian. Though both countesses, the Saintess basked in the grace of Biawa. Talia, once celebrated for her talent in both swordsmanship and magic, possessed lineage, talent, fame, wealth, love, and friendship. A girl who seemingly had everything. It was natural for her to command attention. But that attention, once hers, had melted away like a snowflake with the arrival of the Saintess. Rian, born with talent far exceeding her own, if only she would disappear. Even Rian's humble demeanor seemed arrogant to Talia. Though Talia considered it foolish, people remained captivated by Rian, showering her with trust and adoration simply for being the Saintess. When the beloved Saintess broke off her engagement with the Crown Prince, Talia felt a surge of resentment, as though her insides were twisting. What good is a girl who pretends to be kind and only knows how to act virtuous? She thought bitterly. Despite her desire to harm Rian, Talia was acutely aware of her own position. In her frustration, she heard rumors about Renee Maxius, the Duke's only daughter, refusing to bow to authority, even bullying the Crown Prince's fiancée. How could someone be so cruel? To Talia at the time, Renee was the wicked villainess, the ideal role model she craved. But upon meeting her, she realized Renee was nothing more than a coward hiding behind a facade of strength. Feeling utterly betrayed, Talia finally resolved to act on her impulses. She heaped the blame onto Renee. Having lived her life as she had, Talia now found herself floundering. Back in the present, Talia questioned, "That's a preposterous accusation. Levying such a charge without a shred of evidence." Renee interrupted, "Evidence. There's plenty. Not just me, but everyone present here. Do you remember the secret to reaching the pinnacle that I mentioned earlier?" But Talia's confusion was fleeting. A chilling sensation down her spine snapped her back to reality. The thrill she experienced from being countered by an opponent she'd always underestimated completely dispelled her earlier despondency. It was the exhilaration of a kindred spirit. Observing Renee's demeanor, the Crown Prince thought to himself, "She's so different now. She isn't flinching, and she's pressing her opponent relentlessly." From the moment I first shook Renee's hand, I couldn't understand why everyone treated her the way they did. A few days earlier, in the forest near the capital city of Ramas, "Your Highness, do you remember our wager?" As I said, the will has been widely circulated, and every citizen of the Empire knows about it. Now, you'll have to do as I say without complaint. From now on, I need your Highness's assistance. If you agree, I'll help you become Emperor. My lady, I'm aware you've become wiser than before, but why should I help you? Honestly, you lost the bet, and now you're being stingy. With that, Renee snatched the prince's sword. Channeling her magic into the blade, she unleashed an attack that devastated a section of the forest. Perhaps I asked too much. The Crown Prince paled. "Just when the world are you?" Renee, letting out a breath, replied, "Your time for astonishment is over. Answer me, will you help or not? I can handle this myself, since you, my lady, lack public credibility." "Ah, yes. Consider it a lack of cooperation, then." The prince conceded, "But the fact remains that I lost the wager, so I have no choice. And if you truly are Rian's friend," he paused, "then I'll try to trust you once more." Renee, surprised, asked, "How did you know that?" "Did Rian tell you something?" "I discovered a letter during the investigation. Rian hid it in a small safe, so it took a while to find. It was a letter she intended to send to you. She couldn't send it because she went missing. Rian usually defended you, so I found it odd. You two are friends, and I've only just learned that. Even so, you still suspect me. Your list of achievements is rather extensive, isn't it? Those weren't my doing. I was just testing you." Damn him, Renee thought. "If that's the case, I also find it difficult to trust your Highness, don't you think? Accusations of murder and concealing witnesses. That's why I'm saying I'll trust you now. Is there a problem with that? That attitude makes it even harder to believe. Tell me something that will convince me, and I'll trust you in return." Renee thought, he knows he's talking nonsense, so he needs to control his expression. All of this is because of that damned mission. He's hiding some kind of evidence he can't reveal. Since I don't know what it is, I'll just keep pressing him. Come on, your highness, say something. There's something I have in mind, but now isn't the right time to mention it. Instead, let's see how things play out. First, let's cooperate as much as possible. Then, if I feel that trust has been built to a certain degree, I'll present the evidence. Are you trying to make another wager? Of course. The only reason I've decided to trust you is because you're Rian's friend. Of course, I'll do my best to ensure that trust continues. Thank you for that. All right, let's settle this then. I help you ascend the throne, and you help me accomplish my goals. And once that trust is established, you'll give me the proof, correct? Yes, let's decide on that. Returning to the banquet, Renee said, "It seems some of you find it difficult to believe the conditions are genuine. So let me be frank. Proof that I assassinated the Saintess, bring it forth. It doesn't necessarily have to be Countess Talia. Anyone else, anyone at all, has the right to present evidence against the person who assassinated the Saintess. However, everything must be true. I absolutely will not forgive those liars who, out of greed, desire this secret." Renee thought to herself, this probably won't be very effective, but there might be some evidence. That will be enough. If I sow doubt and suspicion in their minds, everyone will claim they have evidence, simply because that's human nature. Talia laughed, saying, "I don't understand what you're saying now. You were the one who said you'd send assassins after the Saintess. Have you forgotten your own words?" Renee sighed inwardly, thinking, it always comes to this. Renee leaned closer to the crown prince and said, "That's true, but it wasn't my intention." Renee then used the skill, Asmodeus's mask, altering her appearance and emotions as she wished. It was Countess Talia who threatened me. What else could I do? Hearing this, Talia was utterly shocked. Wait a minute, how could a mere countess like me dare threaten a duchess? The Maxius family is known for being incredibly ruthless. The crown prince replied, "That's still possible because you knew Lady Maxius's weakness." How selfish of you. Talia was bewildered. What do you mean? What did I even do? The crown prince, holding Renee close, continued, "Wasn't it enough to use my engagement to Rian as an excuse for yourself? You even turned my love for Renee into her weakness." Hearing the crown prince's words, the entire gathering was stunned into silence. Renee smiled, thinking to herself, well, I guess since I used it once. My acting is top-notch. Let me explain what's happening. Last night, at the Maxius estate in the capital. Prove your innocence. I'll help, but I'm still deciding if I should. Do you realize you're slowly being poisoned? Look at your plummeting reputation. I have to listen to this. What am I even supposed to be looking at? You know how reckless this is, and yet you're willing to go through with it. It'll create a scandal, implying that because we're lovers, I indirectly killed the Saintess. I know, but there's no other way. Besides, how can I turn the situation around with just words? Renee's reputation was becoming increasingly scandalous within the empire, especially among the nobles. The secret to becoming a master swordsman is simply to become a virtuous person, and I'll use that to divert attention from Renee's scandal onto someone else. The true culprit, not Renee, a real villain. I understand your plan, but leveraging scandal to involve a third party is incredibly risky. We didn't necessarily have to fabricate a story like this. Isn't it common knowledge that I'm the only one interested in him? Since the will briefly mentioned that it was a marriage of convenience, our relationship is the main topic of gossip. The nobles witnessed him dancing with me, and if this rumor surfaces, they'll dismiss most other rumors as nonsense. Then, who knows, we might even glean information about Rian through their chatter. The crown prince pondered for a moment. True, using rumors to sow discord could be a powerful tool. And if the rumor about us being lovers becomes fact, everyone will also consider the rumors and scandals I've attached to Talia. Renee continued, so, if we become lovers, the thought makes me sick, and Talia catches us and turns the tables, then past scandals won't be distinguishable as true or false. As repulsive as I find it, we have to try. We're better off doing this than failing to find Rian and drowning in rumors. Returning to the present, but wasn't it the other way around from the beginning? My lady was the one infatuated with the crown prince. He meant that since the engagement, he had been blinded by the benefits to the empire, failing to recognize and rejecting his true love. But I'm only human. My heart only stirs for Renee, no one else. So, no matter who appears, my heart is already bound to her. What a waste of time. By the time I finally confessed, Renee had already left me. Simply because of my choice to remain loyal to Rian, my betrothed, We both suffered malicious misunderstandings for so long. I'm the one who broke faith with the Saintess. It's all my fault. Renee did nothing wrong. This guy's laying it on thick, Renee thought. Damn, if he were born on Earth in a past life, he'd be a famous actor. Sidin was still observing from above as the Crown Prince continued his monologue. I hid my love for the sake of the Empire, but I realized I can't conceal it any longer. I'm only human, after all. I can't bear to see my beloved suffer from these misunderstandings any longer. If loving another is a crime, then I'm willing to become a criminal. Renee smiled, thinking good, I'm done with my lines. Now to shift the attention to Talia. But the Crown Prince continued relentlessly. Renee, I know this isn't the right time. Renee was taken aback. What the hell? This line isn't in the script, but I can't wait any longer. What the hell is going on? I'm going crazy. Why does he look so lovesick? Damn it, stop it. Renee Maxius, even though it's too late, will you give me another chance? Cursing internally, Renee managed a weak, yes. Time flew by, and night fell. Sipping her wine, Renee fumed. Is that idiot brain damaged? What the hell was that? Why did he propose right there? Why deviate from the script? The Healing Wave King said his sparkling eyes meant he loved you. The Bloody Hand sect leader screamed that he'd split his lips. The Lord of Temptation said he didn't know you were worse than Sidin. Huh, I have no idea. -500 is a number I never thought I'd achieve, but I managed it with just one performance. If only I'd done this sooner. Alright, if I read through this, I'll have the answers, because I've experienced all the beginnings written here. At that moment, Sidin approached. My lady, he began, his voice low, might I have a few moments of your time? It won't take long, I assure you. My mind is troubled. He paused, then added, no, that's not quite right. I simply wish to ask you something. I'll leave as soon as you answer. Renee nodded. Very well, Sidin. What is it you wish to know? Why didn't you tell me? Sidin asked, his brow furrowed. You said, on the day you took me as your disciple, that I could do anything for you. I investigated Countess Talia's actions. If it had been brought to light, you wouldn't have needed to involve the Crown Prince. Why did you do it that way? May I know the reason? Well, Renee began, hedging, it might not have worked. Inwardly, she thought, of course, the reason I took Sidin as my disciple was his usefulness, but I never thought he'd ask about this. Aloud, she continued, first of all, would people really have believed it, even if it was brought to light? It's a situation that requires my presence, my argument. And more than that, she added, it was your work, not mine. Instead of letting you handle everything while I sit idly by, I wanted to resolve it myself. I've always been this way. It makes me feel more at ease. What you found would have convinced people of the truth, but don't feel bad about it. As your mentor, I should handle my own affairs rather than relying on my disciples' help. Sidin's gaze sharpened. So, you, and the Crown Prince, have you reached that point? Renee blinked, feigning confusion. Huh. Ah, you mean my arrangement with Isser? Are we at the point of using first names now? Is that not allowed? Sidin's voice was quiet. So you don't care about me anymore? No, it's not a real courtship, Renee insisted, her voice rising slightly. It's all a mutually beneficial plan. Sidin's expression remained troubled. Then you should have at least told me, your disciple. Renee sighed. I honestly didn't expect Isser to propose. According to our agreement, we were just supposed to exchange some flowery, cheesy lines. Sidin looked at her intently. About that, did you two plan that as well? Renee retorted, do you think I'd do something so impulsive? That would make things even more suspicious. If I want to be by your side, Sidin murmured, shouldn't I learn to adapt? He paused, then added, his thoughts unspoken. However, I still wish you would rely on me decisively, without hesitation, my lady. I don't want to feel that unsettling feeling like I did at the banquet again. He continued aloud. If I become someone more worthy of you, then could you lean on me? At the Rama's Crown Palace, in the capital of the Ramdissa Empire, the Crown Prince looked up from his writing. Are you requesting ennoblement now, Sidin? Sidin bowed his head. Yes, your highness. That is what you offered me. The Crown Prince paused, his pen hovering over the parchment. You refused at once. Sidin's voice was firm. If your highness cannot grant me that position, I will request it from another empire. The Crown Prince picked up the paper again, a faint smile playing on his lips. You've certainly changed. Renee's influence, I presume. He chuckled. Well, I can't let national talent fall into another's hands. I'll agree to this ennoblement. He grew serious. However, you refused a title once and declared you wouldn't pledge your loyalty to anyone. Therefore, you must perform a task to prove your loyalty. Sidin closed his eyes and bowed his head lower. Tell me what you require, Your Highness. The Crown Prince handed him a document. There have been numerous reports of unusual activity in the north. I want you to investigate. Sidin took the paper, his mind already racing. Reports of rapidly increasing monster populations, coupled with disease and famine. Sidin then replied, the increase in monsters, the famine, and the infectious diseases are related to black magic. Isn't this a matter for the Holy Temple? The Crown Prince, Isser, responded, obviously, but the Holy Temple is deeply concerned. I hope you will cooperate with them to find out what's really happening. If I complete this task, will you grant me a title? I agree, Isser confirmed. I will depart as soon as I've made the necessary preparations. Indeed, Isser mused, winter is approaching after all. Sidin departed, and as he reached the door, the Crown Prince called out, Sir Ansarac, does Rene Maxius mean so much to you that you would go to any lengths to obtain the title you once refused? How do you want me to answer? Sidin asked. Frankly, he thought to himself, does she hold some special meaning? What does Rene Maxius mean to me? Do I dare, Sidin responded carefully, to casually consider what meaning Miss Maxius holds for me? Then he added, well, I'm not sure. However, I do know that it's greater than any meaning she holds for your highness. The Crown Prince frowned, thinking, this fellow, he's becoming as arrogant as Rene. Aloud, he only said, however, I think it's greater than any meaning she holds for me. The meaning Rene holds for me. Rene's thoughts drifted. Is this the new main quest? This time, will it grant 2 powers? After reading the first volume of the original novel, I've realized something. I can still finish this story without relying on relationships and plot points like in the original timeline. Damn it, what kind of virtual world is this? The Bloody Hand cult leader asks, are you getting married? The Healing Wave King replies, settling down wouldn't be so bad. The Lord of Temptation adds, I know a place for a honeymoon. Shut up, all of you. This is ridiculous. Are you kidding me? Even if I don't want this, what choice do I have? Do any of you want to marry someone hundreds of years younger than you? The Bloody Hand cult leader scolds, then call off the engagement right now. Rene sighed. That's not possible. Didn't you read the main quest details? I have to protect that Isser fellow. Referring back to the original novel, that means I have to focus on the male lead. The Bloody Hand cult leader declares, this marriage will never happen, even if turtles sprout from my eyes. It doesn't hurt. You're telling me to abandon a marriage I haven't even participated in yet. Good heavens, I need a break. Doing quests constantly without any rest. I thought reading the original novel would make things easier, but it's actually worse. Most of the content that appeared in the first volume of the original novel was information I had already learned or experienced. The facts that Rian and Isser were engaged despite lacking any affection, that Rian and Rene were friends, and that Rene wasn't a villainess, but a victim of someone else's machinations. These were all true. But there were clearly elements I couldn't have predicted. Namely, Rian and Rene, both protagonists of this novel. And one more person, me, the one reincarnated as Rene Maxius. Why did I appear in the original novel? It's only natural. My existence. I never appeared in the original timeline, the world within the novel. I played the role of a character and fulfilled it. But why am I appearing in the original timeline this time? Besides that, there's something else that worries me. Since he appeared from the very beginning in this world, I think he's a character within the original storyline. Sidin, his name can't be found anywhere in the novel. Is that even possible? He is both the appearance and the strength, not to mention the name. Of course, according to the original story, Rene never went to the slums, so maybe he appears later. But even so, he couldn't be such an important character. If I could read the second volume, would I be able to answer all these questions? A voice called from outside the door, Miss, may I come in? Sidin entered, saying, it seems I've come at a bad time. No, it's not that. I'm just a little tired. Come in. So what is it? Sidin's eyes widened as he saw Rene drinking straight from a bottle of Burgundy. He pulled out a piece of paper and said, I came to report on the Ship family, as you requested, miss. There's already a verdict. That was faster than I expected. There wasn't a trial. The Holy Church intervened. Rene questioned the Holy Church. Why? Sidin explained, because Talia's ship dared to target the saintess of the Empire. They abandoned her in her moment of need, and now they show their faces. I heard it was a request from Saint. Rene thought to herself, wait, if they wanted to punish someone back then, the The one imprisoned would have been, but she's a friend of the saintess, so they didn't do it. Seeing Renee's grim expression, Sidin asked, Miss, are you all right? Yes, I'm fine, she replied. So what did the Holy Church do afterward? The Holy Church, they intervened and canceled the trial. They gained a lot from it. They could have used the Count and his wife as members of the Empress's faction who were against the Crown Prince's faction. But because Talia is still young, they spared her life and sent her to a convent. This way, they maintained the image of a benevolent Holy Church in the eyes of the people. The Holy Church's silence during the assassination attempt was due to the saintess's compassion. The Holy Church, despite its power, hesitated to intervene in the trial of a noble and issue a death sentence. Pouring herself another glass of wine, Renee muttered, After all, only those involved know the truth. That's why I don't get along with those who believe in the divine. I've investigated the convent where she was sent. Thank you for your hard work. Miss, but is this all right? The Holy Church acted on their own, so Talia couldn't confess or apologize. If it's not all right, then it's not all right. But it's already been handled. Actually, I'm not the one who deserves an apology. It should be the real victim. Sidin spoke up, Miss, I probably won't be able to come here for a while. Why? Are you busy with work? That's right. Renee looked bewildered. Is that all? It's nothing special. I'm just going to investigate the unusual phenomenon happening in the north. Renee asked, intrigued, unusual phenomenon. Traces of black magic are sometimes found there, but this time it's a little different. There have been reports of a tower being sighted. Renee froze, the words echoing in her mind. A tower, the Imperial Palace. She heard the ringing in her ears as if struck. Trying to compose herself, she thought, calm down, calm down. It's not certain yet. All right, Sidin asked, what kind of tower is it? Renee forced a smile. It's nothing for you to worry about, Sidin. Sometimes strange illusions appear in colder regions. Sidin's eyes widened. What did it look like? There must be a description. A flicker of worry crossed Renee's face. I only heard it was a very tall, black tower. So tall, you couldn't see the top. That tower. I want to go there too. Unbidden images began to surface in Renee's mind whenever she closed her eyes. A black tower piercing through the clouds and sky, monstrous creatures hunting people, and citizens running frantically for their lives. A tower teeming with cruel demons, showing no mercy to struggling humanity. More terrifying than all of that, however, was the sacrifice. Good people offering themselves as bait to save others in the inevitable moments of death. To Renee, all of it felt profoundly significant. Snapping back to the present, Sidin asked, Miss Renee, are you all right? Renee blinked. Oh yes, I'm fine. She thought to herself, he's so sweet. I wonder what he's thinking, worrying about me first. They were now in the north of the empire, where the tower had appeared. If it truly was the tower, Renee knew what was to come. A voice called out from behind them, patting another man's head in front of your lover. Do you have no sense of propriety? Renee scowled at Crown Prince Isser. That only applies if I actually had a lover. And what are you doing sneaking around like this? Isser shrugged. Isn't it obvious? If two lovers disappear, it causes more rumors than if they both vanish together. Renee rolled her eyes. Both disappearing is even stranger. Isser clicked his tongue. No one's on my side. The Healing Wave King spoke up. I've detected traces of the tower. Renee's eyes widened. What? You found already? She turned to Sidin. Well, have you found it? Renee suddenly started running. The closer I get, the stronger the energy becomes, she thought, but there's something else. I'm not just sensing one power. One is the towers, but what's the other? It feels familiar, yet so strange. Sidin called after her. Miss Renee, the closer we get, the more dangerous it feels. Isser added, it's a sense of sorrow I've never felt anywhere else. You could be in danger. Step back. The two men then began to bicker. Don't you know it's improper to touch a woman without her permission? Sidin snapped. What do you think you're doing? I said I'd protect her from danger, Isser retorted. I still know it's not allowed. I wasn't aware your highness was her escort, Sidin countered. But isn't the most dangerous thing here? Your highness, I'll protect Miss Renee, so please step aside. Renee yelled, exasperated, both of you, get out of my way. Renee continued, besides, I sense holy power. The holy temple might have arrived first. It would be troublesome to clash with them, so perhaps we should rest here for a bit. Sidin looked surprised. Holy power. You sense a different magical power than holy power. Yes, Renee confirmed, at least on par with a cardinal. She raised a hand to her chin, lost in thought. Because it's holy power, I didn't recognize it right away. My sensitivity to holy power isn't very good here. What should I do? They'll definitely be hostile towards me, but having them around will be twice the trouble. Renee mused, then turned to the other two. Hey, both of you, if we keep going straight this way, we'll run into the Holy Church's delegation. You two go ahead and join the delegation. I have something I need to investigate on my own, so I'll be acting alone. Crown Prince Isser protested loudly. No way. That's too dangerous. Let me go with you. Renee replied, I'm sorry, but this is my business. It doesn't concern you at all. And honestly, there won't be any danger. He tried to persuade her. It's all right. Your business is my business too. She refused again. No. Even if that's the case, I can't allow it. The longer you two stay here, the more irritating it becomes. Just wait here until I'm finished. I'll find you. Despite Isser calling after her, Renee quickly disappeared. Once she was a good distance away, Renee thought good, far enough. She then deployed her spiderweb skill, weaving a large magical net to expand her search area and potentially ensnare her targets. This is normally used when I have teammates nearby, but I have my spirits. All right, focus. There's nothing here, just a few people hunting. Should I capture them? These people are quite alert. I can sense malice from this direction. I'm not seeing things, am I? Is this what I think it is? It seems larger and more sinister than in my previous life. Renee, the blood-soaked cult leader, felt a distinct and more dangerous presence than before. Suddenly, a side quest appeared, reconnaissance. A being that doesn't belong in this world has appeared. However, it appears different from the tower in your memories. Investigate the interior and determine the differences. Quest completion. Accurately map 3 floors of the tower. Reward, spirit summoning skill. Hearing the quest reward, all 3 spirits were ecstatic. The blood-soaked cult leader, Renee, was practically euphoric. The healing wave king sent her a look of sparkling anticipation. The Lord of Temptation pleaded to be summoned, promising not to ask for her soul this time. Aren't they a bit too excited? Renee thought, star spirits, omnipotent deities or beings whose names are etched upon the universe, possessing power beyond human comprehension. They allow their masters to borrow their strength to further their existence. Eternal existence beyond reality is what the spirits desire. I've seen it with regular spirits, but now they're my VIP guests. Unnamed Spirit B, I'm also worried about Renee. What if someone makes her bleed? Even if I can help indirectly, summoning is better, right? Unnamed Spirit C didn't participate in the mental conversation, busy making a list of things to do upon being summoned. As Renee walked, she pondered, spirits can only help indirectly, but sometimes directly too. Of course, they're invisible to the naked eye. What can I do? If they want it, I have to do it. I need to scout the tower anyway. It doesn't seem activated yet. There are no monsters around. If that's the case, the door won't open. Guess I'll have to break it down. You too, hurry it up. After stepping inside, bewildered, I found it empty, deserted. Appearing before me now was a stone slab that looked anything but ordinary. In the tower from my previous life, I never saw a floor with a stone slab like this. The content within the slab, a system notification. Greetings, user. Welcome to the system. What happens when an S-rank huntress becomes a villainous daughter? We apologize for the issues with the messaging system, which have forced us to communicate in this manner. Firstly, we apologize that you completed the main quest in your previous life without receiving the promised reward. Walking on a bit further, what is this now? A notification. Content. A notification, you say. Do these guys even know how to leave a proper notification? A broken system they haven't fixed in hundreds of years. This tower suddenly sprouting up, and now, notifications. It's truly surprising that the system left a notification for me like this. What's even more astonishing is that there isn't just 1 or 2 of these stone slabs. Is this even acceptable? And then there's this. An unforeseen system error has occurred, interrupting the reward delivery process. We are working to fix the error, but immediate resolution is proving difficult. However, we understand the user's perspective and are offering compensation. After an emergency meeting, we have proposed a solution. Well, at least they're putting in some effort. Let's see what's next. The solution is for the user to eliminate the error themselves. According to the system's information, the error corrupting the system is due to the existence of this tower. If this tower is completely eliminated, all errors will also be eliminated. Conscience, my foot. This is clearly revenge. Alright, what's on this next slab? However, we can't simply leave the error for the user to fix. Therefore, we will assist you in another way. The tower cannot be destroyed immediately, but you can purify it. With this version, the difficulty is clearly higher than before. They hope I'll make it easier and bring me new joy. This time we'll enjoy this new joy together, huh? Please enjoy the tower in a new version. Furthermore, we promise that such an error will never occur again. Thank you once again for your trust. We hope the user will quickly complete the quest. The system always prioritizes the user's joy and happiness. Surprise quest. Prepare for the challenge. If you complete the challenge and reach the final floor, the tower will disappear. Completion condition. The final floor of the tower must be purified. Reward. Error elimination and quest completion. Return to the original world. I'm beyond furious. Finally, the quest I've been waiting for appears, but it only makes me feel annoyed. No more errors, they say. How am I supposed to believe that? How can I trust them when they won't even tell me how many floors this tower has? Purifying this whole tower, how long is that going to take? The Healing Wave King advises you to check the challenge on the first floor first. Exactly. I'm not the only one who wants to end this charade of being trapped. The spirits bound to me, the ones I have contracts with, they'll be free once this is over. Even if they don't say it, I can feel their desire. Right? Because the system knows I'll have help, they increase the difficulty. That kind of conscience is better off fed to the dogs. Anyway, with everyone's encouragement, I feel invigorated. It's just killing some monsters, right? Have you ever seen me fail a quest? A notification window popped up. Tower challenge, first floor. A tower has suddenly appeared in your romantic fantasy world and will generate monsters to disrupt you. The tower wishes to witness a romantic story from you, a story that must include a male lead, with you as the female lead. Choose a male lead to satisfy the tower. Completion requirement. 3 male lead candidates must have their names carved onto a stone tablet. You can bet I'll smash this whole thing to pieces. You're asking what I'm doing. What else can I do? This is the return of Renee Maxius, she who was tricked by the system. The moment I saw that tutorial window, I quietly slipped out of the tower. Naturally, because I don't have even one male lead candidate, let alone 3. Back in the present, the 2 men took turns fussing over me. The Healing Wave King said, "Is the path cold? Shall I fetch you a cloak?" Crown Prince Isser wasn't to be outdone. "You look drained. Are you injured anywhere?" Renee fumed inwardly. "I'm annoyed to death. Why are these guys so chatty? Is this some kind of system joke? I definitely can't let these 2 become male lead candidates. No, wait. And am I supposed to be the only one in love? Even if I choose them as male leads, if they don't like me back, the challenge will fail. What a stupid quest." The Crown Prince spoke up. "Why did you disappear on your own and then return so suddenly? You said we were in this together. Was that a lie?" The Healing Wave King, Sedin, added, "I was very worried, Mississippi. Please don't vanish without a word again." Later, they entered a lodging house to rest. Renee said, "All right, let's get this straight. You followed me because you didn't want to be suspected, right? Honestly, I don't like it, but I'll tolerate it for appearance's sake. Do you even know who I did that for?" She then turned to Sedin. "Sedin," he replied, "Yes, miss. I hate being overprotected. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable, but I was truly worried." Renee retorted, "There's no need to worry. I'm not so weak that I need protecting. Do you not want me to worry about you, miss, or do you hate me? If it's simply that you dislike it, I'll correct myself. But if you hate me, even then, I can't leave your side." Renee sighed. "I told you, I hate being overprotected. So you don't hate me, Mississippi. Then that's all right. I won't do anything you dislike anymore. I thought he was a kitten, but he's a fox." The Crown Prince, her fake fiancé, spoke up. "By the way, miss, where did you go?" Renee quickly interjected, "Hold on. This doesn't concern your highness, so please don't bother yourself. That's all there is to it. Sedin, could you excuse us for a moment?" After Sedin left, Renee addressed the Crown Prince. "Your Highness, I'll ask you frankly. A month ago, you clearly detested me. Were you thinking wanting to get engaged to me now? We agreed to support each other. That benefits everything around us both. But now you've gone further, even giving me an engagement ring. Taking such a big gamble doesn't seem like you, Your Highness, someone who always protects their reputation. What's your explanation?" The Crown Prince replied, "I've given it a lot of thought. At first, I intended to stick to the plan we initially made. I also knew that getting engaged to you under those circumstances would damage my reputation. I didn't want to become your lover, either. But still, I don't know why, but I wanted to do it. By the time I came to my senses, I had already put the ring on you. You're right. This time, I crossed the line. So, for now, I'll take a step back. Renee stared blankly, thinking, why is he being so polite all of a sudden? Something feels off. Is this a huntress's intuition? I felt something was wrong last time, too. Isser continued, all right, I'll return to the capital first. Renee responded, to that extent. But you were already even back then, weren't you? The crown prince, Isser, turned back as he left, saying, from the very beginning, I didn't have the right. As he walked away, he thought, I treated Renee coldly all this time only because she wasn't useful for my succession to the throne. That day, too, that uncharacteristically unlucky day, the day of Rian's Saintis celebration. Even though I knew it would be a nuisance, I had to attend because I didn't even have the right to choose. This boisterous voice, I can tell it's Renee without even looking. At that moment, Renee yelled, that's right. I'm the one who sent assassins after the Saintis. If you dare touch me, I'll smash your face in. Just you wait, Rian cherries. One day, I'll tear off that fake mask of yours, and that feigned holiness too. It doesn't work on me. Rian, don't just stand there and be silent. You can do something. You're the only saintess of the empire. You could trample all over that woman as much as you want. The crown prince recalled his own circumstances. You insolent brat, how dare you contradict my words? Do you think you're the emperor? Isser had replied, deploying troops at the border will only bring chaos to the empire, father. The crown prince's duty is to protect the empire, so I have the right to disobey that order. You speak well. The crown prince's duty is to protect the empire, is it? Then your duty is to protect everything in this empire, including the border territories. I raise you to live like a sword, but the older you get, the more cowardly you become. I think Aiden is a better choice. At least that child isn't as two-faced as you. While Renee was shouting at the Saintess's banquet, the crown prince walked over and pulled her away. So annoying. Renee, the girl who commits foolish acts for the sake of so-called love. Rian doesn't even bother to refute a single word, just stands there and takes it. It all disgusts me. However, the most annoying thing is that Renee crumbled as soon as she left everyone's sight. After pulling Renee away, the crown prince snapped, living up to the Maxius family's disgrace, aren't you? Aren't you tired of it? Renee clung to the crown prince's leg. I know I'm lacking. I know I've made too many mistakes. I'm truly scared, Your Highness. You know, I have no place in my family. So that's it, Rian. Because she sympathized with Renee, she didn't say a word. Just like when she sympathized with me. The one who is like me isn't Rian, but Renee. If you're going to pretend to be noble, you shouldn't crumble like this. If you're weak, don't try to act strong. The crown prince looked directly at Renee's face and said, I'll make things clear here. I have no intention of offering you anything, Miss Maxius, be it compassion or opportunity. These words caused Renee to completely break down, as if the whole world had turned its back on her, a single, heartbreakingly lonely girl. Back in the present, Sidin at her side said, My lady, I also want to... Renee cracked open an eye. What is it? She asked. Sidin continued, My lady's name. My name. Renee replied, Just call me Renee. What's wrong with that? Do as you please. Sidin, seeing Renee's bewildered expression, inquired, Is something the matter? If you want to get closer to me, Renee explained, you should be upfront about everything. Didn't I already refuse to be your master? Honestly, I find it draining to interact with a lot of people. The reason I accepted you is because I like you as a friend. A melancholic shadow fell over Renee's face as she continued, lost in thought. I'm afraid of people getting close to me. Please, don't develop feelings beyond friendship. It's something I learned in my past life. An ordinary person can die any moment. A bond can be broken without warning. For me, investing my feelings in those things, losing them is truly terrifying. But in the end, I still chose to care for those around me. The ones who, no matter how much I pushed them away, no matter how much I disregarded them, they still stay by my side. Of course, eventually, even they left me or died. The people who made me open my heart were also the ones who broke it. Caring too deeply for others only brings more pain. Even if I were to return to the real world, this part of me is so deeply ingrained, it wouldn't be easy to change. Even if those people were to become my family. Renee's voice was tinged with sadness. When people become close, they easily change their minds, become softer in some way. Things like that. I've suffered enough from them. So I just want to stay like this forever. Do you understand? she asked. Yes, Renee, Sidin replied. I will do everything Renee wishes, because I'm a good disciple to my master. Sidin's affection level increased by 100, currently at 512. That's right, Renee thought to herself. You truly are an excellent student. I've met so many different people across many lifetimes. She mused internally, but Sidin is a type I've never encountered before. How can a stranger be so devoted to me after such a short time? There were people who clung to me in my past life, but Sidin is a special case. Even though there's nothing particularly special about him, he just lingers around. Sometimes he does things his own way, but in the end, he always listens to me. But that's why, Sidin, nothing more, nothing less, just like Cerberus, let's keep our relationship as it is now. I hope you won't make me remember the feelings I want to forget. Noticing her distant gaze, Sidin asked, is something wrong? Renee offered a strained smile. I'm fine, she replied. A notification window appeared. Special quest, loyal disciple. Completion requirement. Reach 500 affection points with Sidin Answerus. Reward. Reputation plus 50. Relationship change. Sidin Renee. You can change your relationship by choosing one of the two options. Option 1. Maintain master-disciple relationship. Option 2. Develop into a romantic relationship. Selecting option 2 will trigger a linked quest. If a romantic relationship is chosen, a linked quest will be triggered. You have selected option 1, master-disciple relationship, to be maintained. Temptation Lord, do you have any regrets? Probably, but now's not the time. Even if we were to become lovers, I'm going back to my old world anyway. The Lord of Temptation urged, hurry up and snag a husband, then pop back to your old world. Easy peasy. The blood cult leader smacked the Lord of Temptation, silencing his matrimonial goading. Good grief, old man. Do you have any idea how many times I've died listening to you? I might not even come back here. If there's a glitch, I need to be careful not to trigger it. The blood cult leader suggested she focus on the male lead candidates. First, there's Sidin, then Isurso, who's the last one. The Lord of Temptation raised his hand, volunteering himself. Renee's face hardened. This old geezer. The Lord of Temptation chuckled sheepishly. This old geezer, the healing wave king, indignant, told her not to listen to them. The blood cult leader agreed with the healing wave king. The Lord of Temptation protested. If you want freedom, take a break. Stop fighting. Renee, clutching her head, was speechless. Huh, say whatever you want. The Lord of Temptation cleared his throat, suddenly serious. I would be honored to offer myself as a male lead candidate. Renee was exasperated. What fresh hell is this now? A notification appeared. First floor tower, trial complete. Completion condition. Select 3 male lead candidates and engrave their names on the stone tablet. Reward. Second floor gate opened. Finally did it, she muttered. Whatever. The blood cult leader advised her to reconsider. The healing wave king expressed concern. I'm fine, Renee insisted. The mission's done. No going back now. Time for the next one. Male lead candidates. 1. Sidin Answerus. 2. Isser von Rambija. Another notification popped up. Second floor tower trial. Now that you've chosen your male leads, it's time to romance them. Before that, take a look into your heart. The men you chose have feelings for you, but you can only check your affection levels once, so choose wisely. Completion condition. Your affection for a male lead reaches 100. Failure penalty. Unable to return to your original world. Renee slammed her fist down in frustration. Why this mission? This damned system. Did they change the quest? Look at this. Are you guys enjoying the show? You can check your affection levels. Do you wish to proceed? 100 affection. Forget it. I'll just pick someone. The blood cult leader threatened to hit her. The healing wave king blocked the system window. The Lord of Temptation urged caution. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? You think I can't hit 100 affection? The blood cult leader told her to think about her last relationship. Last relationship? I haven't had one. The blood cult leader roared. That's the problem. The problem is I haven't dated anyone. Renee turned to the healing wave king. Water lady, look at me. Answer. It's not like I don't know how to love, right? I'm pretty lovable. The healing wave king remained silent. Damn it, old woman, don't you get it? The Lord of Temptation suggested that, as a muscle brain, she didn't need love. It's not that I can't. I just haven't tried. I haven't tried. Seriously, stop talking. You're all so annoying. I'll just wing it. No, I don't even trust myself. Okay, careful now. One wrong move, and it's game over. First, I'll head back to the capital. I'll go back and face them directly. That's sure to boost affection. before you return to the capital. Sedin said, I have some business to attend to. You go ahead. I'll follow later. Renee thought, he seems to think it's important. That look on his face, like he wants to come with me, but can't. If only I could take him with me. It's crucial, Renee mused inwardly, because the priests haven't been able to uncover anything. Of course they hadn't. She'd enchanted the tower herself. Not even the Pope could find what she'd hidden. It's absolutely crucial. Can't you stay a little longer? No, I can't. Come on. You're not bothering me at all. I'm afraid you'll kick me out because I'm a nuisance. What? I wouldn't do that. Besides, I'll help you because I'm your true disciple, not like that fake lover of yours. Huh. He remembers that perfectly, doesn't he? So please rely on me. And don't mention that jerk's name. Renee felt a blush creep up her neck. She wasn't sure whether to see him as a Cerberus or a fox. It was his unsettling beauty. If he weren't so handsome, she wouldn't be so flustered. Sedin's jet black hair and the deep emerald green of his eyes, if it weren't for that devastatingly handsome face. A voice broke through her thoughts. What are you smiling about so creepily? Hero, Renee retorted, perhaps I should teach you some manners. Hey, if I were you, I'd be smiling too. Do you have any idea how much trouble I've gone through cleaning up your mess? Vanishing into thin air like that. I was in the garden of Maxius's capital mansion. It was hard work, you know. Have you no conscience? Ever since you disappeared, people have been hounding me about your secret technique. Some are even following me. Sorry to hear that. But even if they knew the secret, how could they use it? It's a skill. Extreme blood vision. It's called blood for a reason. When it's used, the recipient experiences excruciating pain and has to endure extreme training for weeks. They gain power, but they have to be incredibly resilient. Unless they have a heart of stone, they'll die trying. Who would have guessed Kirill would succeed? Kirill's voice cut through Renee's thoughts. So, where did you go? Oh, dear brother, are you feeling sad because I left you behind? Listen, a master swordsman shouldn't whine about such trivial things. Where did you learn to talk like a little old lady? The blood cult leader scowled at her. Don't mind the weakling. The Lord of Temptation interjected. It's not that he's weak, it's that Renee is too strong. Both of you, shut up, Renee snapped. All right, back to the main topic. What have you gathered so far? Kirill presented a stack of papers. Here. Renee took the papers and scanned them, thinking, oh, most of this is just rumors about Talia. This was the truth they wanted to feed her, the truth about the one who tried to kill Rian. But just as she suspected, this isn't helpful, she said aloud. What were you expecting? I want to see the submerged part of the iceberg, not the tip. I want the real, dark machinations, not this stage performance. Then how am I supposed to find that? Just find the person who benefits even though they did nothing. But how? When they're hiding in the shadows. Honestly, maybe that person doesn't exist. Maybe your judgment is wrong. No, I mean, who is Rian, the one who has always been quietly targeting Isser? Speak of the devil, and she shall appear, right? Princess Iden. See, Kirill said, pouting. But even if you suspect the princess, what are you going to do to make people believe you? With her, I'll have to meet her face to face. Meet her face to face. Don't tell me you're planning to. Kirill, Renee declared, come with me to the royal palace. To check on my fake mother-in-law's goodwill, and Isser's too. Let's go burn down the palace. On the day of her visit to the royal palace, Renee addressed the Healing Wave King. By the way, your majesty, how is the pursuit of Rian going? Not long ago, I asked the Healing Wave King to track Rian. Since she governs all waters, she's exceptionally skilled at finding people. Just as expected, she found a small trace Rian left behind. This whole thing is about finding Rian. Compared to passively waiting for Isser and Sedin to figure things out, it's definitely faster for us to search directly. Where was he last seen? The Healing Wave King showed you the Empire's map projected onto water. Wasn't it that place we visited not long ago, the one with the tower? A loud voice boomed from the doorway. Renee, let's go. Renee yelled back, damn it, I'm coming. Hold your horses. Honestly, these guys are so rude. That's why I don't date any of them. A moment later, Renee emerged, adorned in a stunningly beautiful dress. Sorry to keep you waiting, she said. I don't know what Annie's thinking, but he insisted on coming along too. I had no reason to refuse him. He said he was coming, so what could I do? Besides, the mission is finally complete. Now, I need to check the status window. Here's a little information about Annie. You can pause to take a closer look. And Kirill too. You two got here fast, he remarked. Renee, looking at their stats, thought to herself, they've both really improved a lot, especially Kirill. He's made exceptional progress. Of course, most of that affection increase is because I've been pestering Annie. What's his deal anyway? Then, With a chuckle, she said, sorry. Let's get going. What? What's wrong? Snap out of it. Kirill, with a smile, said, what's up? This is the first time I've seen you like this. Shocked. Renee asked like this. Annie chimed in, be quiet, Kirill. Kirill crossed his arms, dressed so elegantly. Back in the day, you'd wear something revealing whenever we went to the royal palace. You even said you wanted to show off your beauty to Her Highness. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just being mindful of the time and place. At first, I didn't understand why Renee wore those kinds of dresses. Now I'm starting to get it. It's like armor, concealing her sadness and pain. A dress so tightly wrapped, no one can get close to her. Your expression has changed a lot too. Expression. What about my expression? You're not glaring like you want to kill us anymore. You're just smiling. Renee thought, it's because Renee hated them that she never smiled. So, until now, they never knew Renee had such a beautiful smile. If she ever comes back, she absolutely has to be happy then. Not armor, but clothes she wants to wear. Not pushing away everyone she fears, but smiling at those who like her and those she loves. I will make that happen for her. That's the price I pay for borrowing her body. At the Randisa Royal Palace, meeting Princess Aiden is proving much more troublesome than I thought. I've been persistently requesting an audience, but the princess has refused with countless excuses. Perhaps it's because I'm the lover of Isser, the princess's greatest enemy. I contacted Isser too, but instead of a reply, I only received a letter. He said he'd give me anything I wanted, but this time it seems like it'll take a little while. Even so, I can't bring myself to give up. I have a surefire cheat code called Family, but they're so annoying, I really don't want to use it. When Renee opened the door, she was met by her father, Duke Maxius Decila Maxius. Renee saw him as an older version of Annie. She rushed towards him, a bright smile on her face. Father, are you well? Renee, he replied, is something the matter at the royal palace? Annie and even Kirill are here too. Didn't I entrust the management of the household to you? I explicitly told you all not to return to the royal palace. Auntie bowed his head. I apologize, father. Renee didn't understand why her father was angry with Annie. She forced a smile. Father, I'm the one who invited them. It's not Annie's fault. Decila approached Renee. Renee, my inability to manage you properly is my mistake. I don't need to ask Annie to manage you anymore. It's unnecessary. Of course it is, he continued, but you need someone to keep you in check, Renee. Renee thought to herself, I think I understand. It's not that he failed at raising his children. It's that he doesn't like it. First, have a seat, father. All right, you all sit down too. Would you like some tea? No, let's get straight to the point. You were asking why we came here, right? Yes, I want to know the reason. Under these circumstances, why have you all come here? Father, you're so politically inept. What are you planning to do? Renee thought, that fake smile isn't going to work on me. I specialize in spitting in the face of such pleasantries. Aloud, she said, have you heard the news? His Highness, the Crown Prince, and I are in a relationship. Decila smiled. Yes, I've heard. Well, even so, Renee cut him off. A family on the verge of collapse. How did I manage to survive? How can you be so oblivious? Because of a faulty investigation, the only daughter of the ducal family was falsely accused of murdering the Saintess. Even though I couldn't clear my name, our family was deceived and went along with it. In that situation, I cleared myself of those false charges, reconciled with the Crown Prince, and even went public with my relationship. I couldn't extinguish the flames of public opinion, so I just dug a hole and buried them all. I still don't understand why you continue to treat me with such indifference. Kirill, listening to her speak to her father like this, nearly wet himself. She's crazy, absolutely crazy. Renee continued, could it be because I handled everything myself without consulting you? Even so, I'm sure you'll understand. After all, I'm your most beloved daughter. Decila replied, indeed. The reason we can't trust you. That's a grave mistake, isn't it? Decila's face held a strained smile. A grave mistake indeed. Renee recognized the cunning in her old man, but she maintained her bright smile. Exactly. You should inform me of such important matters beforehand, Renee. This father of yours needs to be kept in the loop to cooperate. I would have loved to, but it's so difficult to even get a meeting with you, father. But since you say so, father, I'll consider it next time. Auntie and Kirill exchanged panicked glances. Next time, what else does she plan to do? Renee thought to herself, I have to do something. Now that I know he's the Duke's family nuisance, isn't it only fair I treat him accordingly? I can't just let someone who's causing trouble get away with it. I'll keep that in mind for next time, father, Renee said, thinking I'll probably have to see Aiden soon and break her legs. Her father replied, I trust you will, Renee. I'm very proud of you, by the way. This statement surprised everyone present. I was worried about my beloved daughter, who was known only for her face and not her swordsmanship, causing quite a stir amongst the nobility. But seeing you like this, it seems my worries were unfounded. Moreover, you're far better than those who receive the full support of their families yet achieve nothing. Renee thought it was a compliment, but it turned out to be a comparison. Left with no other choice, she said, "That's strange, father, but you're not exactly a master swordsman yourself." He responded gravely, "Everyone who knows me is well aware that I became a master swordsman at the age of 3. You can't compare yourselves to me." "How so?" Renee asked. Dessler replied, "How so? At my peak, I couldn't ascend to the highest position because I had to shoulder the burden of the family and the war. It's thanks to me that you all enjoy such peaceful lives." Auntie and Kirill thought, "Is Renee actually? Is she defending us? What I know about your time is completely different. I know of people who reached even greater heights after they started." "Ah, so that's why you're the highest level. I truly respect you, father." "The highest level? That's truly amazing, isn't it?" I spoke out of turn without knowing the full story. "I hope you'll forgive me, father." "Yes, it's good that you understand. It's been a while since we've had a proper conversation. I wish we could have warm chats like this more often as a family." "You want that too, right, father?" Dessler replied, "Of course." Auntie and Kirill were once again astonished. "Are we included in that we?" "Oh, I almost forgot, father. Could you arrange a meeting for me with the princess?" "It's not difficult, but why do you want to meet her?" "I just want to pay my respects. I'm sure I've surprised her quite a bit recently." "All right, I understand. Thank you, father. My goal is to learn about the princess, but there's something else too, isn't there? Now I know how the Duke and the whole family can bully Renee. How can Renee even breathe living in the Duke's lion's den? My brothers too, and now even Maxius. But first I have to do this. My target today isn't you." Her father asked, "Is there anything else you want to say, Renee?" Renee replied, "Of course. I hope you stretch your legs out and sleep well, father." The Silver Eagle Palace, where Princess Iden resides, protected by the Silver Eagle Knights and imbued with silver energy. And here is Renee, grinding her teeth in anger. Renee fumed, incredulous. How dare they keep her waiting for minutes? She had come personally, and yet she still had to endure this condescending lecture. First her father, now the princess. Everyone seemed intent on lecturing her. How strange. The door slowly opened, and a voice from within called out, "You may enter, Lady Renee." Renee entered and bowed her head. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness." A blonde-haired figure seated on a chair replied, "It has been a while, Lady Renee. You said you miss me dearly. This is a bit of information about the princess. You can pause to read it." Seeing Iden, Renee realized this wouldn't be as easy as she thought. "Yes, Your Highness," Renee said. "I bring news. A clue regarding the disappearance of Saintus Reincarnated. I wish to share this with you personally." A notification window appeared before Renee. Unexpected quest. Investigate the princess. You must determine if Princess Iden is behind this incident. However, this will not be easy. It is difficult to distinguish friend from foe. Which side is the princess on? Determine whether she is an ally or an enemy by the end of this meeting. Choosing ally. Iden von Jandis's favor plus 200. Crown Prince's favor minus 200. Choosing enemy. Iden's favor minus 200. Crown Prince's favor plus 200. Just like the previous life. One unexpected quest after another. This is driving me mad. Princess Iden gestured. "Sit. What should I do? I don't know what my current standing with the Crown Prince is. If his favor drops by 200, it could impact the mission. What am I supposed to do?" Princess Iden prompted, "What is this new clue?" Renee thought frantically, "Don't rush me, friend. I'm racking my brain here." "Right?" she began. "Has Your Highness heard about Lord Sidin Ansira's being dispatched to the northern border?" "Of course. It was my brother's order. Something about aiding the fate of the Holy See in the north, I believe." "Yes," Renee replied, producing a letter. "This is a letter from Lord Ansira's." Iden opened the letter, and her eyebrows rose. "This," Renee explained, "it's the bone of a deer. It was found near a corpse ravaged by wild beasts. Strangely, Lord Sidin sensed divine power emanating from this bone and collected it. Your Highness, what do you make of this bone?" The princess examined it closely. "I see it on a kneecap." "Indeed, a kneecap," Renee confirmed. "Specifically, a kneecap that was trapped and completely shattered. There's no visible trace of the damage. However, yes, perhaps a powerful divine force mended the fragments and restored it. Very few in this world possess the ability to fully heal shattered bone, and even fewer would expend such divine power on a dying deer. How many names come to mind, Your Highness?" I can only think of one, Renee admitted. According to the investigation, no priests were near the location. A smile played on the princess's lips. Intriguing. Renee responded, I agree, Your Highness. So this evidence. Aiden leaned closer, cutting Renee off. No, I wasn't referring to the evidence, but to the person. Renee blinked, bewildered. Me. Princess Aiden stated, you are the one who would benefit most from the saintess's continued absence, yet you are the most fervent in your search. Very intriguing. I also wish for Rian's return, Your Highness. And what if the saintess returns, and you are cast aside once more? That remains to be seen, Your Highness. Don't you understand? My brother's engagement to Reincarnated wasn't just a simple engagement. It was a secret promise between the Holy Temple and my brother, a deal between a vulnerable crown prince and the Pope to seize control of the temple by borrowing the power of the royal family. Renee replied, I'm aware of that. And if that's the case, you should also know that your brother will abandon someone who no longer holds any value. Now that Rian has disappeared, the Pope won't object to whomever my brother puts in her place. But when Rian returns, do you think he'll still choose that person? Renee inwardly fumed, as if I care. I don't need any of that. Aloud, she said, yes, this time, instead of the Holy Temple, Duke Maxius will become the Crown Prince's new power base. Her inner monologue continued, as if I'm getting engaged because I want to. I never had a choice in the matter from the beginning. The thought sparked fresh irritation. That damned is error, throwing away his own reputation and only caring about that 2-bit contract that'll help him ascend the throne. Because of him, I can't even go out normally. Honestly, what was the point of that deal? Now he's messed everything up. Aiden smiled. So, Duke Maxius will be my brother's new power base. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the doorway. I'm curious whether you'll choose the throne or Renee. If you're curious, you should ask me directly, Aiden. I didn't expect you to come all the way here, brother. The Crown Prince walked to Renee's side. I have no intention of giving up the throne. Aiden seized the opportunity. Oh my, did you hear that, my lady? Our Crown Prince has chosen the throne over you. The Crown Prince interjected. Even so, I have no intention of giving up Renee either. What's this? Seems my dear brother has developed deep feelings for this young lady. Were you being sincere at the banquet? The Crown Prince took Renee's hand. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant, Aiden. But never do that to someone who belongs to me again. Then I must apologize for my rudeness. With that, the Crown Prince pulled Renee away. Renee yanked her hand back. Now that we're alone, could you please let go? Don't be so arrogant. Renee bristled. Arrogant? Could you explain why you're so angry? You seem to be mistaken about something. What did I do? The Crown Prince demanded. Why did you go to see Aiden? What did you say to her? Renee thought. Just how many questions are swirling around in his head? I just want to find out some things. I didn't say much. The Crown Prince stepped closer. Do you think you can take responsibility for this? Because I've been cooperating with you, you seem to have a high opinion of yourself. I was wondering what made you so angry. Your Highness is afraid I'll be swayed by the princess. You're worried it'll cause problems for your claim to the throne, aren't you? I know you've changed, but dealing with Aiden isn't simple. I'm simply filling Rian's empty place until she returns. That's all. I know you want to demonstrate your own power, which is why you're participating in this fight for the throne with me. Renee cut him off. I'll only ask this once. If Rian returns, you'll abandon me again, won't you? To your Highness, I'm simply a stand-in for Rian, correct? Renee thought to herself. Answer me, Crown Prince. Is that truly all it is, even if it's just a little? Your Highness, she said aloud, you don't want to lie to me, do you? All right. In the end, he only loves himself. The thought stung. How could I have ever dreamed of a happily ever after with that wretch? How pathetic of me. I understand now, Renee stated, her voice laced with newfound resolve. Why should I sit still for your Highness? Am I your tool? I have my own thoughts and feelings, things I'm better at possessing than you, seeing as you seem to lack both. Even if I am a hindrance to your future, she continued, her voice rising, you have no right to treat me this way, your Highness. Does blaming others for your own shortcomings make you feel better? As Renee turned to leave, the Crown Prince hurried after her. Lady Renee, that's not what I meant. Renee whirled around, anger flashing in her eyes. Luckily for you, I need this connection, so I have no intention of breaking it off. Therefore, between us, there should only be a relationship of mutual exploitation. Bloody Hand's leader asked if I was angry. The thought flitted through her mind. It's nothing, just a little annoyed, because it seems my judgment of character is getting worse. Why do I like that kind of person? And why did I feel a flicker of hope with someone like him? Alright, constantly meeting people who only know how to ask questions is exhausting. I seem to have overlooked something. Just then, a voice called out from behind her. Wait, Lady Maxius. Yes, Your Highness, Renee replied, turning to face Princess Aiden von Jandissa. What brings you here? I came to apologize for what happened earlier. Your Highness, there's no need for that, Renee demurred. I apologize for leaving abruptly. No, Aiden insisted. I may have said things I shouldn't have. It was rude of me to question your relationship with my brother. I'd like to continue our conversation, Aiden continued. Can we pick up where we left off, Lady Maxius? But I've already said everything I intended to, Renee replied, a touch of confusion in her voice. I mean, I haven't finished, Aiden pressed. Lady Maxius, you're being deceived by my brother. If you come to my palace, I'll show you proof. Another notification popped up. Surprise quest. Investigate character. Choice mode activated. Surprise choice. Distinguish enemy. Now's the time to choose. If you accept Princess Aiden's offer, she will become your ally. But if you refuse her offer, she will become your enemy. Which will you choose? If you accept, the princess's favorability will increase by 200 and the crown prince's favorability will decrease by 200. If you refuse, the opposite will happen. Damn it, because of that Izir, I couldn't have a proper conversation. The Lord of Temptation requests to check Izir's favorability. Right, I can check it on the system too. Still updating. Well, I guess this means I have to go with my gut. The princess, noticing Renee's silence, prompted Lady Maxius. Yes, please wait a moment. Your Highness, Renee responded. I need time to think. I've heard you've changed, Aiden observed, a hint of amusement in her voice. But truly, you've changed a great deal. If this were before, you would have refused outright. Even so, I'm surprised to see you hesitate. That's true, Renee thought, surprised. If this were the old Renee, she would have refused Princess Aiden's offer for Izir's sake without a second thought. But now, I can't trust either Izir or Aiden. In this situation, if I'm forced to choose someone I trust, it only takes a moment's thought. Even if my brother promises anything, it's just sweet-talking lies. If you choose him, you'll regret it. After thinking it over, Renee declared, I refuse. She really is just like the real Renee, isn't she? Aiden asked, her eyes wide. Are you certain? Aiden pressed. Yes, Your Highness. I'm quite serious, Renee replied. Aiden continued. May I ask why? I made you a rather advantageous offer. Renee answered. It is advantageous, and it would be foolish of me to refuse, especially since Izir is such a fool, so extreme in his thinking. So why? Because Renee Maxius believes in that person. I swore I would trust Izir more than anyone else. Why overthink it? Even if the mission is complicated, the system can't touch me. Besides, if there's no clear answer, I might as well trust Renee. Several days later, at the Maxius mansion in the capital city of Ramas, I'm torn between Aiden and Izir. Choosing Izir has made me think strangely for days. The blood cult leader asked, your original target was Aiden, wasn't it? What are they talking about? Neither of them is my type. If I had to choose, Aiden is more capable, but she's a bit suspicious. Because deep down, I understand how dangerous it is to join hand with a stranger, and I plan to leave this place anyway. What was I saying? Kim I-Yang, an S-rank hunter in my past life, and now Renee. However, both are different in their approach to participation. In my past life, my real body and soul transmigrated into the novel. Since the body and soul were mine anyway, I didn't need to worry much about the body. But now the situation is different. The soul is Kim I-Yang, but the body is Renee Maxius, and the soul, at some point, I have to return this body to Renee. I can't just borrow someone else's body and do as I please. What if I control her body and change everything to my liking? Especially if I were to, say, quit my job on a whim. That would be the end of the world. I worked so hard to become a public servant, so I always feel guilty towards Renee. I'm not a novel maniac, I'm a battle maniac. Perhaps every mission is being steered in the direction Renee would want. I'm sorry, Renee. I'll make sure this body is safe when you return. Since the environment can't be changed, I at least want to respect Renee's soul. Izir is annoying, but she'd be sad if she came back and found herself an enemy of her brother. I don't regret ending my one-sided love, but, I mean, the favorability rating is making things complicated in my head. It increased from 200 to 357, so it was originally 137, right? Filling Rian's empty spot until she returns. Just that much. But how can he talk like that to someone with a 157 favorability rating? And the second headache. I need to complete the mission quickly. Whose favorability rating should I check? At first, I thought I would remember Izir but thinking about it now, it's much more complicated. Well, I don't know. Let's set that aside for now and look at something else. Main quest, reputation restoration. You have become the lover of Izir von Randisa, crown prince of the Randisa Empire. However, suspicions surrounding you remain. Restore your reputation completely and protect Izir. Completion condition, reputation no. Reward. What will happen if the muse of the shipyard becomes the villainess of the Duke's house? As expected, it's the main quest. My first goal is to raise my reputation. Let's see my current reputation value. I need to increase it by 413 points. This situation arose because I pretended to be engaged to Izir without any agreement. At least that jerk helped a little. But Izir's value is so high. Now, I have to raise my own reputation. There are 3 ways to improve my reputation. 1. Succeed in reputation quests. Since Izir isn't giving me any right now, let's skip that. 2. Explain the misunderstandings that caused the bad reputation. I've already used this method, so the effect will be less. Let's skip that too. So, I have to choose this one. 3. Make it obvious to everyone that you will achieve excellent results. What should I do? It will be difficult to utilize the same principles as in my past life. The biggest events that have happened since my reincarnation are unfolding just like the script. First, Rian's disappearance. Second, the will accusing the crown prince and Renee of being criminals. Third, the denial of Renee's crimes. But there's one difference. The original Renee not only didn't find the will, but was also caught up in rumors and placed under house arrest. The denial of the crimes wasn't led by me or Kirio, but by someone from another noble family. Furthermore, the explanation ended vaguely and gained Izir's trust. On top of that, Sidin and Sirez didn't even appear in any of this. Are these minor differences normal? No, it's the butterfly effect. I experienced it enough in my past life. Tiny differences bringing vastly different results. I borrowed knowledge from the novel to solve past difficulties, but the main character chose to resolve someone else's false accusations first. But this time, there's a problem that makes that impossible. I don't have the original novel to refer to. What should I do? From now on, I'll follow my own path. Sidin Ansirez has continued to suffer from nightmares since becoming a master swordsman. Even after waking up after a struggle, he can't forget his dreams. Endless struggles, boundless stagnation. Only fear and anxiety torment him. Cold sweats and trembling have become a part of his life. However, last night, instead of a nightmare, a quiet stillness came to him. Peace returned. It was a deep sleep after a long time. Thinking back, it seems I experienced this once not too long ago. That's right, like the first time we met. Hello, Sidin. Sidin, startled, replied Renee. How did you get here? Go back to sleep. I'm just watching. Huh, you were watching me sleep a few hours ago. What is it? I thought you'd still be awake, so I came to check. Or was it because you had a nightmare? Their complexion isn't very good. They woke up even with me this close. I'll just look a little longer. It's better to wake them than let them have a nightmare. Huh, why did their complexion suddenly improve? What's this? It's a good thing, it's a good thing. I'll let them sleep a little longer. After all, I saw it last time. They look beautiful while sleeping. Black hair. It was common in my past life, but not here anymore. Someone standing between the boundary of strangeness and familiarity. Besides the floral scent, they also have a very distinctive face. It's Sidin. Back in the present, Renee had only intended to watch until he woke up. Sidin quickly sat up and said, Teach, that's not very interesting. I don't look very good either. Renee flicked Sidin's nose and said, I was seeing if you look good. Sidin, clutching his sore nose, asked, Then can I watch Renee sleep? Renee immediately replied, Now, that's absolutely not allowed. Definitely not. Sidin smiled. So, did you come here for anything today? Renee answered, Anything. I don't have anything. If that were true, I'd be very happy, but it's not, is it? Renee looked at him, thinking, Since when did he get so good at reading me? Renee stammered, Well, there is that. What would happen if I revealed that I'm a master swordsman? Renee sat beside Sidin and asked, What would happen if I revealed the truth that I'm a master swordsman? Sidin replied, If you said it casually, no one would believe you. Renee Maxius became the disgrace of the Maxius family because she couldn't wield a sword. Renee explained, I wasn't thinking of revealing it right away. I have to create some achievements to support it, right? Sidin thought for a moment and then said, You've also been teaching young Master Kirio, so if you do a few more things, it won't seem unreasonable at all. But why do you suddenly want to reveal the truth? Renee hesitated, saying that, maybe it's because the royal family's attitude towards me is very unpleasant. Renee thought to herself, with 413's reputation, I have to say this will completely restore my reputation. Sedin smiled and replied, certainly, if the truth comes to light, no one will be able to treat Renee carelessly. But there's no other way. If you reveal your identity, you'll probably be very busy. So are you sad? No. Why? If it were me, I'd certainly be sad. Sedin looked into Renee's eyes and asked, would you be sad if you couldn't see me? Renee stammered, of course. Suddenly, Renee's emotions subsided. Of course, I'd be sad. Is that the natural emotion? If someone disappears, is it natural to be sad? I gave up climbing the tower at some point. Was it around the time the regressions exceeded 30 times? After finishing things in this tower, what's left? If I return to the original world, will I be able to live as I did before? What did I do there? Father and mother. What was my brother's name? Do I need to go home? When they lost their will to live and decided to give up everything, the system made a proposal. If you break the tower, you will save everyone. You will return to the world you originally belonged to, and everyone in this world will be happy without you. It was a regrettable metaphor for the tempted, Renee mused, but those words were truly the devil's temptation. Accepting the offer had rekindled a flicker of hope. Ironically, from that moment, the grief over her comrades' deaths had dulled. This life had suffered a grave loss of energy. There was no other way. Destroying the tower was the only path to saving everyone. Stop. Get up. We go to the next floor, Renee said, her voice brittle. The blonde-haired girl trembled. Captain, but Renee's gaze turned glacial. Tears and weeping won't bring back the dead. Move. The blonde-haired girl burst into tears. Captain, are you even human? If I die, will you shed a single tear? Are we even your comrades? Renee's thoughts churned. Why would she say that? I'm saving everyone. Saving all of them. Am I no longer valuing my own life? The lives of my comrades. The crushing weight of grief had been replaced by the steely resolve to conquer the tower. And yet, I feel sadness now. Once this mission is complete, I'll leave. Sedin, noticing Renee's vacant expression, called out, Renee, are you all right? Your complexion. Renee quickly took Sedin's outstretched hand. Sorry. I was just lost in thought. Sedin looked concerned. Did I upset you? No, Renee replied, shaking her head. What were we talking about? Yes. So, why would I be a master swordsman? Actually, I need your help. All right, what can I do for you? You said you work for the Gue mercenaries, right? Post a commission for me. It has to be very, very difficult. Sedin tilted his head. I understand. And the reward for this commission. Renee paused, a flicker of realization in her eyes. Of course, money. What to do? Rob the Duke's treasury. Sedin placed a hand on his chest. If it pleases you, may I decide the reward? Renee blinked, surprised. Of course. I imagine there's quite a bit of coin there. Sedin continued. Renee, how would you feel if I said I was worried about you encountering bandits and getting hurt? Renee frowned. Are you joking? Shouldn't you be worried about their safety? Sedin chuckled. That's the mood I'm in. I see. This kid, my pride, is a little wounded. So he has that much money. By the way, Renee asked, curiosity piqued, is the reason you're investigating the North because of the Marquis? You didn't seem to care before. Did something change? If I'd known, I would have helped, but I hid the tower, so it's all a bit hazy now. I'm a little sorry about that, but Sedin replied, the nobles are finding it troublesome now, but they seem more irritated that the crown prince is guarding you with such flamboyance. Renee nearly choked on the imaginary drink she wasn't having. You're still paying attention to that? She asked incredulously. Of course, Sedin answered. I'm paying a great deal of attention, and there's another reason as well. Intrigued, Renee pressed. What reason? Sedin hesitated for a moment. Renee, may I tell you a bit about myself? Renee readily agreed. Sure, go ahead. What is it you want to say? Sedin hesitated, then began, it's just my story before I met Renee. I was an orphan, abandoned during the war. I survived by the skin of my teeth, raising my spear against anyone who threatened me. I became a mercenary for the promise of food and shelter, some semblance of safety. From there, I gathered other scattered mercenaries, those who had also suffered loss in the war, and formed a company. Things went well, surprisingly well. We even achieved a major victory. After the war, there was even more coin to be made, hiring out the mercenaries who had nowhere left to go. I lived with the sole purpose of enjoying each moment. Somewhere along the way, I'd amassed quite a bit. Rank and position came naturally, though managing the nobles when they came to Gue was a nuisance. Not that I cared much about any of it. Renee asked, curious, then why did you refuse? Sedin's gaze suddenly turned somber, because it was all so empty. Looking back, I'd lived without purpose for so long. Like a parched demon, I greedily chased power and material gain, swallowing them whole without savoring anything. No attachments, just drifting like a rogue. How did I even end up with so much? The moment I started questioning myself, suddenly everything became a burden. So, I impulsively refused the title. Sedin's eyes seemed to dart away, avoiding something. I know quite a few people were surprised. Many tried to pry into my thoughts. But by then, I had no interest. The nobles chalked it up to eccentricity, which was convenient. And that's the truth of it. Quite a pathetic story, isn't it? Renee thought to herself, not really. I don't think so. This is a big deal. If killing off my own spirit and drifting along for the sake of hollow goals and objectives is what you mean by pathetic, then I understand it all too well. Sedin stepped closer, taking Renee's hand. You understand. Thank you. But my emptiness, it seems to have found its end. It all began after I met you, Renee. It wasn't until I met you that the gears inside me started turning again. So I'm glad that everything I've gained can now be used for your sake. If you were to pick up that last thing you threw away, Renee, you could ask for anything you desire. I will be happy if you did. A few days later, a violet-haired girl spoke. They say a vicious dragon has appeared in Malapa, the kingdom next to ours. Two men nearby murmured to each other. Could it be the dragon from the rumors? Yeah, you're talking about that mad dragon, right? Seems some lunatic woke it up. Elsewhere, a figure mused. Let's see. I heard rumors of a vicious dragon, so I came here. I wonder who woke it. Initially, the stories, dismissed as mere gossip, began to take root in people's minds like a spark landing in a dry wheat field. The townspeople chattered amongst themselves. I heard it was the one who destroyed a kingdom 1,000 years ago. What if it comes all the way to our empire? The rumors spread like wildfire, beyond anyone's control. Where the flames burned brightest, fertile ground was being tilled for someone's ambition. The violet-haired girl spoke. I've completed everything you asked. The young man smiled in response. Good. And the harvester has offered the fruits of their labor to the one most deserving. Of course. Nearby, a recruitment notice proclaimed, Sirigai seeks the dragon slayer to bring peace to the empire by defeating Halalan, the evil dragon of Malapa. The details followed. Target, Halalan's legion. Required, Halalan's horn, claw, or heart. Reward, all honors of Sirigai and the mercenary king, Sedin Ansuras. It was a trap, one he himself would be sacrificed in. Renee was destined to claim the mercenary king title. This, indeed, was the future he spoke of. Renee, upon learning of this, roared, Sedin, you said you would decide the reward for this. At the border of Malapa, where rumors of the dragon swirled, Sedin inquired, are you angry with me? Renee's face remained a thundercloud. Sedin bowed his head. I apologize. Renee snapped, no, but what were you thinking offering such a reward? The reward she spoke of, the mercenary king, Sedin Ansuras himself. Sedin replied, but only you could accomplish such a feat, my lady. Renee, clearing a path through the undergrowth, retorted, that's even more of a problem. I'm not one to treat others like slaves. And what possessed you to announce me as your master? Sedin offered a strained smile. Days earlier, in Sirigai, Sedin had announced, though many have offered support, the final expedition, including myself, will consist of only 3. To defeat Halalan, one must have attained at least the rank of Master Swordsman. I ask for your understanding. Halalan is renowned as the fiercest and most powerful of the Red Dragons. Those who are not skilled swordsmen are easily consumed by its fiery breath. I understand. He continued, the first, as you all know, is Prince Iser. The other is my master. Murmurs rippled through the assembled crowd. A master. The mercenary king has a master. What sort of person could be the master of such a skilled swordsman? Surely someone beyond even a master swordsman. Could it be someone we know? Back in the present, Renee marched onward. Clearly, something is amiss. Rumors are spreading that I'm the one who trained the Holy Knight. Sedin asked, but wouldn't you want that clarified? Renee thought to herself, I do, but this is too much. At least the rumors aren't connected to the Demon King. Grimacing, Renee said, regardless, we must do things properly. You should have said it was an anonymous individual. Sedin replied, I couldn't call you an anonymous individual. You are far too esteemed, my lady. Renee was exasperated. Seriously, that's not at all. I told you before, I won't accept that reward. Sedin reassured her, it's not a problem. Renee questioned, really? Sedin answered, yes, I will do as you wish. Renee thought, why didn't you say so earlier? Aloud, she said, you've handled everything else well, so I'll let this slide. But next time, consult me first. Sedin offered a disarming smile. I thought you said there was no need to ask. However, I believe this will help you achieve your goals more easily. I apologize for my presumption. Renee asked, you understand me that well? Sedin stammered, I apologize if I upset you. I truly only wanted to be of some small assistance. Observing his demeanor, Renee thought, his attitude is humble, but I feel like I'm being manipulated. Fine, just be more careful in the future. Sedin replied, yes, I won't do it again. If you dislike it, then I dislike it as well. Renee gazed at him, her thoughts swirling. Why? She wondered silently. Why is he so good to me? Aloud, she asked, so, to clarify, you intend to offer yourself as a reward to help me. Sedin replied, that's not quite it. I want everyone to know that I'm always on your side, my lady. Renee hesitated. But why? Sedin simply smiled, offering no explanation. As they walked, the conversation shifted to the mission. Does this dragon actually exist? Renee asked. Yes, Sedin confirmed. This concerns your reputation, so I wouldn't lie about it. Renee mused. The timing of its appearance is convenient. A troubling thought crossed her mind. Could I have inadvertently awakened it? So, she continued, we've been on a grand quest from the very beginning. Sedin replied, a mundane task wouldn't attract much attention. This is better. I suppose you're right, Renee conceded. So, you're saying Iser will cooperate later? Sedin nodded. Yes. Renee scoffed. He intends to destroy everything before cooperating. Honestly, Sedin finished her thought, his voice low, a man, devoid of shame and conscience. I don't know why I ever liked him. Well, Renee said, it's good that you don't anymore. That's enough. Yes, it is. Sedin paused, sensing something in her tone. What was that reaction, my lady? Could it be? Renee snapped. No, of course not. Renee's thoughts raced. Of course not, she reaffirmed to herself. But he doesn't truly understand Renee Macius, so he would think that. Honestly, if I think about it, I might actually go back to Iser immediately. Why not me? Sedin asked suddenly. Renee blinked, surprised. What? Sedin took her hand. I have shame. I have a conscience. Why can't it be me? Renee looked into his eyes, a wave of emotion washing over her. Looking at those eyes, he looks like someone who has made many people cry. She felt herself weakening under his gaze. I can't stand such sincerity. She dipped her head slightly. I know, she murmured. You're perfect, and that's why I need to be conscientious towards you. Because you belong to this world, and I'll return to my real world someday. So, Sedin. She choked on the words. I'm sorry. Sedin looked at her, confused. What are you talking about, my lady? Renee continued, her voice barely a whisper. Even though I don't intend to stay in this world, even though I don't intend to take responsibility, I still have feelings for you. So I'm sorry. The scene shifted abruptly. Owain, the captain of Iden's night order, called out, halt. He scanned his surroundings, a frown creasing his brow. I've felt an unusual aura emanating from this mountain for a while now. Not just unusual, overwhelmingly powerful. If we go any further, he declared, we'll be going against Halalen's will. We stop here. Upon hearing this, the soldiers behind him promptly retreated a good half-mile. What are you doing? Owain roared. Stay put. He slumped, dejected. A high-ranking sword expert like myself, and this is as far as I can go. The princess was furious when she learned the crown prince was assigned to the Royal Expeditionary Force. If Iser returns with Halalen's heart, there's no doubt he'll be the next ruler. I won't let that happen. Owain, I have to stop Iser. Even Master Swordsman has little chance of surviving an encounter with a dragon. Whichever side survives, annihilate them all. This is your command, Owain. I trust you won't disappoint me. Owain clutched his head, thinking, even if it's for the throne, attacking the expeditionary force after they've battled the dragon, it's truly ruthless. So ruthless. Princess Iden truly stops at nothing to achieve her goals. I admired her decisiveness, swore my life to it. Even so, I'm just a knight. This is a cowardly act, but I'm fortunate I won't have to kill Prince Iser myself. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence. Owain tensed. Who's there? Turning, Owain saw two figures cloaked in black. Who are you? At the Grand Issa Imperial War Council, the assembled nobles murmured amongst themselves. The people are terrified. His Highness, the Crown Prince, must depart at once. Another voice countered, where does His Highness have to go personally? That place is nothing short of hell. A third chimed in, don't feign concern for His Highness. I'm just worried he won't be able to capture the evil dragon. Iser frowned, thinking, days have passed, and I'm still stuck here because of these insignificant fools. The voices continued, if you continue to obstruct the expedition, we'll all starve. Only someone with His Highness's strength can capture the evil dragon. We must form an expeditionary force with the Crown Prince at its head. Princess Iden asked, what's amusing you, brother? Iser smiled, everything. My dear sister, you're not allowed to go. Am I the only one who finds this absurd? The Empire's citizens tremble in fear of the evil dragon, yet no one cares. You're all only concerned with the throne. From the assembled nobles, this is a matter of fairness, Your Highness. If we resort to force, does no one acknowledge the recent absence of the Eagle Knight's captain? What does the disappearance of such a powerful figure at this juncture imply, Iden? Must I spell out for you? Iser countered. Iden replied, inquiring about the whereabouts of my knights is beyond your authority, and isn't dictating my actions also beyond your authority? Iser pressed, I haven't offered any opinions. Brother, Iden responded smoothly. Then, Iser began, then we must go. For the Empire. Iden finished cutting him off. The clamor amongst the nobles rose again. Your Highness, please reconsider. Your Highness, look, even the princess dares to defy the decision. At that moment, a booming voice silenced the room. Enough. This is disgraceful. The speaker was the Emperor of the Grand Issa Empire, Astapor Grand Issa. He continued, his voice heavy with authority. You, who are considered the pillars and driving force of the Empire. Iden, I hear you've released the eagles into the dragon's habitat. Iden smiled sweetly. It was merely a measure to protect the Empire, Father. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. Don't deceive me, but if you wield no sword and simply sit idly by, that is truly disappointing. He turned his gaze to Iser. Your recent conduct has been interesting, Iser. If I have met your expectations, Your Majesty, that is all that matters, Iser replied calmly. But Rene Macius, the Emperor continued, his voice laced with displeasure, that girl is even more problematic than Iden, losing the saint and returning with only her. How do you explain this? She is not what you think, Father, Iser defended. The Emperor laughed, a short, sharp sound. Arrogant. You already consider the Emperor's throne yours, do you? It seems you wish to usurp my entire position. Look into my eyes. Do these eyes, the eyes of this prince, hold such ambition, Iser? If so, you'll have to prove that girl's usefulness. Otherwise, this imperial throne will go to your pathetic younger sister, who can't even hold a sword. Iser clenched his fists, thinking usefulness. Why am I remembering those words now? The scene shifted to Owain, who was now confronting Rene. Who's there? He demanded. Show yourself. Owain bit his lip, thinking, could that be Hal Allen disguised? But I've never heard of him having allies. Rene gestured towards his sword. What's that for? Are you going to stab me with that thing? Owain retorted, I said, reveal your identities. What is your purpose in approaching me? Rene slowly removed her hood. Purpose, she echoed. Owain's voice sharpened in his mind. I've definitely heard that voice somewhere before. As Rene's face was revealed, Owain's eyes widened in surprise. I came to save your life, all right, Rene said. Now that you recognize me, you should put that sword away. Owain replied, this is dragon territory. We can't tell if it's real just by looking at its scales. Rene turned to Sidin. He's smart, she murmured. I want him all to myself. Sidin blinked. He thought that's smart. What about me? Rene continued. But why would someone as smart as you not realize you're severing your own lifeline? Like you said, this is dragon territory, and you plan to just camp here. She mused. It's thanks to Hal Allen that I know he's here. The Healing Wave King said that the blazing power of fire is paying attention to you. Rene's gaze turned thoughtful. I wondered who had attracted Halalen's attention, so I came to see him. He doesn't even have the ability to catch a dragon, yet he's Iser's lackey, traveling with the knights. Makes no sense. Owain spoke up. So, not within the territory, but at the border. Rene scoffed. Do you think you should care whether the crazy kid is within the boundary or right in front of you? Don't you know the meaning of evil dragon? Your head's so high in the clouds you can't see anything. Rene pondered again. It seems he really doesn't know anything. But because of Iden's orders, he can't retreat. The knights of this world are mostly just blind with loyalty. I have one of those next to me, too. Then she smiled. Even so, You're quite lucky. I mean, you met me before you met the evil dragon. Renee summoned Verna's greatsword. Summoning skill. This sword is made by combining the power of water. If there's water around, even if it's broken or damaged, it can repair itself. The Healing Wave King asked if it had been a long time since she'd used a sword. The Bloody Hand sect leader chided her for using the blood sword too infrequently. Oh, come on, Renee replied. That sword contains too much life force. A normal person can't use it. Renee then executed the Great Eagle Sword technique. Blood cult skill is still okay. The Bloody Hand sect leader was satisfied, saying that this martial art was the most suitable for her. She thought, but are there skills like the Great Eagle Sword technique in this world? Sidin gasped. As expected of Renee. Owain's jaw dropped. Ah, magic. Renee stammered. Yeah, thanks for thinking so. Owain exclaimed in disbelief, but you're the only normal person in Macius. Then, Renee unleashed her power, creating an explosion. She would force the lizard to greet her, and with a smile. The bloody cult leader warned, danger. The Healing Wave King warned, danger. The Lord of Temptation warned, danger. Renee smirked. It's been so long since I've smelled this. It's nothing more than raw food for another being. A paltry existence. The dragon's claws gradually materialized. It emerged before Renee and spoke. Look at this. Chasing that rat led to something far more interesting. System announcement. Starfire of despair and delight. Your level is increasing. Adjusting. Encountered a spirit's past. Due to indirect contact, rewards will be adjusted downward. Reputation increased by 50. Current reputation, negative 363. The dragon looked at Renee and continued. Foreigners expelled from this world. Even non-existent, they still exist. Renee stared at it, thinking, it seems the first part of that story is about me. But who's the latter part about? Non-existent, yet existing. Wait a minute, what does this lizard know? The dragon suddenly attacked fiercely. Renee met the onslaught, her blades flashing. Her eyes narrowed in anger. You bastard, what the hell are you doing? We were talking. The dragon replied, that's necessary to balance the world. And it's none of your business anyway. You don't belong here. Renee instantly retaliated, launching chains that wrapped around the dragon's neck. Sidin struggled against the force of their clash, as the dragon lashed out at him, sending him reeling back, coughing up blood. I tried to defend myself, he thought, but my body wouldn't move. Is this because of the curse? Another attack hurtled towards Sidin. Renee instantly conjured a shimmering barrier, the dawn wave curtain, shielding him. The dragon questioned, stranger, why do you protect him? Can't you sense it? There's nothing there. Sidin struggled to his feet. Renee called out, don't move. Stay behind my shield. I'll deal with this. She launched herself into the air. The bloody cult leader watched her with concern. The Healing Wave King diligently wove a protective layer of seawater around her. The Lord of Temptation observed the situation intently. Don't worry, she thought, this dragon's stats are way lower than yours. This system is clearly just gathering fragments of the spirit's past. The only real trouble I'll have is if I run into the tower's master. I could beat this one 1,000 times over. The dragon, struck by a powerful blow, stammered this power. Renee said, you should have realized that sooner. If you don't want to die, explain why you recognize that in me. The dragon replied, you carry within you a soul so pale. It's unmistakable. I wonder, who awakened me? Was it you? Awakened? Renee asked, puzzled. Me. The dragon answered, you awakening me means you've overturned your own fate. Renee leaned on her hand. That's awfully logical. Why would I overturn my own fate? I'm just sitting back and acting like a background error. The dragon, clearly bewildered, asked, what's a BG anyway? And what's that supposed to mean? Regardless, just leave this world. Outsider, this world isn't strong enough to withstand your presence. You're throwing everything off balance. Renee frowned. Do you think I want to be here? I'd love to go back if I could, you know. The dragon tilted its head upwards. Is that so? Even you must bow before overwhelming power. Good, outsider. Renee stared, dumbfounded. What now? The dragon continued. I had entered my hibernation, but thanks to you, I can't sleep. You have to disappear from this world for me to rest peacefully. But apparently, you can't go back either. So, there's only one option. Renee narrowed her eyes, suspicious. Wait a minute, with this predictable setup, are you going to say you'll follow me? Keep an eye on you and help you out. Such a reasonable proposition. And in your boring little life, this is the first time you've encountered someone as interesting as me, right? Don't tell me you're going to make that dull suggestion. Seeing the dragon speechless, Renee pressed on. I nailed it, didn't I? The dragon roared, hey, wait. Why are you hitting me? Ow. Hey, you already hit me there. It hurts. Later that evening, Renee recounted the tale. So, that's how it went down, and I decided to take in Halaland, the light dragon. The three spirits remained silent, utterly stunned. Sidin asked, "Are you a god?" Renee, "That's the light dragon." Owain thought to himself, why didn't she just take him in from the start? It's the light dragon. The light dragon. Renee, munching on something, said, "Of course I'm serious. Hey, introduce yourself, or I'll just call you the evil dragon." Halalan, now in human form, scoffed. "I refuse to introduce myself to such lowly beings who can't even live for 100 years. You've already called me Halalan, so just stick with that. Besides," he snapped, "I wouldn't put it past you lot to actually call me evil dragon." Sidin retorted, "Isn't that justified? You slaughtered thousands of innocent people thousands of years ago." Renee, still eating, thought, "Good job, Sidin." Halalan pointed at Sidin. "Aren't humans guilty too?" "Of course they are, because humans lack the eyes to see their own sins." Sidin asked, "So dragons do have those eyes?" Halalan replied, "Indeed. You humans are mistaken in thinking that we are bestowed with many gifts by the divine. Baila only granted dragons one thing, the ability to see the truth." Renee recalled the moment she took Halalan in. She had asked, "So you can see through my identity then?" "What did you mean when you saw Sidin?" "Existing, yet not existing. What does that even mean?" Halalan sighed. "Judging by your reaction, you seem completely clueless. He wasn't created by Baila. Unlike you, outsider, his existence isn't welcomed in any world. He could be considered the BG error you mentioned." Back in the present, Sidin asked, "Does that mean dragons have the right to trample on other lives?" Halalan said, "Well, let's just say my hands are pretty bloody. Is that why you attacked me?" Renee stepped forward and clamped her hands over both their mouths. "All right, enough of this pointless bickering. Let's put that aside and focus on what's ahead." Sidin protested, but Renee's gaze hardened. "Sidin, if you try to kill that dragon, I'll kill you. Instead, how about asking him nicely, 'Please kill me'?" Halalan was utterly astonished to hear this, while Sidin, overcome with sadness, said, "As always, I will do as Renee wishes." Renee laughed. "Thank you." Halalan spoke up, "This is absurd. Is this human before me truly deciding my fate?" Renee clenched her fist. "Did that punch not wake you up? Want another one, you overgrown lizard?" Halalan thought to himself, "Does she mean humans are powerless when they see me? Oh, great Beulah, why are you putting me through this?" The night Renee subdued Halalan, Awen lay awake, consumed by the greatest worry of his life. "Renee Macios, the one I considered the shame of Macios, has put my princess in danger. She's the master of the mercenary king, the one who subdued the light dragon Halalan, and has become the third sword master of the empire. If one day all eyes turn to the crown prince's lover, the princess's empire will crumble. No, the crown prince cannot take the throne. If she's strong enough to kill a dragon, then what's a mere human, even the princess, to her? I must protect the princess at all costs." So, immediately after fainting and regaining consciousness, he tried to speak with Renee, but she had erected a barrier, enclosing herself within. This meant he wouldn't be able to see her until the next day. "I can't just wait like this." On went to Sidin. "Sir Sidin, how can I protect the princess?" Sidin replied, "Go beg for Renee's mercy." On thought, beg for mercy. That's not so simple. It's not that easy. First, I should tell her the reason for coming and the princess's plan. That would clearly be an act of betrayal against the princess. But what if it's the only way to protect her? "Princess, what must I do to protect you?" The next morning, Renee emerged from her tent. "Another beautiful day. What's this? Why does everyone look so terrible?" The three of them were in a sorry state. One hadn't slept because of Renee, another because of Halalan, and the last from sheer worry. Halalan crossed his arms. "After causing such a commotion last night, you still managed to sleep." Renee replied, "Like a log. Full belly, fresh air. How could I not sleep well?" "Forget it. It's my fault for trying to understand such a bizarre person." "So what now?" "What now?" Renee asked. Halalan continued, "What are you going to do now? Where will you go? What about your world?" Before he could finish, Renee magically muzzled him. "This isn't the time for careless talk. Shut it. Are you afraid of humans, you thing?" Renee thought, "Oh, telepathy. He's not so simple if he can answer with magic like this." Renee conjured a chair with magic. "You asked what I'm going to do, right? Of course, I've already thought about it. Since I'm already here, shouldn't I just take you with me?" Several days later, the victory celebration took place in Ramaz, the capital of Grandisa. The citizens murmured amongst themselves. How did they manage to capture that thing? Incredible. I heard the mountains bordering Malapa completely collapsed. Is that true? They say it's all flattened now. No way. That's an exaggeration. Not only that, but they say a sudden flood poured down from the heavens and washed away all the remaining debris. If it's to that extent, isn't that divine intervention? That's what I think too. A notification popped up. People praise your achievements and incredible power, even though you chose to remain anonymous. Remaining anonymous will reward you with increased reputation. Reputation has increased by 100. Current reputation is negative 263. Renee smiled inwardly. I didn't intentionally cause the mountain ranges to collapse. The water spirit king apologized. I'm sorry I couldn't control my power. Renee replied, no, you didn't do anything wrong. If anyone's at fault, it's the blood cult leader who should have split the entire continent. What a pity. Renee frowned. If anything's wrong, it's probably because of that old man with a twisted sense of right and wrong. But there's something even more irritating than that old man. It's that demon Ezer who arrived late and couldn't do anything. Why didn't I go there? Everything has a reason. Sometimes I have to hold my breath and wait for a bigger reward. There's no way everyone would suddenly gather just to catch a dragon. Who would believe that? Even if I directly displayed my power, some would still think it was all staged. So first, we need to build a reputation anonymously. A new sword master, identity unknown. The Empire's third sword master, shaking the entire empire. Who is the mercenary king's master? After all, I also told Sidin never to reveal any information about me and to keep everything anonymous. That way, people will be even more eager to know my identity. By doing that, everyone's bitterness will gradually fade, and then, at the right moment, boom. My plan is to blow it all up. Is it because he's a dragon that his body is so incredibly hot? To say that's really Hal Allen would be a perfect lie. So here's what happened. Hal Allen asked, are you planning to bring a dragon corpse similar to mine from the demon world? Are you talking about the dead dragons in the demon world? A human body can't go there. Even dragons like us have to set hundreds of restrictions to do that. Hey, human, are you listening? Renee said, who said I'd go directly. Isn't enough to just bring it here. A notification appeared. Activating inventory synchronization skill, a system skill. Only spirits you have contracted with can summon items identified as belonging to that spirit by paying a price. Do you want to synchronize your inventory with a spirit? Renee then chose to synchronize with the Lord of Temptation. Another notification popped up. What do you want to summon? 1. Special secret of the succubus corpse, Red Whip. 2. Something blah blah. Renee gaped. Not this. Search window. Search window. I almost revealed everything. Let me give you an example. Hal Allen asked, this is summoning. How? Only high-ranking demons can enter the dragon's tomb. Renee thought to herself, of course, it's because the demon king, Lord of Temptation, is standing behind me. Renee coughed and said, I have some connections with the demon world. Anyway, we'll get the dragon corpse this way. We'll use it for a bit and then return it. Hal Allen, the light dragon, sounded surprised. Is it really necessary to return it? Many covet such a thing. Renee replied, but of course it must be returned. No matter how unscrupulous I am, I can't desecrate that body in front of its kin. Damaged or not, it's still one of your kind. It's the right thing to do. Hal Allen was taken aback by these words. Indeed, if it's a red dragon, then it's a close relative of mine. It's fortunate it hasn't decomposed yet. Renee continued, in any case, after I'm done with it, I'll return it to you. Bury it somewhere the sun shines. Hal Allen inquired, sunlight, does it have to be in the sun? Renee then handed it over to Hal Allen, thinking to herself, I don't need it, so it's best to give it to a dragon anyway. And judging by his expression, it seems like a pretty good gift. Antius Macios had lived a perfect life. Born into the most prestigious family in the empire, the Macios family, they were involved in nothing untoward within the empire. They were truly considered perfect, a family who could do no wrong, whose reputation, dignity, and character were beyond reproach. If one had to find a flaw, it would be the younger sibling, Renee Macios. Renee wasn't particularly intelligent, nor did she possess any special talent with the sword. The complete opposite of Antius. She was inferior in every aspect. Thus, Duke Macios raised Renee like an oblivious doll. A beautiful face. All she needs is to grow up and then be sent off to the royal family or another noble house, the Duke thought. He reasoned that Renee would be more troublesome if she became intelligent, so he limited her education to the bare minimum. This became apparent when Renee expressed a desire to learn more, but the focus remained solely on enhancing her beauty. Antæus, still young and unaware of this truth, was always envious of Renee. He toiled away every day in the training room and attended inheritance classes at the crack of dawn to become a worthy successor to the family name. Meanwhile, Renee indulged in sweets, wore beautiful dresses, and received praise simply for sitting still and smiling. It seemed to him that he was constantly being compared to his sister, the one who, despite putting in more effort each day, received less affection. But that wasn't truly the case. At the celebration commemorating the subjugation of the light dragon, Antæus overheard snippets of idle gossip. Why does the crown prince like that wicked woman? Antæus thought to himself. Those are insults directed at the crown prince at the banquet, no less. I wonder who's so bold. The gossip continued. No one can be perfect, can they? He has no taste, truly. There's nothing good to say about him. I wonder where he keeps his eyes. Or should we try to seduce him? Right, compared to that fool, we're much better. But lately, Lord Sidin has been acting strangely too. I also heard he's been trailing after that young lady lately, haven't you? What? Does she have that much charm? The two most eligible men in the empire. That rumor can't be true, can it? What's so great about her? She's a bit loose. Antæus, unable to tolerate it any longer, stepped forward. Excuse me, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation, but this concerns my family, so I don't think it's inappropriate for me to interject. The red-haired girl became flustered. Oh, I didn't mean to offend the Maceos family. Antæus demanded, aren't you two deliberately insulting the Maceos family? Isn't Renee's surname Maceos? You intended to do so. No matter what anyone says, she's still a member of the Maceos family. That means she's not someone to be gossiped about by those who don't know the value of a ducal house. Even if she occasionally does things that aren't exactly honorable for the Maceos family, you shouldn't be flapping your lips about it. Just because she's young and a bit foolish doesn't mean she deserves to hear such things. So I'm warning you one last time. If you utter such nonsense again, I'll make sure you can't even set foot in the capital, let alone high society. Unbeknownst to him, Renee overheard this from upstairs. Antæus, she muttered under her breath. I'll overlook the foolish comment, she continued, descending the stairs. Compared to the first time, you deserve some praise. Antæus pressed on. Besides, this is all for the honor of the Maceos family, not for her. Renee's brow furrowed. I retract my earlier praise. A moment later, Kirio spotted Renee. When did you get here? You're late. Renee approached, explaining, this dress is so heavy, it slowed me down a bit. Kirio grumbled. Honestly, you're such a handful. Seriously, where have you been all this time? Just leaving a note and vanishing mysteriously. What's that about? Renee smiled, teasing, were you worried about me? Kirio retorted, if you disappeared, I'd have to plan your funeral. Renee placatingly replied, all right, next time I'll explain so you don't have to worry. Don't be upset. Kirio continued, no, but seriously, where did you go? Don't tell me you joined some expedition. You've probably lost your sense of danger after hanging around with sword masters, but you're still just an ordinary person. Just because you know how to be a bit stronger doesn't mean you're some top-tier sword expert. Renee thought to herself, he's right, I'm not a top-tier sword expert. That bloody hand mercenary king did say, I still have a long way to go before realizing my own strength. Changing the subject, Renee asked, speaking of which, where Izir and Sidin? Kirio snapped, don't change the subject. Your admirer arrived a while ago. He's surrounded by people. That's why you haven't seen him. Aren't they all expecting handouts like dragon scales and claws? Renee replied, they won't get anything by clinging to him like that. Kirio added, what did you do? Never mind, don't answer. I'm not that curious. Just then, Antæus, with an affection level of minus 580, approached. Where have you been lately? Because of you, strange rumors have been spreading. Oh, forget it. Renee responded, you know it's not true. Antæus frowned. Those rumors have reached your ears already. Renee scoffed, no, not at all. Purely coincidental, I'm sure. Antæus raised his voice, who's spreading such nonsense? If you keep disappearing like this, the rumors will only get stranger. It's infuriating. Now you're not just the family's embarrassment, but also the crown prince's official lover, meaning the whole world is looking for your weaknesses. Kirio immediately interrupted, "Brother, you're exaggerating." Renee intervened, saying, "All right, I know what you're worried about, so I'll be careful about disappearing without a word from now on." Her two brothers looked at her in surprise. She thought to herself, if I hadn't seen that scene just now, I wouldn't have answered like this. Aren't you two a little too surprised? Seeing their annoying and clumsy protectiveness, she thought of the families in her past lives. More specifically, Kim Ji-young's older brother. Less eccentric than Antaeus, and a little less charming than Kirio. It's just that no matter where you go, you can find brothers like that. The moment she heard Antaeus's voice, she really did think of his voice. I'd forgotten it for a while, and then I remembered it for no reason. Antaeus asked, "Are you feeling remorseful now?" Renee snapped, "Honestly, even if you try to speak nicely, are you hurt somewhere? Or should we go find a healer?" Renee turned away. "Forget it. What can I even talk about with you? I'll do my own thing." Looking at the crowd, she thought, but how am I going to get through this crowd to reach them? This crowd, I could push through with a little force, but then it would be a disaster. There was no other way. Renee then decided to squeeze and weave her way through. Suddenly, something caused her to nearly stumble. Am I going to fall? Is this because of those rats? Just then, a notification popped up. Choice quest activated. Those blinded by greed sometimes exhibit a tremendous and inexplicable strength. You're facing the danger of being unceremoniously knocked down by such people. But look over there. Someone is running towards you. It's Izer Randisa and Sidin Ansaraz, mistakenly thinking you've fallen. If you're a pitiful heroine, you must be caught in the arms of the male lead. Who is your male lead? Make your choice now within 3 seconds. Sidin Ansaraz, if chosen, fame decreases by 20. Izer Randisa, if chosen, fame increases by 20. Renee was furious. Damn it, that damn system. Renee immediately used the skill Supersensory Awakening. It activated her body's cells and brain processing power beyond human limits, making the surrounding time seem to slow down. If not trained to a certain level, the longer the skill is maintained, the greater the shock experienced after the awakened state is canceled. I only have a little time now. What should I do? Spirits, give me your opinions. The bloody religion leader chose Izer. What are you worried about? You have to choose a decent lover. Renee responded, logically, that's perfect, plus my fame increases. The healing wave king chose Sidin Ansaraz. So pitiful. How can you not choose him when you look into those eyes? We must protect Sidin's heart together. Renee pondered, but emotionally, choosing Sidin is better. I feel like collapsing from heartache. The Lord of Temptation made no choice. Patience. Be careful, or you'll end up with a bun in the oven. I'm also a candidate for the male lead. Renee wondered, but why am I attracted to every option? Do you like the idea of me being held by those brats, system? The bloody religion leader yelled, what's more important than fame? The healing wave king persuaded, if you ignore those eyes, you won't sleep well. Renee continued, all right, I've decided. This is good enough, right? Then she canceled the skill. Her choice was Izer. Is she all right? Renee furrowed her brow. I'm feeling incredibly uneasy because of these pointless worries, she thought. I'm sorry, Sidin. Choosing you would have been easier, but both my reputation and yours would have suffered. Choosing someone of the opposite gender is always difficult, but the choice is always the right one. Always. Izer continued, so you've accepted your downfall for love. Renee retorted, who's the one falling, huh? Looking at Sidin, Renee thought that look again. He looks at me like everything's fine. It's maddening. Damn it, why do I feel so strange? Then she asked, so how did things go? Izer chuckled. Don't worry, I handled it according to plan. You played the biggest role in conquering the Light Dragon, being Sidin's mentor, and I plan to announce it as if that person is someone secretive, unconcerned with fame. Renee mused. Seems like you've prepared thoroughly, because that's what I wanted. Will you have a dance with me? Izer asked. Renee thought, do I look like I want to dance? As if I would, but it seems those others might. Renee saw no other option. Fine, just one dance. Izer replied, as you wish. I have an apology to make, your ladyship. Renee wondered, what now? Izer explained, didn't I tell you last time to stay out of politics? But I truly benefited greatly from your conquest of the Light Dragon. I couldn't help you in that fight, so I'm truly regretful and grateful for what you did. Renee was surprised. Isn't he supposed to be an arrogant, shameless person? Then she said, really? I'll graciously accept. By the way, don't you still have important matters to attend to? Izer asked what matters. Renee replied, finding Ryan. Unfortunately, I haven't found any more clues about that. You're still trying to find her. Ezer asked. Of course, Renee replied. But why is your ladyship so diligently searching for Ryan? Renee frowned. What kind of silly question is that? She continued, because she's a missing person whose whereabouts are unknown, whether she's alive or dead, or perhaps in danger. That's why I'm looking. Ezer replied. The lady I initially knew would never do such a thing. Renee thought, does this man not know remorse? Ezer continued, yet your ladyship changed overnight, becoming a completely different person. Suddenly, you're using magic and swords, and you've become one of the most powerful people in the empire. Why? He pressed further. Someone who knew nothing of schemes and politics is suddenly doing things that could even overthrow an empire. You've even gained a loyal aide who's one of the Empire's ultimate weapons. Renee retorted, Sidin is a normal person, not a weapon. And that attitude isn't befitting of a lady either. People can change. However, it can't happen at such a dizzying pace. So you're not satisfied with my change. It's quite helpful for you in terms of becoming your political tool. Ezer said, yes, I'm not satisfied. That's it. I can tolerate this and other things you do, except for the fact that you change your mind, and I find that very irritating. Renee fumed silently. Ezer, you bastard. Is that jealousy I see because I'm looking at Sidin? Ezer said, come now, don't pretend you don't enjoy it, Lady Renee. Renee retorted, if you do something vile, am I supposed to obediently follow along? Right? As I said, I've changed a bit. Stronger, smarter, and I don't like you anymore. So what gives you the right to be so arrogant? Now, fiancé, keep this in mind. These are the limits of what I can tolerate from you. With that, she walked out. I was barely holding back my anger, and the system pushes that without warning. This has given me such a headache. Sidin was waiting for her. Why are you standing here looking so forlorn? It's not what you think. Come now, I can see right through you. Are you sad, Sidin? Why would I be? I have to say, I don't think I'm good enough. You relied on the crown prince and danced in front of everyone. I know it was your plan, my lady. My heart ached, but I couldn't follow my own desires. I'm sorry, my lady. Please forgive me. Renee replied, I know. I feel the same way. No matter how much I calculate and arrange things, in the end, I can't deceive my own heart. A melancholic shadow fell over her. I deceived my heart according to plan, but everything here seems to demand I act on true feelings. A system notification popped up. You can only check and rank your preference for all candidates one more time. She thought to herself, another gamble. If I let my heart lead, it's truly a gamble, because it might just hit the right answer. Logically, choosing Ezer would bring greater success, but I'm so curious. Why am I so moved by his shyness? You have chosen Sidin, answer as. My curiosity about you is making me foolish. Renee startled, pulled from her thoughts by Sidin's voice. A system notification appeared. Your relationship with Sidin Answeraz has been confirmed. Another notification followed. Second floor tower challenge complete. Completion condition. Your relationship with the male lead exceeds 100. If deletion fails, return to the previous world is impossible. No, I completed it, but what's the favorability rating? Over 100. How much over? Sidin turned to her, asking Renee what's wrong. I'm a little worried because you're so quiet. Renee replied, no, it's nothing. I'm sorry. I think I'm just a little tired. Sidin stroked her hair. Yes, you've been working so hard these past few days. It's a good thing you haven't caught a fever. If you're tired, let's go back. Renee paused, then asked, Sidin, have you ever liked someone? The question clearly caught Sidin off guard, his expression stunned. Renee continued, how do you know how much you like someone? What should I do? She fell into contemplation. This is difficult. The feeling of liking someone. I haven't liked anyone in at least 200 years. Anything before that is too distant. I don't remember. Sidin draped his coat around her. Your skin will get cold. Is this person important to you, Renee? That's how you know how much you care for them. Actually, I don't really know because I've never lived thinking about these things. But can I just say this? She mused, his warm gaze filled with affection. She couldn't explain the look in his eyes at that moment. Why are you being so kind to me? I need to push you away, but I can't. Sidin embraced her tightly. If you need answers, I will find them for you, no matter what. Renee blushed, lost in thought. She could clearly hear his voice whispering in her ear, and strangely, it made her heart flutter. A voice crafted from all the good things in the world, a gentle comfort he offered just for her. After everything was over, I went to the tower to receive the third floor mission. The third floor tower's challenge. Do you see where your heart is leading you? But it seems like the candidates for the male lead haven't made up their minds yet. Or perhaps they have other plans. What do you think about bringing out a little more depth of emotion from the lost male lead? By the way, you should learn to respect the rules. Condition for completion. Reach 600 affection points with Ezer Randisa. Renee fumed. How dare they give me a mission like this? The spirits believe that the spirit summoning skill can be acquired just by clearing the third floor. Of course, I thought the same. The compensation from the very beginning was already suspicious. No matter how great the tasks I completed in my past life, spirit summoning never appeared. Should I just give up now? Because of that, every word of the mission irritated me. This is probably the most annoying thing in the tower so far. By the way, what do you mean by respecting the rules? Why didn't you say I had to follow the rules from the beginning? So, are you saying I had no choice from the start? I'm about to die from this headache. How am I supposed to raise that brat's affection level to 600? I don't even know how it got to 357 in the first place. No, why do I even have to impress him? What's this? Why does everyone look so busy? It seems like there's a party or something. Renee pulled a servant aside. Hey, why is everyone so busy? The servant replied, Yes, I'm preparing for the celebration of the Duke's achievement. Renee wondered, a celebration. What achievement? The servant said, My lady, you didn't know. Renee retorted, How would I know? No one told me anything. The servant stammered, I apologize. Renee asked, I'm not going to eat you, so please just speak normally. The servant was silent for a moment before replying. The achievement of the Crown Prince's exploration team, conquering the Light Dragon. It was thanks to the anonymous master swordsman, Andy. The Duke said that even though it can't be announced publicly, we still have to celebrate as officials. Recently, there have been rumors spreading that Lord Anseraz frequently visits the Duke's mansion. People are also saying that Lord Anseraz hasn't necessarily denied it. Even though he's remained silent, everyone seems certain. Renee pondered, this is all because of me, isn't it? The reason Sidin comes and goes is because the dukedom is my home. If I tell them why he's visiting Duke Macius's residence, both of our reputations will plummet. The worried servant asked, My lady, are you angry with me? Renee replied, No, thank you for telling me. I think I need some rest. How am I supposed to fix this? Just as she went upstairs, she bumped into Annie. Seeing her, Annie immediately ran off. Before meeting Renee in Duke Macius's study, Annie argued, That's not true, father. I wasn't part of the expedition at all. The Duke replied, You're missing the point, Andy. Do you think I don't know that? Annie questioned, Then why are you spreading rumors that the nameless hero is me? The Duke continued, Because it has to be you. If you, a Macius, were to reach the master swordsman level, everyone would believe the hero is you. Unlike those gossiping poets, they don't know where the hero even came from. The unwritten law of the Randisa Empire is that certain virtues are reserved for the nobility. Strength and nobility are the privileges of the aristocracy. Other gifted individuals are just thorns in our side. Still, it would be a waste to let their skills go to waste. So odes of loyalty, titles, marriages are offered. They're brought into noble society. But Sidin Anseraz refused all of that. He's a thorn in the side of Macius, the family considered the greatest warriors on the continent. The Duke continued, That commoner became a master swordsman at such a young age. And what are you doing? This entire family is pouring its resources and time into you alone. Auntie retorted, Father, I have nothing to be ashamed of in front of him. The Duke interrupted, Then be quiet, because I'm not openly declaring you're the nameless hero. I'm merely suggesting it, subtly, and not denying it if anyone asks. Annie worried, Both the Crown Prince and Lord Anseraz won't stay silent, father. The Duke chuckled, No, they'll stay silent. If they come forward to deny it, the Macius name will be tarnished. And if that happens, Renee's position will be jeopardized. Auntie asked doubtfully, Do you think they'll do that for Renee? The Duke replied for her, The Crown Prince has rebuilt his standing through his engagement to Renee Macius. I doubt he'd kick that away now. And while the Crown Prince stays put, a commoner seeks the truth. No matter how much he shouts, he can't do anything under the Empire's watchful eye. So don't worry about unnecessary things and focus on preparing for the upcoming banquet. Even your useless younger sister is helping the family like this. As the young Duke, shouldn't you be more useful? Back in the present, Renee shouted, Annie, stop right there. I've got you now. With those words, Renee activated her great ocean law skill, striking Auntie, and then grabbed him by the collar. Gotcha. Why did you run away as soon as you saw me? Andy feigned innocence. I did nothing of the sort. Renee pressed, still lying. You ran like the wind the moment our eyes met. Auntie stammered, well, I just remembered I left something in the, study. Renee fumed. You're obviously lying, aren't you? How are you going to face everyone at the banquet? I bet you'll have to pay for your lies there. Will they think you're the hero? Jayajua, definitely not. Annie replied, I don't know what you've heard to say that, but you should go for a walk instead of staying cooped up inside. Renee leaned on her hand, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow. Even though I went outside, she mused, I know you're not that swordsman, are you? I mean, you're ill-tempered, unlucky, a poor speaker, and just plain unpleasant. But I thought you at least had a conscience. Turns out, you're not only without conscience, but also foolish. I hope the party is a success, brother. After leaving, Renee gazed into the distance and sighed. Should I destroy it all? Destroy everything and build a new empire? The leader of the blood-soaked sect, a voice in her mind, tried to restrain her. Think about the mission, it urged. The king of healing waters will mend you if you struggle with the mission. Another voice, soothing and calm, whispered, Finki officeus. The lord of temptation, a third voice, insidious and alluring, coaxed her, give it all up. Emigrate to the demon realm. Renee pondered, shaking her head. No, it's all right. I'm not that unreasonable, because I haven't done all I can yet. I'll be staying in the capital for a while, so I need my own forces here. A force that can control that bothersome fake duke. The knights would be really useful for me in the future, wouldn't they? Let's see, probably more power. Not bad. Roughly 200 people, all at least beginner-level swordsmen, around 20 at the intermediate level, and maybe only 1 or 2 seniors. I heard there's a separate knight order under the young duke's command, but they're still too weak. It seems they don't even have higher levels for fear of surpassing Annie and Kirio, right? It's working out beautifully. Truly something to look forward to. Personally, I'd kill them all and give them a forced reward. Just then, someone approached. My lady, a voice interjected, I apologize, but this isn't the place for you. The speaker was Dylan Mack. You can pause here to view detailed information. Renee questioned, her brow furrowing. Why? Dylan replied, this is a place for those who seriously practice swordsmanship. The presence of an outsider like you breaks our concentration. Renee scowled. I'm not an outsider. Don't you know who I am? Dylan responded, I do. I hate to say this, but we all follow the Belius doctrine. This means most of the knights are waiting for the Saintess's return. Of course, she wouldn't commit suicide, but there's still the unclear part. Renee pressed. Which part is unclear? Dylan stammered, Renee glared. I'm also looking forward to Ryan's return. At that moment, another person rushed in. Captain, you said you'd be back after arranging things, but why is it taking so long? Oh no, the lady is here again, rambling about wanting to learn swordsmanship. How many times have I told you? The lady has no talent and no need to learn. She'll live her whole life pampered in the Imperial Palace anyway. The words struck Renee like sharp blades to the heart. I understand. Though she had heard such things before, she still came seeking their guidance, pushing past fear and shame. Then she spoke, her voice laced with a dangerous calm. I'm curious. Do you speak to Annie and Kirio this way as well? Are you blatantly ignoring me in my presence? The captain gritted his teeth. They are the true Massius, having reached the highest level of master swordsman. They are on a completely different level of power compared to the young lady. Renee involuntarily recalled her past life. A different level of power, you say? Everywhere I go, there are people who discriminate by dividing others into classes. In my past life, I was sick of people like that and showed them exactly where they stood. That was the real me. Do you think I wouldn't dare to do the same here? If you don't know, I'll show you. Renee's expression hardened. I suppose word hasn't reached you about who the true Massius is, the one who brought their family to the highest peak. Or perhaps you simply don't want to believe it. Who do you think you're looking down on? How utterly delightful. The captain spoke up. In any case, young lady, please return now. Especially, stay within the mansion walls. Renee pricked her finger, drawing a drop of blood. I don't need to. I need to show him clearly who the true Massius is. Then, she initiated the blood demon refining technique, using her blood as a medium to summon the power of the blood cult leader and dominate the space. A system notification appeared. A blood demon command has been declared within the training grounds. This space is now yours. Immediately after, she unleashed the evil Crimson Blade skill. Streaks of blood energy materialized, following crimson trails. A swirling vortex of blood gradually formed, accompanied by ephemeral plum blossoms. Renee continued, executing the 45th Azura sword technique, Blood Chaos. The pungent scent of blood filled the air, astonishing everyone present. Dylan's jaw dropped. That's the useless, massiest young lady. Preposterous. Renee then sent a surge of blood butterfly towards Captain Dylan. The moment the blood butterfly touched Dylan, it erupted in a shower of crimson sparks. The 46th Azura sword technique, dancing flowers in a sea of blood. Everyone present could only cower and brace for the impact. Renee spoke, her voice laced with power. You say I'm on a different level of power. Well, here's my answer. Near the Massius Swordsmanship Training Center, Ezair stood with his arms crossed. Is she really here? There's some kind of invisible barrier, even though I can't see it. Sedin, beside him, replied, I know. It's radiating a strange aura, but oddly enough, no one seems to notice. Who could have done this? Sedin thought to himself, the atmosphere is heavy, but I can sense it clearly because I've experienced it before. This barrier is definitely Renee's. But why would she create it here? I'm not certain, but perhaps the young lady is in danger. Ezair is also lost in thought. What is she thinking? I know she's a magic swordsman, but I can't believe she's capable of creating a barrier like this. I want to destroy it now, but if I do, Renee will. Seeing Sedin start to walk forward, Ezair exclaimed, Hey, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Sedin replied, Don't you see? I'm trying to get in there. Ezair continued, Are you trying to get yourself killed? Even a child knows that entering a barrier without dismantling it is incredibly dangerous. Sedin calmly responded, What about my life? Renee is in there. Ezair was taken aback. You're really going in there. Damn it, I can't let him outdo me. There's no stopping it. If I don't threaten the caster, it should be fine, right? It can't be this wide, Ezair muttered, his voice barely a whisper against the unnatural stillness. But at the barrier, scrambling my senses. Am I even going the right way? He stopped dead, the breath catching in his throat. Before him stretched a scene so improbable, so alien, it defied comprehension. Does she even belong to this world? He thought, stunned. Sedin, without a word, rushed forward and embraced Renee fiercely. A worried thought flickered through his mind. At first, I was in awe of your power, but now I'm afraid. Because I have this constant feeling you'll vanish at any moment. Renee, startled, pulled back slightly. Sedin, what are you doing here? What is this? Sedin's voice was muffled against her shoulder. I apologize for not seeking your permission, my lady. Renee gently ruffled his hair. Did I worry you again? I'm sorry. Sedin looked up, his expression earnest. Why are you apologizing? It's because I worried. Don't apologize to me, Renee. No matter what you do, I'm dependent on you. You wouldn't apologize to a bag for dropping it, would you? Renee laughed, a touch of nervousness in the sound. Good heavens, dependent. Don't say such dangerous things. Aren't you going to ask why I did this? Sedin took her hand, his grip firm. Renee, he began, his voice soft. When the lights go out, I realize my true intentions. The darker it gets, the easier it is to see one's true feelings. A wave of understanding washed over Renee. I just realized she thought that when you're not around, my world seems to sink into darkness. And it's in that darkness that I understand my true feelings. It's thanks to you, my disciple. A moment later, her voice sharpened. Would you all stop following me and apologizing? It's irritating. So annoying. The 73rd Knight stammered. But if I don't apologize, my lady. Renee cut him off. I said you don't need to apologize. Sedin, ever protective, stepped forward. Shall I deal with him? Renee? Then you won't have to be bothered by them anymore. Renee frowned. I don't need that. Then Ezair spoke up, his voice cool. My lady, if you wish, I could also eliminate that knight's family. Renee winced. That's a bit. Sedin looked at her hopefully. Mine is the best option, right, Renee? Ezair crossed his arms. What? Not good enough for you? Renee thought, exasperated. What are these two doing? They're just scaring him more. Can't you see his eyes are darting around? Go back already. The knight scrambled away. Yes, my lady. I apologize. Just then, Captain Dylan approached. My lady. Renee sighed. What now? What more do you want? Shouldn't you be focusing on recovering? Dylan, clutching his wound, spoke with forced humility. Truly, I was rude to the princess, and I wish to apologize. Only now do I dare to judge you by my own measure. Renee's voice dripped with disdain. What am I supposed to do with that? Your skills only go so far, and I don't need your apology. Do you think I'd accept an apology from you? It's ugly, cowardly, and useless. An unspoken thought hung in the air. If she hadn't defeated them, there would be no apologies. That was the plain truth. No matter how sincere the apology, it was too late now. Captain Dillon dropped to one knee. It was my fault for displaying such arrogant disrespect. It was my failure to restrain my subordinates. I alone will take responsibility, my lady. Renee let out a long, weary sigh. In my eyes, you're all the same. Why are you the only one bowing your head? You do realize what you did was an insult to the Duke, don't you? Dillon began, yes, it won't happen again. Please, I will become a loyal sword too. He didn't get to finish. Renee, with a swift, brutal kick, sent him sprawling. She then stepped forward and brought her heel down hard on his face. Remember, this is your last chance. I am Renee Macias, and I'm the one in charge here. Later, at the mansion, Ezer leaned against his hand, pondering aloud. What was that display back there? Even if she's a magic swordsman, that level of power is... Renee interrupted him. Does it matter? Ezer replied, terrifying, perhaps. Renee continued. Only one person was injured. It was all for show. She thought to herself, it's pointless because I controlled the flow of the surrounding energies within the training grounds. Even a butterfly could have taken a life in there, but I lessened the impact. No need to reveal that little detail, though. A voice echoed, seemingly from nowhere, impossible. I sense a being whose existence threatens this very empire. Renee retorted, there's no such thing. Don't interfere, Sidin, Renee warned. I must speak, the voice insisted. Do you want me to rip that mouth of yours apart? Renee threatened. Enough, she sighed. But why is Sidin even here? Sidin answered, as Renee may know, I receive an invitation from the Duke's family. I've heard rumors that the young Duke is the hero, Auntie, from the Dragon Subjugation campaign. I don't like it one bit. Renee turned to Ezer and asked, and you? Ezer grinned. Of course. I'm here because this was your chance to choose whether to kill him or dismember him. Renee sighed. I appreciate your concern, but I've decided to let it go. Both men looked surprised, so Renee explained, I hear you need the throne. The Macias family will be a strong foundation for you. In such a situation, is it necessary to worsen relations with the Duke's family? Ezer asked, you care about me getting the throne? Renee replied, of course. Those were the terms of our agreement from the beginning. I always make sure the terms are clear. Ezer hesitated. The agreement, right? Thank you. Speaking of the agreement, could I ask you for another favor? Consider it part of the deal, fair and square. Renee crossed her arms. I'd hate it more if you didn't ask. Go ahead. Ezer continued. Could you attend tomorrow's banquet with me? As my companion. Renee thought to herself, so there's a mission involved, I suppose. I have no reason to refuse, and it will improve my relationship with him. Why is it so hard to just say yes? Ezer prompted again. Well, Renee, left with little choice, conceded fine. Whatever, but don't go near that anti-fellow. Ezer chuckled, as you wish. Then, turning to Sidin, he began his usual teasing. So, who are you attending tomorrow's banquet with, Lord Antares? Renee suddenly realized, Sidin needs a companion too. Sidin paused for a moment before replying, I'll be going alone. I don't have the courage to be with someone who isn't the person I desire. Renee thought, the person he desires. Could it be? She blushed, remembering Sidin embracing her. No. It could be someone else. I can't let my mind wander like this. But why is my heart beating so fast? It can't be, or is it an arrhythmia? The healing Water King's voice echoed in her mind. Are you that clueless? Seriously? Hey, I'm not that young anymore. Renee mentally retorted. The healing Water King replied, it's been a while since I've felt the urge to smack someone upside the head. Ezer continued, a hero can't attend the banquet without a companion. I happen to know a woman who might suit you. Renowned for her composure and beauty, with an impeccable reputation and good family, I believe she'd make a fitting partner. Renee crossed her arms, thinking composure and beauty. A fitting partner for Sidin, with a good family and impeccable reputation. Why does my heart feel like this? Sidin took Renee's hand and asked, would you want me to go with that woman? Renee stammered, flustered. Well, it wouldn't be good for a hero to be alone, would it? And it would be a good opportunity to quell those rumors about us. Your clinging to Macias will become a tale of friendship forged between you and Annie after the conquest. I wasn't aware anyone paid attention to those rumors. It's not exactly paying attention when I have to keep a tight rein on everything. Ezer interrupted, right? Subordinates should be managed by their superiors. You finally realized your place. Renee's mental response was a bewildered, what? Ezer rambled on. If it's a detriment, keeping it close is unwise. Renee snapped, detriment. What in the world are you talking about? Ezer retorted, no matter how skilled a swordsman he is he of any use to you? Didn't he cause Lady Macias to be embroiled in those rumors at the ball? Renee defended Sidin. I can't listen to this anymore. You're the crown prince. How can you say such harsh things in front of everyone? From the beginning, Sidin has been. Ezer cut her off, a hero. That's why he can't be close to the lady. The hero of the empire. What will people think if there are rumors that you're stealing the crown prince's lover? Will you be able to continue being a hero? Sidin stated flatly, I never wanted to be a hero. Ezer asked, I suppose so. But what about the lady? Caring for her is commendable, but what if it hinders Renee's? Renee, unable to contain herself any longer, radiated a chilling aura. Ezer, you dare? Don't speak to my disciple like that, she warned. Sidin suddenly spoke. It's all right, Renee. I've taken up too much of your time. I'll see you at the banquet. Renee, confused, started to say, why so suddenly? Sidin walked towards the door. I remembered I left something outside. Renee followed. Then I'll see you out. Until now, It's fine, Sidin interrupted. I don't want to tarnish Renee's reputation any further. Sidin, I never thought of you that way. Renee only said that because she's a good person. It was my fault from the beginning. Renee is kind to me. What she shows is simply affection for a disciple. I was mistaken, and it almost ruined her reputation. Renee said, Sidin, you're truly mistaken. Renee froze. Her gaze locked on Sidin's. He kissed her hand and left. The Bloody Hand Sect leader says now is not the time to catch that man. The Bloody Hand Sect leader criticizes you, asking why you care so much for Sidin when you're the one leaving. The Bloody Hand Sect leader tells you to remember your mission. Renee fell in a deep thought. The mission. He's right. The urgent matter right now is the mission. To increase her Halgandu likability rating, with Ezer, she would have to stay by his side. But why? Should I go after Sidin or not? Just then, the crown prince arrived. Renee asked, Hey, your highness, is something wrong? Why did you suddenly snap at Sidin? Belittling someone based on their status and tormenting them like that is shameful. Ezer asked, Are you thinking about going after him? She thought to herself, this guy doesn't listen. Then she said aloud, of course. Ezer pressed, of course what? She thought, because he's my disciple. But is that all? Sidin is just my disciple. Should I go after him? Then Renee said, I don't think I have any reason to explain myself to you, so I'll be going. Ezer immediately stopped her. Don't go. Don't go after Sidin and leave me behind again. Renee frowned. I have nothing to say to you. Ezer, you jerk. Why are you doing this to me? Ezer said, I'm your lover. Renee retorted, it's fake. It's all based on an agreement and for each other's benefit. Ezer's face darkened. I know our relationship is fake, but I don't care about that. Regardless, I want to be cared about. That feeling was like anger, or more accurately, like jealousy. It was a feeling of utter despair. Renee asked, perplexed, what are you even talking about? Ezer said, if only you would change your mind. Honestly, I don't know how I feel about you anymore. Why do I? I don't necessarily have to reveal that much. Renee, suspicious, asked, what are you saying? Ezer covered his face with his hands. What is this feeling? Does it even matter? I just don't want you chasing after Sidin. He thought to himself, when I see you smile at someone else, I just want to snap their neck. Your smile, your gaze, your well-meaning intentions directed at anyone other than me. It's just hypothetical because I have no intention of killing anyone. But I won't allow you to have such feelings for him. I'm just following my heart. Just then, numerous urgent system notifications popped up all around her. System urgent notice. A sharp fluctuation has been detected in the main character's emotions within the novel. The main character's emotion tracking system has ceased functioning. An emergency inspection is underway due to an error. During emergency maintenance, viewing the status window is restricted. We will restore it as quickly as possible. Renee panicked. What the hell is going on again? The system is going haywire. It's like back at the tower before I took on the role of Renee. Third floor tower challenge. As the status window cannot be viewed until maintenance is complete, the mission details have been changed. Completion condition. No need to view the status window. Previous completion condition. Achieve 600 likability points with Yvonne Ranisa. Current completion condition. Hear a true love confession from one of the male lead candidates. In the end, I didn't go after Sidin. It wasn't that I wasn't worried about Sidin, but because a much more serious situation had occurred. Damn it, what even is a true love oath? Renee muttered, her voice laced with frustration. I only believe in numbers and statistics, not vague pronouncements like that. The bloody cult leader within her lamented the death of her love cells. The Lord of Temptation, ever the smooth operator, soothed her, saying that had he known this would happen, he would have prepared for a date with her. Renee bristled with anger. I need to. It's filthy. What preparation is needed for a date? Worse, now not only the male leads, but everyone else's status windows were inaccessible. Well, there's someone stronger anyway, so I don't need to know their stats. she reasoned, but I can't trust anyone without checking their affection levels. Due to the endless repetition of her past lives, a deep-seated distrust of people had taken root within her. The one she had trusted the most, the one she never thought would betray her, had done just that. It was the Tower's dark side, the one who called himself the Tower's master, who had deepened her suspicion of humanity after using that skill. Even without the Tower's master's influence, people had various reasons for betrayal: ambition, protecting their families, or for the sake of their loved ones. Every regression, I made different choices, and the lives of those around me changed little by little. Even if I went back dozens of times, I couldn't predict everything. I couldn't know who might turn their back on me. When she thought about it, there was no one she could truly trust. The only thing she believed in was the affection level in the status window. Being like didn't guarantee loyalty, but the higher their affection, the lower the chance of betrayal. It was an absolute number, measuring the potential for treachery, unmasked by false appearances. But now she couldn't see it. Izair was already acting strangely, and her relationship with Sidin had become awkward. The Healing Water King advised her to trust the people in the present. Trust them? How? She scoffed internally. The Healing Water King claimed all she needed to do was read the sincerity in their eyes. Renee pondered this. She had roughly understood Izair's feelings at that time, but anyone could fake a look. The Healing Water King declared it was true and couldn't be faked in this world. Renee's gaze turned thoughtful. What's it like? Maybe there's a bit of sincerity, but no sincerity lasts forever. They all fade quickly, things that disappear when you close your eyes. They vanish when a greater condition appears, and they disappear when danger is near. A true love oath. Well, whatever. It's a good thing I haven't sworn any eternal love yet. I'm afraid I'll have to live like this without completing my mission. If I think about the reason, Sabaros is the only reason I want to go back. It's been so long, I've forgotten the voices and faces of my family. All right, then I won't go back. Whether it's love or whatever, I'll just live and die here. This annoying emotion game is just troublesome and tiring. Then, Renee continued on her way, oblivious to the system notifications that gradually appeared. The system was no longer satisfied with the old ways. It pouted, declaring it wasn't having fun anymore and was updating. The bloody cult leader resisted the system's interference, horrified and desperately trying to wake her. The bloody cult leader roared, "It's not like it used to be." The system blocked the bloody cult leader. The Healing Water King marveled at the system's power. The Lord of Temptation closed his eyes and remained silent. The next morning, Renee woke up utterly bewildered. What? Why was he blocked? What happened while I was asleep? I've never done this. Did the system do it? But the system wouldn't block him without a reason. It's not that serious, just a one-day chat ban, but it's still annoying. Why was he banned? What about the cult leader? Has he been restored? Why is everyone suddenly silent? The spirits have become eerily quiet. It must be the system interfering. Checking the chat window, something strange. The history only shows messages from before I went to sleep. System update. Does that mean it's fixed? A message from the system appeared. Hello, user. We apologize for the inconvenience caused by this error. However, we have been working on it for a considerable amount of time, but unfortunately, the previous error could not be resolved. Renee was stunned. Couldn't be resolved. Even if the system is idiotic, shouldn't they be more careful with their announcements? How can they say something like that? Another message from the system arrived. Therefore, from now on, new completion conditions and penalties for failure will be added to the mission. Quickly checking it, a new penalty had been added. Completion condition. Hear a vow of true love from one of the male leads. Time limit, 30 days. Penalty for failure. Termination of the contract with the spirits. We hope you enjoy what happens when an S-rank hunter becomes the daughter of the villainous Duke to the fullest. Renee still couldn't believe it. I wake up to this bombshell. Does anyone know why they've suddenly gone insane? Who do they think they are? Excuse me. A voice called from outside the door. Oh, miss, you're awake. Please allow us to attend to you. Renee thought, it's the maids here to dress me for the banquet. Normally, I'd refuse, but come in, Renee said. I have to finish this crazy mission today, even if feelings develop, to hell with it. The maids entered, bearing elaborate gowns and glittering jewelry. The Duke is ridiculously wealthy. My room looks more like a boutique. What would you like to wear? Mississippi, a maid inquired. Renee thought, their attitude has changed drastically since last time, probably because of the rumors. That blue-eyed guy must have done something. Greetings, Mississippi. My name is Izuni, and I am responsible for escorting you from today onwards. Escorting. Renee questioned, why so suddenly? I don't usually require an escort. Izuni replied, the captain assigned me. Dylan, he was there too, so he must have seen it. Izuni bowed. Yes, of course, Mississippi, but I swear I volunteered for this. Ever since I witnessed your display, I've been in awe. Renee cut her off. Enough, she thought. Do people here really love the strong this much? All right, I agree with that. Honorifics are for royalty. I don't mind either way. Just be comfortable. Izuni was touched. How could I dare treat someone like you so casually? But I will consider what I just heard as an honor, miss. The Lord of Temptation clicked his tongue, muttering about some stranger catching up to him. Renee forced a smile. Oh well, I've been too arrogant. In my past life, I also gathered a horde of fangirls just by being aloof. But which of these dresses should I choose? I'm not very familiar with current trends. The headmaid approached and spoke. Due to the tight schedule, miss, please choose one of these. These were all newly purchased just 6 months ago. Renee looked at her, thinking, she's speaking rather strangely. What's with that attitude? There's still plenty of time. Why is she talking like that? Renee stepped forward and placed a hand on the maid's shoulder. I don't like these. I'll buy a new one. Let's go shopping, everyone. 6 months is long enough for something to be out of fashion. I don't know what her plan is, but don't think I'll listen. Wow, I look like a beautiful villainess. A while later, at the comet shop, this apricot tea is rather bland. The pattern and material are all right, I suppose. Is it a little shabby compared to the dress Renee's wearing? Renee spoke, not here. Take me to the most famous and high-end shop in the capital. The headmaid stammered, yes, as the Duke. Renee continued, I'm also wondering why you brought me here. It seems my father gave some kind of order. The head maid's body trembled. That. Izuni, trailing behind, yelled, hey, what the hell are you waiting for? Answer quickly. The head maid replied, yes, I'll tell you. The Duke has issued a punishment for Mrs. Disappearance. He's cutting your allowance. Renee thought to herself, I wonder if he'll be disappointed to learn I went to catch a Quanglong. That sly old fox. He's just looking for any excuse. He probably doesn't want me attracting attention as the Crown Prince's lover, because the star of tonight's banquet has to be Annie. What should I do? There's no reason for me to comply when he's acting so rudely, is there? Then she said aloud, all right, take me to the most high-end shop. The head maid worried, if you don't have any money, no one will accept you. Mississippi noble privileges are only granted here. Renee spoke, who said I don't have money. I just don't have patience. I only have money. A while later, at the largest shop in the imperial capital of Jamdissa, Renee declared boldly from here to there. No, I'll buy everything here. The shop owner, Lady Arimaden, thought to herself, I heard rumors that the Duke's daughter wouldn't be provided with new dresses. Didn't the Duke cut her allowance? Renee asked, are you worried? Arimaden smiled and replied, what are you talking about? Mississippi. Renee continued, you must be wondering if I have the money to pay for all of this, right? No need to worry. I'll pay for it myself with my own money. Arimaden wondered, with your own money? Do you mean the Crown Prince's money? In that case, I'll charge it to the Royal Palace's accounts. Renee pulled out a pouch and said, no, I'll pay for it myself, right here. These are dragon scales. I've heard they sell for quite a lot, don't they? Arimaden's jaw dropped. Paying for everything with dragon scales. Izuni, at Renee's side, murmured, Miss, is it truly all right to use something so precious here? Renee crossed her arms. Precious. It's just a bit of a dragon's toenail. Izuni's eyes widened. A toenail. Even so, that's still a considerable amount. Arimaden's mind raced. Come to think of it, hadn't the Crown Prince subdued the light dragon Hallen not long ago? When he said he wouldn't release the dragon's remains to the market, could it be he intended to gift it all to his beloved? Renee tilted her head, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Not enough. Why have you gone quiet? Arimaden, a bright, almost manic smile spreading across her face, thought, strike while the iron is hot. I can't miss this golden opportunity. My lady, she chirped, I can give you this entire shop. Come this way, please. And so began Renee's spree, utterly unconcerned with the prices. Keep the rest of the scales for me. Izuni clutched the remaining scales, her hands trembling slightly. This is worth 5 territories. Renee, misinterpreting her maid's apprehension, said, I won't kill you if you lose them, you know. She mused silently. I wonder how they'd react if I told them these came from someone's feet. If it weren't for Hallen, I wouldn't have known they were so valuable. Should I get him a present? Renee recalled her conversation with Hallen. Here, take it. It's my toenail. He said he'd repay me a favor, and this is it. Didn't you give me the claw of my comrade? I wanted to return the favor in kind. No, Renee thought, a smirk playing on her lips. I have over 1 million just like this in my storage. And not just these little scraps, but whole dragon scales, too. Of course, these are nicer color. Hallen's voice echoed in her memory. You don't seem pleased. Too little. All right, I'll give you more. Then he opened a portal. Renee remembered her initial excitement. Oh my God, this divine being, is he that rich? Is he going to give me gold? The more the merrier. But no, Hallen presented her with a pouch. This is a bag of my toenails, something I've cherished and treasured. Now I bestow it upon you. Now look, what was that? I hear these are considered dragon scales and fetch a high price in human society. Really? How much? I asked. I don't know the exact amount, he replied, but I once heard a story about a human who picked up a few scales dropped by my comrade and lived a life of luxury for generations. Renee's mind reeled. So what I have in storage is enough to buy a continent. Well, I'll be. Thanks a bunch. I'm glad you like it, human. Now that you've received your gift, I'll be on my way. Wait, dragon. What is it? Do you have a request? You said you'd let me tame you. So can you follow me from now on? I can't bring you with me, but I have a way. I'll call you whenever I need you. Just fly to me, okay? Most dragons have a lot of pride, so he'll definitely refuse, right? All right, Hallen said. Knew it. Wait, all right. Yes. However, I have one condition. As the guardian of balance, I have a duty to keep an eye on you, the one who is distorting this world. You can monitor me even if you don't follow me. For that purpose, I must place an enchantment on you. What do you say? All right, I replied. And with that, Hallen cast his spell. One who has long been alone, without need for another by their side. Within the undying flame, I shall await the day they call upon me. Time flew by, and evening arrived. Sedin found himself escorting Mary Gator, the second daughter of Baron Gator. She laughed brightly. I'm truly happy to be in your company. Sedin's reply was tinged with melancholy. The honor is all mine. Lost in thought, he mused, born with nothing. I've clawed my way to everything I have. I can present a flawless facade to anyone, but what meaning does it hold now? I remember the first time I met her. She was an enigma, a terrifying, awe-inspiring mystery. The stench of blood and flesh, the death rattles of those around me, countless battlefields. That was my life for so long. And then she healed me. Lady Renee, I remember her words so clearly. Don't speak to my disciple that way. In that moment, I felt my heart shatter. I swore allegiance to the one who had illuminated my path. Like a single ember falling upon a dry branch, she ignited a wildfire within me. Her kindness, her favor, it spread through me, consumed me. The very notion of being her disciple, it undid me completely. And I fainted. Mary's voice broke through his reverie. Lord Ansiref, Lord Ansiref, she repeated, they're asking to see your invitation. He blinked, returning to the present. My apologies, Lady Mary. How rude of me. Shall we go in? Yes, Lord Ansiref, she replied, her voice barely containing her excitement. To herself, she thought, oh heavens, I'm actually on the arm of Lord Ansiref, the light of the empire. When I first received word of an escort, I thought I was dreaming. It still feels unreal, like magic. There's no way Lord Ansiref could be interested in me. I know it's a foolish fantasy. He's polite, of course, but he never speaks of personal matters. Even though I try not to notice, it's clear as day. I'm not his chosen one. Still, wow. I've never received this much attention before. All right, so he's not interested. So what? When will I ever get another chance to bask in these admiring glances? Think positive. Besides, he really is quite handsome. Sedin, noticing her gaze, inquired, Lady Mary, have I done something wrong? Flustered, Mary stammered, no, not at all. Sedin continued, I'm relieved to hear that. I worried I might have been behaving improperly. I'm not accustomed to these sorts of gatherings. Please, if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Mary smiled, but inwardly, her thoughts were less cheerful. I can sense the wall he's erected between his polite words and his distant gaze. I wonder if anyone can truly reach him. Lost in her musings, she barely registered the arrival of the crown prince and Renee. A ripple of whispers spread through the room. Oh my, they look magnificent. Such a dazzling pair. Certainly a perfect match in appearance and station. Lady Renee's appearance has changed quite a bit recently, hasn't it? Mary, too, was struck by Renee's beauty. She looks absolutely breathtaking tonight. But they really don't seem well suited, do they? Her gaze shifted to Sedin, and her surprise deepened. There it is. A flicker of something in his eyes. Emotion sparked by her. Would you care for a drink, Lord Ansiref? Sedin seemed to startle, as if shaken from a trance. Ah, forgive me. Please, wait just a moment. I'll fetch us some refreshments. Would you care for champagne, Lady Mary? He thought to himself, am I staring too much? This won't help quell the rumors. It would probably be best to avert his gaze, at least while she was with the crown prince. But despite his intentions, his eyes were drawn to Renee as surely as a sunflower to the sun. Your champagne, my lady. Thank you, kind sir. Sidin fretted. This is no good. My mind's a mess just from trying not to stare. Across the crowded room, Renee glanced in his direction. Is she looking at me? Or am I imagining things? Suddenly, someone bumped into Mary, sending her drink splashing onto Sidin. Oh dear, I'm so sorry, she exclaimed. It's quite all right, Sidin reassured her. Are you all right, my lady? Mary stammered, flustered. Lord Anciref, you're soaked, but I suppose it's all right. Oh no, Renee saw that awkward moment. Where did Renee go? Ah, there she is. She's already so far away. Well, that's just like her. Sidin watched her go, his expression hardening. Mary tugged at his sleeve. Shouldn't we go greet the crown prince? Sidin turned to her, questioning. Why? Mary fidgeted. Well, I heard you're quite close with his highness. Is that true? Sidin replied, yes, that's right. We're quite close. There's no harm in greeting him. Let's go. Overhearing the whispers about her, Renee thought, gossip more. This is the result of strolling around the capital. Boost my reputation before I lose my mind with this charade. Stop dragging me into the center of everything. Can't we just sit down and have a drink? The crown prince asked, Renee, are you thirsty? You should have told me sooner. Anything you desire, just say the word. Renee replied, please do, your highness. Ugh, so cheesy, she thought. The crown prince tilted his head. What are you thinking about? Renee responded, oh, well, is that so? Maybe I should go find Sidin. His face is bothering me. Wow, look at that rosy glow. Is he made of strawberry milk? This first love is overwhelmingly high quality. The healing waters king protested that Renee was far more beautiful. Renee sighed. No way, sister. How can I compare to this cheesy guy with something so young and fresh? The onlookers gossiped about Sidin and his companion. They're such a well-matched pair. Right person, right time, huh? Renee frowned, a strange sensation gripping her. That's odd. My chest suddenly feels tight and painfully constricted, like my breath is being choked off by hot coals. Is this what heartburn feels like? The healing waters king went silent. The stillness, so profound it felt like the calm before a storm. Renee asked, wait, why are you suddenly so angry? The water healer king said, darling, do you really think that a regular heartbeat and its timing are accurate? Did you eat something? Is that how he taught you? Do you think an S-rank hunter who conquered the tower and killed the tower master would have an irregular heartbeat? I've taken such good care of you, so you wouldn't get sick. Think again. How many times have I saved you? All right, I won't look at Sidin anymore. Renee asked, so what's your plan? Are you just going to keep this up? Surely you have to do something. And he hasn't even shown up yet. Shouldn't we just enjoy the party for now? Or do you have something else to deal with regarding Annie? The crown prince crossed his arms and said, all right. Renee questioned why. The crown prince continued, because they're stealing your credit. Aren't you angry? Renee replied, not at all. The crown prince pressed, then why did you act like that in the stands? I have the power to make everything you want a reality. Why don't you use it? Renee calmly responded, because it's your power. It's not my power. I don't want to rely on others, but I look forward to it. I don't want to rely on you. Anyway, just wait and see. Those who thrive by their mouths will perish by their mouths. Not necessarily today, but certainly some days soon. And we've distorted the purpose of the campaign, haven't we? The crown prince blushed as he looked at her. Renee teased, oh, such a lightweight. Your face is all red. The crown prince retorted, I am not. Anyway, you're right. No one thought the star of the party would be the young duke. And everything was completely shaken up by you. Me? Well, I guess he's just cursing and calling me the one who ruined his party. I value my reputation too, you know? Sometimes you're not very perceptive in places like this, are you? Renee scoffed. No. Perceptive. I have no idea. The crown prince said, it's strange. Someone like you not knowing yourself so well. I know myself very well. The crown prince stepped closer to her and said, no, you don't. If you did, I wouldn't be able to say such a thing. But it seems you don't understand now. But I want to understand you even better than you understand yourself. Just then, Sidin and Mary approached. Mississippi Lord Anciref, where have you been hiding? It's been a while, your highness. Mary also spoke up. Thank you for inviting me to the party today, Mississippi. It's been wonderful. Renee replied, thank you. You are. Sidin finished. This is Mary Gator. Renee continued. Mary Gator, I'm grateful you came all this way. Mary stammered, please just call me Mary. Renee responded, then call me Renee. Mary worried, how could I dare? Renee smiled, please be comfortable, Mary. It makes me more comfortable too. Are you enjoying the party? Mary replied, yes, I am. Lord Ansiref has been very attentive, but I've been making so many mistakes. Nearby, Sidin interjected, I haven't been much of an escort yet. Renee said, it seems like you've done a fine job. She thought to herself, rejected by Sidin. Mary fumbled, he's so handsome, and he picked me up too. I guess I'm a little excited, because everything feels like a dream. Am I talking too much? Renee looked at her, thinking, so cute. Damn it, I have a weakness for cute things. The crown prince chuckled. Since the lady has spoken, you should respond. Sidin was silent for a moment before speaking. I'm just afraid I'll be a burden to Lady Mary. So, we'll excuse ourselves. After that, the two of them left. The crown prince called out to Renee from behind, but she paid him no mind. Excuse me, but I'll be back after getting some air. Immediately after, she stepped outside, a gloomy expression on her face. This is so frustrating. I can't keep doing things like this. The healing wave king chimed in, reassuringly, you'll still be able to hold on to him. The Lord of Temptation scoffed at the healing wave king. Are you crazy? The healing wave king retorted, anyone who's never been in love should just shut up. Then, addressing Renee, the healing wave king urged, be brave and face Sidin. Renee sighed, face him. But what can I even do if I face him? It would be better if I just focused on attacking the tower and fighting to the death. I hate unclear objectives. It makes me feel like I'm not myself anymore. These feelings I've forgotten or try to forget are tormenting me. This is why I didn't want anyone by my side, right? I shouldn't have taken Sidin as my disciple in the first place. A voice interjected, that's not true. I'll say it again, Kim Ji-young. Renee was surprised. That voice, it belonged to a spirit I hadn't heard from in a very long time. The voice was gentle, low yet clear as water. It continued, don't let love make you like this, and don't be afraid of it. Just go with the flow and follow your heart. Do you remember the conditions of our contract? Renee's memories flashed back. The healing wave king was the second spirit to form a contract with me. The first spirit, the leader of the blood-soaked cult, had earnestly recommended her. My first impression of her was terrible. She considered humans to be inferior. She was a spirit very closed off from the world. The healing wave king had said back then, I've only just met you. I don't know how to behave. So teach me how to cherish and love you. Renee thought, puzzled, was that the only condition? How could I teach her how to love me? The healing wave king continued, that's just a secondary condition. The condition I truly desire is something else. It is that the arduous path you walk must be paved with happiness. My name is Verna, one who is born to be the unwavering faith in your destination. The voice, which had washed over her like the tide, receded just as quickly. All the emptiness within Renee vanished, replaced by Verna's powerful thoughts. Verna embraced her, saying, don't worry about what happens next. Strive for happiness, for you are our proud sea. A notification popped up at that moment. Healing Wave King access blocked. We apologize for the inconvenience caused by our error. We will put more effort into server management to ensure that such incidents never happen again. Renee fumed, this damn system. Can't you leave me alone for a single second? Suddenly, Sidin appeared from inside. Without a word, Renee reached out and pulled him towards her. She thought to herself, it's all right, because my eyes have been opened thanks to you. Yes, it won't be like the time you turned away and I hesitated. No matter the outcome, I will face you again and again, hundreds of times. Is this fleeting excitement, or is it the love I bear for you, my disciple? Or perhaps something even more? What matters is that this is what I want to do right now. That's all for today, folks. If you enjoyed this, please give it a like and subscribe. Don't forget to recommend other captivating stories to me. Your feedback is always appreciated. Thank you for watching.